Yes, we are.
Wake up in dark age, cue the vills, let's go. 8 p.m. rising like a storm, I'm about to blow. Scout on the run and he's looking for a snack. Oh no, I'm lamed again, boss gun can't get him back. Drop a house, nope, too slow, now I'm housed. TC idle and my chat's getting loud. Click, 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 through the panic and the pain. If I don't macro now, I'll be late to Castle Edge again. Click, click, hit a rhythm of the fight. Micro every skirm like my life's on the line tonight. Pop cap, yeah, the struggle is real, but when the trap rolls out, you know I seal the deal. Click, click, let the villagers chant. 8 p.m. sky high, this is his age of empires, man. From lemon to late game, we never relax. Just micro, macro, boom and attack. Through the wars, hitting our scouts in my base. Trying to wall it all in, but there's no empty space. Fears on the chase, and my eco's all whack. Who needs resources when you go hard like that? Drop a farm, no wood, man, I'm doomed. Monks on the hill, trying to say Wololo 2. Click, click, hear the chaos in my brain. My APM's pumping like a freaking hurricane. Click, click, hear the rhythm of the fight. Micro every skirm like my life's on the line tonight. Pop cap, yeah, the struggle is real, but when the trip rolls out, you know I'll seal the deal. Click, click, let the villagers chant. 8 p.m. sky high, this is his age of empires, man. From lemon to late game, we never relax. Just micro, macro, boom and attack. From Arabia sands to the Black Forest trees, every map is chaos, but it feels like destiny. When the GG drops and the crowd starts to scream, you know you build different. Aoe2 dream. Click, click, one more battle to command. Pop cap, but I'm ready. Got the game in my hands. Micro magic, eco tragic, but I still stand. 'Cause this is age of empires, baby. Welcome to the land. Welcome to the land. Welcome to the land.
All right, guys. I'm going to hop right in today because looks like the drafts are already started. And I want to get a chance to take a look at the drafts, talk about the drafts a little bit before the game starts. I think we got 10 minutes till the game starts, more or less. So what we're going to do is we're going to pop over and take a look at the drafts. All right. 1 second, guys. There we go. There we go. Okay, so we're going to take a look at the map draft. It looks like we're going to have Viper versus Sebastian, best of 5. And yeah, we'll just take a look at what these guys drafted for Red Bull Wololo Londinium. First set of the day. I'm going to be casting... Well, I'm going to be casting as much of it as I can. As much of the Red Bull sets as I can get in. Looks like Viper banned Volpine and Sebastian banned Stone Drift. Stone Drift is a new map, right? They haven't it's unique just to the finals. It's unique to the tournament itself. Oh, and Blue Wells as well. Those are the new maps. They said 2 unique maps were going to be for the Red Bull Londinium event itself, and those must be the 2, and Sebastian has banned one of them, and Viper has picked the other. So we're going to be seeing a brand new map that we haven't seen at all up until now. Thames for Sebastian. That was one of my favorite maps when I was playing in the qualifier ladder, right? So this is a really fun map, very interesting. I'm so hyped to see the new maps as well, like Blue Wells. Super hyped for that. Sebastian gets his pick. So weird seeing these new maps that we haven't seen before added. What else are we going to see? Okay, Henschel. I like both the maps that Sebastian picked are like 2 of my favorites, guys. Thames and Henschel. Just 2 of my favorite maps. And Loch Ness from Viper. Okay, so now we're going to see what the admin pick is. No Glacies, no Rampart, no Dorothea Quarry, no Stonefront. Crownwood. Okay, so we have the most Arabia-esque map. Give me 1 second, and I'll get you guys over to the other. I'm going to minimize this. Hold on 1 second, guys. There we go. Okay. I'll get these on the same get them into the same place so we don't have a problem jumping between the 2. There we go. And now I'll get you guys over there with me. Boom. Okay. And we're going to have the Civ draft. So we have Loch Ness, Blue Wells, Thames, Henschel, and Crownwood as the 5 maps. Let's go ahead and play this part of the draft, and then we'll go to the clean feed that's being provided by Red Bull, and we'll do the best we can to keep track of everything they're looking at and have fun casting it. All right, so first ban, Sebastian bans Georgians. That's an interesting early ban. Viper bans Aztecs and Saracens. Those are not surprising to me at all, because Aztecs and Saracens were really strong on maps like Henschel, where you wanted to get a crossbow timing very early, and having the extra units on the field very quickly from the Aztecs, and then having the really good castle timing from Saracens, right? Those are very, very common picks for the maps that Sebastian picked, so it's not surprising to me at all that Viper bans both of those early. Georgians, I'm trying to think what map would those have been used on? Maybe on Thames or on Crownwood potentially. Not surprising to see Way banned at all, right? Way being extremely strong with the Tiger Cav and the Giambé. Byzantines? Huh. I guess Byzantines was a favorite from Viper in a lot of his games. And then we're seeing Tupi and Mapuche banned right away from Viper as well, which I have no idea, because Tupi and Mapuche were not around yet. They weren't around yet when I was playing on the ranked ladder for Red Bull, so I have no idea how they perform. I'm sure they have a much better idea. And then we have Koreans and Bengalis. This is no surprise at all. Koreans being, in my opinion, the #1 civ for Red Bull. It's just so strong. It's not surprising at all to see it banned. Bengalis, another civ that on certain maps was very, very strong, right? Khitans, yeah, these are not surprises. Saracens, Khitans, Koreans, Bengalis, Way, these civs were incredibly strong throughout the entire ranked ladder to qualify for Red Bull, so not surprising to see them get banned. Franks, not so much. I don't think I saw Franks picked hardly at all. Maybe Viper has been studying Sebastian's gameplay and has determined that Franks would be a really strong pick from Sebastian. That's a surprise to me. That's a real surprise to me. And Sebastian is going to ban. Let's see. He's taking his good old time. He's got 3 seconds. Okay, apparently he picked in time. He banned Burgundians, and that's not really surprising either. Like Flemish militia were incredibly strong during the qualifiers too. So Sebastian's bans make a lot more sense to me, but again, I'm sure they've been doing a lot of practice behind the scenes, and some of these civs that Vipers banned may be civs that they realized were a lot better than they might have thought, or strategies that were really OP and they didn't want to have to deal with it. Viper picks Portuguese right away, which we're going to take a look at the maps here. Hengehold, Portuguese was one of the favorites on Hengehold. One of the best civs to play on Hengehold. So I think Viper's picking Portuguese in anticipation to get that early archer into crossbow timing. So I think that's what Viper's going for here. Sebastian takes Vietnamese. Vietnamese, I could see being on Crownwood or on Hengehold, either one. I can see that being a viable pick for either of those maps. Always Vietnamese is always a pretty strong civ in general. Has a lot of good options, a lot of variety. Has a really strong eco as well. Okay. What are we going to see? Sebastian likes to take his time to get these picks out. We're going to see Persians. Persians maybe Loch Ness or Blue Wells, perhaps. I don't see them being very popular on Thames, Hengewood, or Crownwood, but maybe. I could be completely wrong about that. We will see. And let's see what Viper has for his second pick. Dravidians. All right. Dravidians was one of the strongest picks for Loch Ness. Wouldn't be surprised to see it there. And again, we haven't seen Blue Wells at all, guys. We haven't seen that map at all. And Viper's going to pick as his third pick. Man, they're letting that clock run down every single time. Wololo, what's up, Terranon? How's it going? Italians. Okay, yeah, this is a pretty common pick. Hey, Anthony, good to see you. This is a pretty common pick. Italians is really strong in a lot of ways. Would be good on Loch Ness. Would be good on Blue Wells. I'm sure it would be good on Blue Wells just because there's water. Although like I haven't seen Blue Wells, right? So I don't really know what the strong picks there are. Which is exciting. Like it's fun to see new maps and to see what the meta is going to be on those maps and what civs are viable and strong. Okay, Sebastian goes Japanese and Romans. Japanese will probably be Loch Ness. Romans could be Crownwood or Thames. I could see that being viable on either of those maps. I don't think Romans would be Loch Ness or Blue Wells. I think Japanese will probably be Loch Ness. We'll probably see Italians or Dravidians from Viper and Japanese on Loch Ness. Magyars. Okay, Magyars is going to be Thames. Like, almost guaranteed. Magyars is going to be played on Thames. Like, that's like one of the most common picks for that map. Which it's just a really strong pick. The other really common picks, you saw a lot of Huns and a lot of Wei. But Wei's banned, so you won't see Wei on Thames. Cumans. Oh, Viper must have some like cooked up strat with Cumans. I'm excited to see how he's going to use them. I think generally not the greatest of civs for most of the game, but like you can have a really good start with the cheap buildings and getting units out quickly. But you have to win pretty early because it just Cumans drop off really hard in Imp. Shu. Okay, I could see Shu being played on Crownwood or on Hengehold as well. Although I think, yeah, actually Shu could be the Hengehold pick. But so could Vietnamese. So I'm curious to see how this will play out. Okay, we got the last two, and then we'll hop over to the live feed, guys. This draft took way longer than I thought it was going to take. They both went down to the limit like several times. Armenians and Vikings. Those both could be Loch Ness as well. All right, so some really interesting drafts. I want to see I'm going to move you guys over to the Age of Empires screen for a second and see if the game is up and live. It should be, I believe. I'm thinking it will be. Just give me 1 second to get us there. See where the live feed is at. Are they in game? Take us live. Okay, it's on standby. Show starts soon. So we'll drop back over. I'm gonna put the sound on though, so we can hear when this actually goes live. I'll just turn it down so it's not like super loud music, right? And then we'll hop back over and look at the draft for a second. So this is what I'm looking at, by the way. This is live feed. Anyone can pull this up. And you can see what I'm going to be seeing and what the casters are going to be seeing all over the place. So Blue Wells is a brand new map. The other one that's brand new is Stone Drift, but Stone Drift was banned by Sebastian. I'm sure we'll see it later in the tournament from some other players that will play it. I have not even looked at these maps yet. I have no idea what they look like. Obviously, Blue Wells you have whales for gold in several spots throughout the map. And it looks like there's going to be some oysters in the middle for gold as well. There's water on the outside, but I don't know if there will actually be fish. It looks like a thin layer of water, but maybe there will be fish on the outside. I assume there would be. Maybe only shore fish, but hopefully deep fish will be able to see a little bit of water play. Simply because there's not that many water maps, and it is interesting to mix it up once in a while and get to see a little bit of water opening. We're going to be seeing Crownwood as the first map played. This is probably the most similar map to Arabia that's in the maps. Hengehold, one of my favorites, is Sebastian's pick. Thames, another one of my favorites, Sebastian picked. So looking forward to those two games in particular. Blue Wells, new map, looking forward to seeing that and excited to see what it brings. Loch Ness, not one of my favorites, but does sometimes bring some very interesting games, and there is water play, right? The map draft really, or the Civ draft, really interesting. Like, Sebastian, he picked Vikings last, but it is his best water Civ, so I think Japanese and Vikings will probably be played on, like, Loch Ness and Blue Wells. And I think probably Armenians, Dravidians, and Italians would be the options for Viper on these two maps. I think we'll see Portuguese and Shu on Hengehold. Are we live yet? We're still not live. So the game, they must be taking a little bit longer to get the game running than maybe anticipated. Nick Stir says, "Hey Solo, where did you find the live games to cast for Red Bull Wololo?" I could, so it's a live feed. They give a live feed. It's on the Discord, the official Discord. I can send you a link, Nick, if you'd like. Give me 1 second. I'll send you a link to it. So it's under resources in the Red Bull Wololo Londinium Discord. Or maybe it's not under this resources. Maybe it's under creator info. But let me give you the live. Here's the link. Nick, I'll just send it to you in a DM. Give me a second to find you. Hopefully it will help you out. Find a conversation. There you are. That should be your international live feed for day 1 of Red Bull. Hopefully that helps you out, man. Let me go back to this. So yeah, they provide that in the official Discord for Red Bull. I wonder if they're having technical difficulties. Do you guys remember last Red Bull? And Ornlu was like the only one casting for a while. What I'm gonna do, guys, is I'm gonna throw you guys on this screen for a second. Hold on. And over on the side, I can maybe check and see. Maybe check and see if anybody else is live with the games here. Nah, it looks like everybody's waiting. Looks like everybody's waiting right now. Everybody's just checking out the drafts, just waiting for it to go live. It's so funny. Looks like some people are having maybe some technical difficulties as well. I'm looking at like Nilly NT90. They were live a minute ago, but now they're Circle of Death. T West. Okay, he's just chatting with people. Oh, actually, no. T West and Ornlu are going to be casting together. Okay. Yeah. No one's live yet. So we're in the same boat as everybody else, just waiting. Just hanging out and waiting. And hopefully, it won't be too long. They'll have that live feed up for us. Obviously, the drafts have been done for a little while, so... Oops. They're probably trying to sort some things out on their end. Which does happen. It does happen. Let's while I'm waiting, let's get a prediction up though, actually. This will be fun at least. Alright, 1 second guys. Let's do start a prediction. Start prediction. We're gonna do who will win game 1. We'll put Viper or Sebastian. And we'll leave a solid 5 minutes. 10. 10 minutes, okay? So you guys will have a solid 10 minutes to bet on who you think's gonna win. That's in. So have fun throwing your points at it, yeah? Unfortunately, I'm not allowed because I have infinite points. Okay. It's so funny when you have an event like this and there's like major technical difficulties. You just don't see it coming. So you're like, oh, it's Red Bull. There's no way they'll have like major issues where they're unable to get the game out. There's people. That's so funny. That Arbe's pinned a comment to T90's stream. The Red Bull Twitch streams are having some issues. Streams on YouTube are running fine. The show will start once issues on Twitch are resolved. People are saying blow in the cartridge. It's too funny. So, yeah, it's some technical difficulties having to do with Twitch. Hopefully they get those resolved really soon and are able to move on with the show, right? I can't say I don't understand because I've had so many technical difficulties myself over the years. I've only been doing this for a little over a year and had plenty of times where I've had some technical difficulties. So, the Shafe, what's up? What's up? How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Welcome to the chat. Glad you're here. Hope you enjoy the stream, the content. You were in that team game we played yesterday, no? You were playing in Jessica's stream? Or am I confused? I think I'm right, though. Yeah. James like, "Hello, I was purple yesterday." Jess's game kept hearing you say, "Is purple not listening?" I was like, "Who's purple?" Oh, me. I was like pinging you and trying. I'm like, does purple hear me? Does purple know I'm talking? Oh, it's so funny because I think you were one of the only ones not in the Discord audio. So, yo, Dan, what's up? What's up? Also, I saw that you sent some money through PayPal. Thank you for the support, man. I really appreciate you. Thanks for always supporting me. It means a lot. Yeah, we've never seen this before. Technical difficulties at Red Bull? What? That would never happen. But like, I think I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the drafts, guys. I'm gonna talk a little bit more about the drafts. Let me pop over here so you guys can see it. I think Viper's draft is better. I think Sebastian actually has a good shot at being maybe not faster, but having cleaner game than Viper. But I think that Viper, based on experience and his draft, I think Viper may take the set. Obviously, I don't know the outcome. We're going to watch it all live and see how it goes. But, like, I'm looking at these maps, okay? Hengehold, Portuguese is the #1 civ on Hengehold. I think Saracens was, like, right there with Portuguese, but it's banned. And I'm not sure any of these other civs can really match Portuguese on Hengehold. And I think that Viper getting that civ right away as his first pick was huge. Then, if you think about Loch Ness, I think the #1 civ on Loch Ness is Armenians or Dravidians. And he has both. He got both. And, like, Italians would do well there as well. But, like, Dravidians and Armenians, I think, were, like, the known 2 best civs on that map. Now, Sebastian has Vikings, okay, and Japanese, which are not bad and could potentially match up. But I think they're worse than Dravidians and Armenians on that map. I think Armenians on Loch Ness is just so strong. And Viper knows how to play them so well, right? Now, Blue Wells, we haven't seen yet. So I actually have no idea what civs will be best on Blue Wells. But I imagine that Vikings, Japanese, Italians, Dravidians, and Armenians will all be good. Because it seems to be at least a hybrid map with a decent amount of water, right? Thames, I think Magyar's is the best civ out of this draft for Thames. Now, I do think that Romans or Persians could potentially be pretty strong on Thames. But none of these are like, when I think of Thames, do I think these are the strongest civs there? Now, a lot of the best ones were banned. Way would have been a very strong one there. Ketons, I think, was like known as the best civ on Thames. Or at least one of the best. So now, no Ketons, no way. I think I would have liked to see Huns. I think Huns was a top five pick for Thames. I think Huns would have been a really good pick. I could see Persians being played similarly to Huns, with a lot of CA, like scouts into CA. Could see that potentially. Let's take a look. Is it live yet? Still not live. That's okay though. So yeah, I think that the draft favors Viper in this set. I'm curious to see how Shu plays, if it's in fact played on Hengehold, how Shu will do. Crownwood, I think Vietnamese or Romans are probably like 2 potentials for Crownwood. We could also see potentially Magyars or Cumans on Crownwood. Like Magyars could be played on Thames or Crownwood. I think those are the 2 places where we might see it. I'm trying to think of a circumstance where Sebastian has like the better civ matchup for one of these maps. And I feel like Viper just has the better civs for each one of the maps. Like his draft to me looks so good. Like, if I were drafting and I saw this is my draft and this is my opponent's draft, I'd be like, oh, I got the better draft. Like, I did way better. I'm happy with this, you know? And that's what I'm thinking for Viper. I think Sebastian will probably take a game, maybe 2, but I think Viper will win the set. I could be completely wrong. Maybe Sebastian has just got some, like, goated strategies cooked up, and he's going to use these civs in some crazy ways, and I'm going to be shocked and be like, okay, well, you know, I was completely wrong, and Sebastian's just better. But I don't know. We're gonna see. I think Sebastian was playing a more clean game during the qualifiers. Yeah, I agree. Sebastian has been beasting it out. I think Sebastian may be the more skilled player currently out of the two, but I also think that Viper's more knowledgeable and has more experience. He's just played so many more tournaments. He's done so many more drafts, and that just, it makes a big difference in your decision making. So we're gonna see. We're gonna see. But I think this will be a really good set, by the way. I think these two players are very maybe not completely evenly matched, but I think they're very similar in their abilities and level of gameplay. So I think it's gonna be very competitive. I don't think it will be a stomp one way or the other, but again, we'll have to wait and see. We're still on standby, guys. Let's take a look. I'm going to go over to my other screen for a second and see if anybody else is live yet. Or if maybe they've resolved some of the issues for... No, they're still having the same issues for T90 and Nilly. They're still working on it for T90 and Nilly. Everyone's just sitting, like, talking and hanging out right now. Daniela, T-West, Orlu, Jordan. They're all just, like, chilling, talking with their their audience. Actually, Memb is having issues as well. Memb, T90 and Nilly, I think they're all there, and that's what the problem is. They're having trouble with their Twitch from London. They're gonna have to figure it out here, though, for sure. Oh man, it's already been 20 minutes of technical difficulties, guys. So, who do you guys think? Those that are in the chat, let me know. Who do you think's gonna win? If you had to choose between Viper and Sebastian, who do you think takes the set? Best of 5 on these maps with these civs. Who do you have as the favorite in these situations? Can I get the civ and map draft link too? Just go to spectator dashboard, Nick, and you can find it. You can find the draft there. It's like it will be live. You just go to where it says tournaments, click where it says live, then group B will be live, and you'll see a place where it will say drafts. All good, all good. Depends on which version of Viper shows up today. So based on what you've seen, based on what you guys have seen, Sebastian's been playing so good recently. Yeah, Baldwin. That's my thoughts, is that Sebastian has been playing so good that it might overcome potentially the better draft and the experience that Viper has in tournament. Like, I've played... You know what's funny, guys? I actually played Sebastian. Cool story. In the qualifier, I got stomped by Sebastian. And so I can tell you firsthand just how clean he plays. Because I met... I got him in the second round in the Red Bull Last Chance qualifier tournament. He was my opponent round 2. You know, it's really funny because there were 2 players I didn't want to face round 2. Like, I was crossing my fingers that I would not face Sebastian and then I would not face Yo. I was like, those are the only 2 players that I feel like I would have no chance at all to even like take a game. And I was right. I got Sebastian and then lost the set just like that. Shave says Viper's strat has always been boom and destroy. These days that does not work so much, and I don't really see him doing that much. I've seen early aggression from Viper lately, and it does not fit his playstyle. You know, King of the Desert 6, I believe it was, where we saw a fair amount of FCs from Viper, and Viper did very well. I think that Viper has been practicing a lot of FC unique unit play that can be really strong. But I also think that in this particular set, he's not going to do a whole lot of that. I don't think that's going to be something that he does in this particular set. I mean, it's interesting that Sebastian banned some of the best civs for that, like Bengalis being banned, and I mean, Koreans could be used that way, but I think most people would just play Korean standard because it's so good. The Wei Tiger Cav has been a big pick for a lot of people. In the qualifier and on the ranked ladder, Wei was very heavily picked, and that was banned as well. Burgundians playing. Oh, okay, we're up. We're up. Here we go.
From across the seas, born by the wind, to prove their might in battle. But triumph does not come easy. It is a long road to victory. But now, to new shores. London's calling. Calling you to Red Bull Wololo Londinium.
Welcome aboard the HMS Londinium, everyone, for Red Bull Wololo. We are back, and we couldn't be more excited.
Let's go.
To be bringing you a week-long festivity involving the games we all love so very much. Age of Empires 2, Age of Empires 4. We can't wait to get underway. My name's Riley Knight, your host and indeed the captain of this ship, as we get stuck in to the next 6 days featuring 2 of your very favourite games. But of course, all of this made possible with the generous support of our sponsors. We would like to thank Aegon by Aoe2, World's Edge, and Scan for partnering with us and bringing this tournament to you all around the world. A tournament that, as I say, is lasting the better part of a week. 6 days of action coming your way. Let's acquaint ourselves with the tournament schedule now. This is where we are right now. We're kicking things off with our group stage aboard the good ship HMS Londinium. Here for days 1, 2, and 3. The start time, 1 p.m. British summer time. You're not going to want to miss any of these days, nor are you going to want to miss what's coming up after that as we move on to the Odeon Lux. In front of a live audience, we'll be playing both Age of Empires 2 and Age of Empires 4 for the first time during days 4 and 5, the playoff stage. Important to note, those days starting half an hour later at 1:30 British summer time. And finally, it all comes to a thrilling conclusion at an iconic venue here in London, the Royal Albert Hall. On Monday the 6th, this old and storied place will be playing host to the finals of Red Bull Wololo Londinium, starting a little later yet again at 3 p.m. British summer time. Mark your dance cards. Well, we have assembled some of the very best players from all around the world. 8 of them will be playing in the Age of Empires 2 portion of this tournament. Let's meet these players before they do battle here at Red Bull Wololo. Well, those are our players. Welcome back to the deck here. I'm joined for the first time in this broadcast by Bosun Mem and Petty Officer Nilly. Welcome, boys. I imagine the two of you very, very
Look at
excited.
these guys.
Nilly, Mem, you've been looking forward to this for ages. Mem, what are you most excited for this across the next week?
Well, there are 8 players in the best of the players in the world. We have all the crowd here, you know, and you, Nilly, all the co-casters, this environment, you know, that is amazing. But the bossy, you are the bossy, man. So I'm not sure about you, you know. Look how he's looking.
I'm the captain of the ship, yes, indeed. Nilly, I know you're very excited for this event as well. What's got you most hyped?
It has to be Monday, right? Royal Albert Hall, biggest Age of Empires crowd we've ever had, iconic location. I'm so excited. Like 3,500 people there. I've seen what they planned behind the scenes. It can only be.
Dude, it's gonna be so
I was setting you
cool.
up there, and I'm glad you didn't take it. But I will confess at this point, I did look up the actual rank that this uniform suggests, and it's actually not captain. I'm actually just a lieutenant, which. But look, I'll work hard and I'll do my bit, and hopefully, you know, Her Gracious Britannic Majesty will see fit to promote me in the fullness of time. In any case, let's get underway looking at the format of this tournament. Okay, how we're going to determine a victor, and if we turn our eyes to exactly how things are going to go here, we've got a group stage. Of course, we talked about the next couple of days are going to be this group stage, Group A, Group B, facing off against each other. Players within these groups facing off against each other. 2 groups of 4. Each player plays each group member once. The person in first place at the end of the group stage will move straight to the semi-final. In 4th place, unfortunately, their tournament will come to an end. They're eliminated. In 2nd and 3rd, however, they move on to the playoff round, which you can see there in the middle of your screen. The winner will then go on to face the winner of the group stages, respectively. A lot to think about now as we zoom in on the players in each group. You can see Group A, the headline act Hera, joined by Hart, Yo, and MBL. Group B, Leary, ACCM, The Viper, and Sebastian. We've got some new faces, some old faces, some heavy-hitting titans, some legends of the game. Let's turn our attention now to Group A. And Mem, I want to get your take here, because obviously there is a player who has been so utterly dominant recently.
MBL.
Obviously, and so the conversation surrounding Group A, I think, is very much around how this player performs and what the expectations of the other players in the group are in respect to that.
Well, I think in this group, as you were talking, it's pretty obvious that Hera has been dominant. So we all kind of expect that he's going to be the first of the group. And it probably will be like this. But then the question is about the other 3, right? Who's going to be there? Maybe I'm going to go this time with the underdog. I think MBL is going to be the surprise on this group stage. Mr. Yo and Hart, maybe in this kind of environment, I don't know if they're going to play their best, you know, as well, because people get a bit more nervous, you know, you're not at home.
Very different playing atmosphere.
All these kind of factors, you know. And I have seen MBL like, I'm here, you know, I'm happy, you know, I'm chilling. I'm ready to rumble. Was practicing all the day with the players, and then I was, why you are not playing now with Mr. Yo? Well, he's facing me tomorrow. He doesn't want to play, you know. And you will play with him. Let's go. I want to play. So he's chill, you know. That's why I'm thinking probably can be the surprise in this group.
Well, all the players, of course, are well worth keeping an eye on. We do have 3 of them advancing, and only the person who finishes last in the group will be packing up the end of the group stage. But we turn our attention now to Group B. And Nilly, I want to get your take on this group. Perhaps a little more open than Group A in terms of the results we could expect?
Yeah, it feels like it, right? Group A, yeah, we know the favorite, and the other 3 are kind of fighting for survival. In Group B, it's way more open, right? We feel like all of them could rank between like number 2 till 6 in the world ranking. But one has to leave, right? And trying to pinpoint that down is basically impossible, right? Like Viper fanboys, Sebastian fanboys, and then ACM should be so well prepared. Leary considered to be number 2 in the world. Like, it's impossible to call this group. It's
going to be really interesting to see how things pan out, both in Group B and Group A. And we're not going to waste any more time in getting underway with the action here. We've got our casters standing by, ready, willing, and able to get stuck in. Proudly representing Her Britannic Majesty's Royal Marines.
These guys, look at these outfits.
Dave and Tristan.
Welcome everyone to the caster quarters of the HMS Londinium. I am Dave and I'm joined by T90 here, and we're ready to get started on day number 1 of our group stage of Red Bull Wololo Londinium. It's going to be amazing. I love your costume, by the way. You look very nice and resplendent, as Riley would say.
Yeah, as the only American on the broadcast team, very grateful they put me in the red coats. They seem to also think that was hilarious, so I'm not sure my forefathers, my great-great-great-great-grandfather would approve, but it is what it is. Here's our matchups for the day. We have Sebastian Viper starting it off which we'll be casting in a moment. Then MBL Yo, Leary ACCM, and then Hera Hart. 4 best of 5s. All have very different storylines, Dave, which is kind of the dream, you know?
Very interesting storylines, right? We have Sebastian versus Viper, who actually only got here because one of our players couldn't make it. So Viper did not qualify, and guess who stopped him in the last chance qualifier? It was Sebastian, and it was in a 7-game, really, really close, really cutthroat set. So I asked him yesterday in the interview, I said, are you ready to get revenge on Sebastian? And he kind of, you know, he gave me a Viper answer, but it was kind of a yes.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. He wouldn't straight up say it, but I mean, what a cool opportunity for Viper, right? I mean, it was probably so disappointing for him not to make it, and he had to fight his way back in through the last chance qualifier, and I think that can give you some additional experience as well. So, the thing about Viper is the thing about the best players in any sport or esport is the best players rise to the occasion, right? And so I think it is more expected that Viper can bring a higher level because we are here versus the qualifier, right? And for Sebastian, it's a slightly different storyline. He hasn't been to as many lands. Making it to the previous Red Bull event was probably the biggest accomplishment for him. Will he be able to shine as bright in the biggest moment? That's a big thing.
Yeah, and this one's going to be a huge opening day match. Sebastian versus the Viper.
I will just try my best now. I cannot go really specific on who I'm facing. There is like no pressure there. That's how I think.
Playing in front of what's going to be over 3,000 people would be probably the biggest experience of my life. Sebastian is a fantastic player, so it will be a tough match, but obviously I'm looking forward to try and get some revenge.
All right, there they are in one of the separate areas of our majestic ship.
It's called a deck.
The deck. Okay, is that the deck?
Well, it's quarters. Cabin.
It's one of those 3. So we'll figure that out as we go. There's Sebastian again. Sebastian just so new to the scene compared to so many other players. Has been playing for years, but you know, Viper's been playing for 10+ years. We looked it up. First time he ever faced Viper in a tournament was only 2023, which seems like it's a long time ago if you do the math, but really in Age of Empires, that is not very long at all. And again, you know, not the biggest history between the two of them, but Dave, we were looking at how even the games tend to be overall.
40% almost a win rate for Sebastian. And if you look at a lot of the other players' matchup versus Viper, historically, 40% is one of the best.
Yeah,
because
absolutely.
Viper has been absolutely dominant in his career. Not so much recently. He's still probably one of the top 4 players in the world right now.
Yeah.
But he's been struggling. And like we said before, Sebastian kicked him out of the last chance qualifier. Final round, last game, right? Viper thought he might not be here. He's made his way back, and he seems to be ready to go. He was practicing for quite a long time last night. He was one of the first players here this morning practicing, and he's just trying to get his reps in. On the other side, Sebastian, so composed.
Yeah.
It's amazing. It's like he went to multiple lands before. He was in at Red Bull in Spain last year, or the year before that. It seems like.
Hello, Teutonic.
But he's really, really a tough competitor, and they'll be good to go here.
Yeah, I think his composure is just kind of unprecedented, and I think that his consistency throughout a series is going to be the difference maker here. Viper, that's
I wonder if these guys are already in game, or are they just warming up?
When he was winning everything, maybe there was a higher peak there. Who knows? That's all speculation, but the consistency is something Viper struggles with from game to game. We'll be into the first game here on Crownwood.
Hello, Grape
saw
Juice.
some of the civs on screen. We'll have time to speculate. For me, I think it's fairly meta. There's no big surprises here as far as their drafts go. And you could currently see over Viper's shoulder there. He's going for an archery range, and he's opening up here. And
I think it's Magyar's Vietnamese.
I think it is Magyar's Vietnamese, and that's because we were told 3 minutes ago it was Magyar's Vietnamese. That is not Dave's eyesight, guys.
That's so funny.
I just put my glasses on.
Believe me, it's not his eyesight. And yeah, you can see players pause because we have not gotten into the game. Did want to add, thank you everyone for showing up. It's pretty early for many people out there watching.
Yes.
So thank you viewers for being here, and we wouldn't have it We wouldn't be here without your support. Obviously, these events would not continue if people didn't show up and watch on our platforms. It's such a great moment. Why do I have to be wearing a red coat?
I like it.
Oh, man.
I like it. You know, I'm a naval officer. You're a land officer, so we're clearly transporting you somewhere.
Apparently, according to Riley, I'm like a big deal with this outfit.
Well, okay.
Like, I'm like the go-to guy for some pretty important things, but I don't remember the specifics. I'm sure Riley will bring it up. And he's actually really disappointed. Like, I think Riley looks more badass than we do.
Yes.
But he's really bummed because apparently that's like pleb level in terms of
What,
rank.
a lieutenant?
Whatever he is, yeah.
Well, we'll see what Her Majesty can do.
Yeah.
Classic Riley line.
Yeah.
All right, guys, we're going to get you into the game shortly. Like we said, we're starting on Crownwood. This is a map that I've seen being practiced a lot in the players area. Players are really focusing on it, and Magyars seems to be a super popular pick, as well as Vietnamese. But I think Magyars has a little bit of the edge if the Vietnamese can't get a huge eco lead going into Imperial Age, just because that land composition from the Magyars is so good.
I'm going to clarify something. That ELO is wrong for Sebastian.
That might be the tournament?
It might be from the tournament ELO site, which is a separate category. If we're talking in-game ELO.
Or it might be the Red Bull ladder? No, it's not the Red Bull ladder, right? Because he was never 1800 on that.
It actually that.
Red Bull ladder ELO. Okay.
Well,
so
you know what that is. You know what that is, and production's going to hate me for pointing this out. There may be a decay, and because they haven't played the Red Bull ladder since the qualification, it has maybe dipped because he would have been in 1900 or something at that point, right?
No.
Or 2K?
No.
No?
Only Harrow was near there. Did
So-
you even cast that?
I did cast it. It was the
highest ELO they
had.
got. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sorry, my bad here. We got to iron out all the kinks as
It
we
happened
start.
so long ago. We're getting old now, dude.
Well,
We're
I
just
mean, there's
forgetting.
a lot of people out there going to be like, well, Viper's only 1800. What is that? But yeah, it is a separate ladder. And yeah, Viper, what, 12
It's,
years
yeah,
older,
separate
11
ladder.
years older,
That's what it is.
and has been around so long. Is the big reason that competitive esports ever got to where it is in AoE. He's a legend of the game.
Yeah, and he's still, I mean, even though he's not winning everything anymore, he's still managing to get good placements.
Yep.
We've seen some good finals and semifinals with him. Really good performance against Hera late last year. And talking to him, he feels like he needs to switch up his style a little bit as he gets older and the players around him get better.
Yeah.
And he's really, really working on that. I know he switched his hotkeys recently. He has like a plan of action that he wants to take.
All right, here we go. All right, guys. Now we're live. And you won't be hearing any more from T90 or Dave. You're going to be hearing from me. I'm going to be watching this live feed. You had to have a specific like version of the game to be able to cast it with having control yourself. So I'm going to be just watching the live feed and commentating on what we're seeing on the screen, which is the same thing they're going to be doing there, right? So you're going to have Archer opening. I was completely right about Crownwood. As far as the opening goes, you're going to have Sebastian playing as Vietnamese, and we're going to have Viper playing as Magyars. Now, I thought that perhaps we would see something different from Viper on this map, potentially, but Magyars was one of the civs I thought he might pick. Yeah, this is the game one, AK guys, so... This is you're here right on time. Perfect timing. Players should be in costume. No, they need to be comfortable to be able to play. So yeah, I mean, you have 0 idle TC time from either player. Completely similar res collected. And you're gonna have a Archer opening for Viper, an Archer opening for Sebastian. And it looks like Viper and Sebastian are both already walled up super early. I can't say I love the sound quality. It's a little bit grainy, but that's okay. We're going to deal with it. Sebastian's going to be adding some skirms in here to be able to try and defend. Ooh, that's a mistake from Sebastian. He loses an Archer there for free. He wasn't microing that fight at all, and I think it's because he's microing down on the other wood line against Viper. Yeah, down here, this is where Sebastian's concentration is. There's only one Archer here for Viper. And if Sebastian can clear that Archer, he'll probably be able to pick off one Vil. And I think that's maybe going to happen. I think we might see a Vil down. Oh, is the Scout going to go down? Oh, and the Vil has 1 HP. 1 HP on that Vil. And Viper is able to save the Vil. Just really well done by Viper saving that Vil. That was a really nice engagement for Viper, who was able to take a good fight on the top at the same time save the Vil on the bottom. Res collected still dead even, no idle TC time. Both players playing very clean. Viper on the way up to castle, and honestly, Sebastian not really very close. He's got 4 skirms queued, and he's not clicked up. So you can see that Sebastian opted for the Archer armor upgrade, opted for Horse Collar, and opted to go into skirms here to defend from the Archers. And Viper skipped Horse Collar, didn't make skirms, and now he's able to get that really, really quick uptime. This is an incredibly good timing from Viper. Like, incredibly strong. The in-game sound could be a bit louder. I'll turn it up. I don't have complete control over that because this is a live feed that they provide from Red Bull. It's what's being provided for most of the people streaming. So I'm not in control over where the screen goes, right? I'm just going to be talking about it as they show what's happening. Yeah, so Sebastian's finishing walling up. You can see it over there on the left-hand side. He's going to finish walling up. But truth is, Viper's timing is going to be really hard for him to deal with. Right, really hard for him to deal with. Like, he's going to be a whole minute and a half behind. And a minute and a half is a long time to hold. A long time to hold without having Castle Age units. And there comes Bodkin immediately for Viper, who's going to get Bowsaw on Bodkin as soon as he gets up. I wouldn't be surprised if we see potentially Crossbow. But maybe we're not going to see Crossbow. We might just see some CA be put out onto the field. Magyar CA is incredibly effective. And, okay, we're going to see Elite Skirm, actually. Elite Skirm from Viper. Interesting choice. Maybe he's afraid of the skirms that Sebastian already has. And Sebastian does have a lot of a lot of skirms on the field. They do have the Archer armor upgrades, so they should be able to deal with the army that Viper has currently. We're going to see a second TC go down right away for Viper, who is going to be slightly ahead in terms of eco, just because he's got that second TC a little bit faster. He got Bowsaw pretty early. Ooh, and Viper says, you're going to leave that open for me? I'll run in. Thank you very much. And he's got 2 scouts inside of Sebastian's base, and he might get some Vil kills here. Now, Viper, he accidentally had his scout on stand ground, but he still picked the Vil off. The Vil's dead. And he might get a second one here. Maybe a third? Ah, wow. Viper getting 5 eco kills already. And, oh. A raid coming in from Red Kansky. I should probably turn those off. That's loud. Hey, Red Kansky, thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. All right. So, Sebastian trying to put down 3 TCs right away to try and catch up in eco. Viper's already got 3 TCs down, but Viper ahead by 6 Vils. And this is something that I talked about earlier, that Viper's draft is very strong. I think that perhaps he got a better draft than Sebastian. I think Sebastian plays really, really clean and has been playing like an absolute beast. But I think that Viper may have had the better strategy when it comes to the civs that he's picked for the maps. So it may be advantage Viper, at least in game 1. It seems as though he's got a slight lead. Sebastian, even still on res collected, but has lost 5 vills and did get his TCs down a little bit later, does have all his ecotechs. That's a huge thing for Sebastian. Sebastian has handcart, he has heavy plow, he has bow saw, he has a gold mining upgrade, and he does have the 3 TCs. So he may be down by 10 vills, but he has ecotechs that Viper does not have yet. And the army numbers for Sebastian are looking a lot stronger. And Sebastian does get Fire Lancer. Fire Lancer's a good answer to the skirms that Viper's making. And you have to remember that the skirms for Sebastian do have extra HP on them. So they will be able to take maybe some better fights. So I think Sebastian's still in a good position. I don't think that he's dead from those 5 eco kills that Viper got early. Yeah. I mean, the idle time has been insanely good for both players. Having only 25 seconds of idle TC time on 3 TCs at this point in the game is crazy, and only 5 seconds for Viper. Viper getting heavy plow now. We'll probably think about handcart when he has the res for it. Sebastian trying to knock Viper off his front gold. It looks like a random horse on the screen that's just galloping off the edge of the map. Things that we love from AoE. And Viper's just going to continue to harass the farms as much as he can. We're going to continue to see both players use their skirms. They're both going to boom here, and I think both players are just going to try and use the skirms to knock their opponents off of wood lines, knock their opponents off of forward gold, off of farms. And there comes handcart now for Viper, and I think Viper's going to be content to play this into the late game. Both civs, incredibly strong late game civs, but Magyar's with the Magyar Hazar just being basically a gold trash unit. You don't have to spend the gold, but it's like you're getting a knight almost for food only when you get to the late game. And also having some of the best CA in the game, so you have incredible mobility and just really, really good trash if you're running out of gold. And this map, Crownwood, doesn't have a ton of gold. Right? Now, I will say the Fire Lancers for Sebastian could be a real problem for Viper until he gets that CA mass up. And then you do have the Imp Skirms, right, to deal with the CA, but I still think I like the Magyar Hazar heavy CA combo better than I like the Imp Skirm Fire Lancer combo. I think the value of the units on the field is better for the Magyars in the late game. Viper maintaining that 10-vil lead. Had it from early castle, had a 10-vil lead, and he's maintaining that. Sebastian adding a 4th TC. And we're having a little technical difficulty here. And we're fine. Maybe. Maybe. I think we caught up. Okay, we're going to see a castle now forward for Viper. And 4 TCs now from Sebastian, who really wants to catch up in that eco vil count. Wants to have a really strong eco. Viper now ahead by like 500 res, more or less. Or we're seeing a replay. The sound is not synced with their live stream. Let me reload this real quick and see if it fixes the problem, guys. Still seems to be not totally synced, but we're going to have to just deal with what we're given. All right, here we go. Sebastian with the much better army numbers. Viper maybe thinking about clicking up here. Look at his food count. Sebastian now clicking to Imp, right? We have Sebastian on his way up to Imp. Viper getting his first unique tech from the castle. And I think we're going to see exactly what I said. We're going to see Elite Fire Lancers. Yeah, Corvian Army on the way for Viper. First armor upgrade for Cav on the way. Violet Anya Violetania? Is that right? Don't want to pronounce your name wrong, but not quite sure how to say it. Violetania? Is that right? You tell me if that's right, but I appreciate the raid. Thank you, and welcome, Raiders. Welcome. We are casting game 1 of the set between Sebastian and Viper. First group stage set of Red Bull. Violet is good. Hope you're having a good stream. Thank you, Violet. Thanks for the raid and welcome. Welcome, guys. All right, so second castle now going up for Viper. And it looks like the game sound is actually synced now with their live stream, so that's good. Got some 3 Scorps on the field. I don't think that Viper will continue with the Scorp play. Now he's making CA, which is what we expected, and it's going to end up being heavy CA and Magyar Hussar. And let's see if he's able to get the mass of CA that he needs to push back the Fire Lancers and the Imp Skirm from Sebastian. Sebastian 5 seconds away from hitting Imp. Imp is coming in now, and I think we're going to immediately see Imp Skirms and Elite Fire Lancer. J-Los, what's up, what's up?
Let's go.
Thank you for the 17 months of support, man. I appreciate it. Thank you. First castle now going up for Sebastian. Imp coming in a minute and 50 seconds for Viper. Viper may have to run back and try and wait till he's Imp to take these fights. We got Bracer and Chemistry coming in from Sebastian. So these Skirms are going to be much stronger from Sebastian. And Viper not able to get any of these Imp techs yet. So this army is going to be cleared from Viper, and I think Viper's going to be trying to get the Magyar Hussar and the CA masked. I think that's going to be what we're going to see from him. And now we got Thumbring coming in from Viper for his CA. Trying to raid the stone on the side. Sebastian adding a 5th TC. Sebastian is caught up now in the Vil count, and the res collected is ahead by 2k for Viper. And it looks like Sebastian's just going to run those Vils away from the stone, try and get a TC up for their safety. He's going to throw them in the TC for now. And Sebastian going in for raids with the Fire Lancers and the Skirms, but a third castle going up for Viper on the left-hand side, bottom left-hand side of the map. A defensive castle at home. It looks like Sebastian's going to deny it. Sebastian's going to temporarily deny that castle, and that's huge. The fewer castles on the field for Viper, the less the less we're going to see Magyar Hussar being produced. Give me a second, guys. I will turn up the desktop audio. So, is the audio good now? Does it sound clear, easy to hear for all of you guys? Great. Okay, perfect. Yeah, I don't know. I think it accidentally had gotten turned down. And it's good now. Okay. Thanks for mentioning that. I appreciate it, AK guy. Yeah, so it sounds different to me than it does to you guys. So I have to like adjust it a little bit. Just slightly? Okay. How about now? You said possibly in-game sound would be lower just slightly, but this is fine. Okay. I think I got a happy medium now. I think you guys should be hearing about what I'm hearing. Viper continuing to produce Vils. He actually is going to overboom. He's actually going to overboom. This is not good. He's got 143 Vils, and he's continuing to produce 12 more Vils. And the army, look at the army number difference. So where Viper has overboomed, Sebastian has a perfect balance and is on 62 military. And although I think that Viper still has really good late game here, he's giving a chance for Sebastian to get that kind of that death ball pushing forward with a huge mass of Imperial Skirms and also a huge mass of Elite Fire Lancers. And so far, Viper does not have the army numbers to really push it back. Really nice shot there. A lot of damage laid down on the Fire Lancers from that Mangonel shot. But now, look at this. Sebastian's going to have 2 trebs on the hill, trebbing the castles. And Viper needs to keep these castles alive. He's already lost 1 castle in the north, and he might lose this central position for this castle. Sebastian's army numbers looking overwhelmingly strong, and a 2nd castle being added in the eco for Sebastian. Now, I will say Viper does have 2 trebs, but these trebs are going to go down. There's not enough CA there to defend these trebs. Yeah, Viper knows it. He's trying to pull back. He's trying to pull the trebs back, but I think Sebastian's going to kill them. Yo, AK Guy, thank you so much for the gifted sub. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And he loses 1 treb. I think he's going to lose both trebs, and I think that this may be the GG moment for Viper. Viper losing his castle in the center. He's going to lose the CA mass. He's going to lose his trebs. And we're going to have a 3rd castle going up for Sebastian on the right-hand side of his eco. Viper with just not enough army on the field, but now he is clearing a lot of the army for Sebastian. Sebastian may be diving a little too deep and taking some big shots from that mango. And not enough army really replenishing for Sebastian. And we're going to see Elite Magyar Hussar being upgraded and onager, guys. We're going to see onager. Let's go. Oh, J-Los. J-Los with the 20 gifted subs. J-Los, thank you so much for the subs. I really appreciate it. Thanks, guys, for all the support today. Thanks for the hype train. Let's go. And now we're seeing more CA being masked from Viper. Onager's almost in, but he loses both mangoes. He loses both mangoes right before Onager comes in. That could be a crucial moment in the game. And Viper trying to run back with a lot of vills right now. And this hill is going to be so good for Sebastian. Sebastian's going to camp the hill. He's got good numbers. Gets conversion on one of the Magyar Hussar for Viper. And I think Sebastian's going to be very happy with where the game is at. The relic count is 3-3, by the way. So even relic count. Almost even res collected. No heavy CA yet for Viper. He has all of the other techs, including the recurve bow tech. He does have 1 onager on the field, which will make a big difference in these fights. The onagers will make a huge difference. He needs to get repairs on those onagers and not lose it to the fire lancers. He could lose the onager to the fire lancers. This could be bad. Good micro from Viper. He's keeping it alive. It's still alive so far, but he's losing a lot of CA to the Imperial Skirms. Keeps the onager alive and kills all of the fire lancers. All of the fire lancers. And now we're going to see some big shots land on the Skirms. Another big shot? No, he misses this one. And... oh, but he hits a big one there. Hits a big one there. Takes out a bunch of the Imperial Skirms. Really well done to defend here from Viper, but still the army numbers not looking great. Only 1 castle to produce Magyar Hussar for Viper, and that's exactly what Sebastian wants. Sebastian just wants to keep those Magyar Hussar from being a problem in the late game. Did Viper lose heavy cav upgrade in a range that got destroyed? Thought he was researching it? No, I don't think. Maybe he did, actually. He has a lot of food. He has a lot of food. He might have not realized that may actually be a problem for him. He's getting light cav now. He's realizing that Magyar Hussar might not be an option because he doesn't have the stone. And so he's going to switch to just regular Hussar. And, oh, Sebastian with the split. And the CA number's just not getting to where he wants them. Okay, we just saw Viper sell a lot of food. He sold a lot of food. I think Viper thinking about another castle. I think he wants to buy the stone, maybe. And Sebastian, army number still looking really healthy. Viper just not getting up the mass that he needs. He needs a greater mass. Almost has enough stone to build a 2nd castle, which would be huge. If Viper could get another castle for production for the Magyar Hussar, that could make a big difference in the late game. And we're getting to that point where gold is looking more and more scarce. And there it is. There's the castle. He's going to put it on in the very corner of the map. I'm not sure I love that position. It's not even on a hill. But it does defend a wood line for him. And another onager goes down. Sebastian doing a great job picking off the onagers. is taking a lot of damage, though. Viper with the better KD. But Viper also still lacking those numbers that you might want to see from the Magyars in the late game. This has been an extremely even game. Very competitive thus far. And these onagers are putting in work. He needs to repair. He needs to repair. And he's going to lose another onager. Oh, rough loss there for Viper. But Viper killing a lot of army from Sebastian. Now the army numbers evening out. And maybe we're going to see some raids begin from Viper. Although there's 4 castles in Sebastian's eco defending. There's some Trebs from Sebastian deploying. More Fire Lancers on the way. 33 Fire Lancers on the field. A lot of Imp Skirms on the field as well. And this is the point in the game that I was talking about before the game started. If Viper could get to the place where he's producing Magyar Hussar and has a CA mass, this is the better army of the two civs, but needs to keep the CA mass alive and needs to continue to produce Magyar Hussar. If he loses a castle or 2, he'll be in deep trouble. And the CA mass getting knocked back again. And thanks a lot again to the people who helped start that hype train. I really appreciate all the support today, guys. You guys are fantastic. Thank you. I still think that Sebastian is in a decent position, but the later the game gets, the better I think Magyars are going to be. I do think that Viper is going to need to figure out his gold situation, because he's still lacking the last armor upgrade for his cav. He's still lacking heavy cav archer, which are 2 problems. 2 big problems. Does not have regular Hussar yet. So all things that require a lot of gold. A lot of onagers still alive for Viper, but could lose one here. Keeps them alive. Needs to repair. He needs to repair. Will he keep them alive? He loses both onagers. Oh man, loses 2 onagers in a row right at the same time. But the Magyar Hussar are raiding one of the only golds that Sebastian has left. A lot of CA go down. A lot of CA go down. And but Viper has the chance to pick off the Trebs. There's no Fire Lancers with these Trebs, and there goes 800 res for Sebastian. 800 res just like that. Gone. And Sebastian getting Helb, which indicates that he's out. He's going to run out of gold soon. And he knows he's going to need help to defend from the Magyar Hussar and from the potential Hussar. Just regular Hussar that we might see from Viper. Viper with a very slight score lead, but it's going back and forth. It looks like Sebastian might take the score lead any second. And the KD, very favorable for Viper. Res collected, dead even. What a good game for game 1. Just so good. Both players with healthy Vil counts. Both players with decent army. Another onager is on the field. 2 onagers on the field for Viper with a 3rd on the way. Still lacking the last armor upgrade for his cav. Not something that you would like to see at this point in the game. And Sebastian with very strong map control. Sebastian sending some Fire Lancers back into Viper's eco. And those Fire Lancers are going uncontested at the moment, killing eco. But Viper with a very healthy eco. Shouldn't be a huge deal to have a few Fire Lancers picking off Vils. Viper doing a good job keeping the repairs going on these mangoes, but there's nothing defending. He has to come back forward with the CA before he loses the onagers. I said mangoes earlier, I meant onagers. A few Magyar Hussar making their way back into Sebastian's eco, but really nothing that Viper can do to raid Sebastian, since Sebastian has 5 castles in his eco. Sebastian doing a really good job keeping army numbers on the front, pushing Viper, not allowing Viper to get those big raids in with the mobility that the Magyars have. And, good split there from Sebastian to keep the massive skirms alive. And more, but he takes a big shot there. I was going to say more Trebs go down, but the Treb stays alive. Few raids happening for Viper on Sebastian's eco. Sebastian's eco actually looking pretty bad. He's not adding vills, and he's down to 100 vills. Sebastian needs to pay attention to the fact that he's lost some vills and some raids and make that up by adding vills. But honestly, the food count not looking great for Sebastian. Viper at a healthy 200 pop, and Sebastian down to 150. Sebastian really lacking res, and we're gonna see a forward TC that's basically a douche TC for Viper. He's building it on top of Sebastian's TC. Oh my, some huge shots from the onagers for Sebastian. Or, I'm sorry, for Viper on Sebastian. Big shots here. Sebastian not paying close attention here to his army for a second and taking some really heavy hits from the onagers. Now he is going to lose. Viper is going to lose both onagers, which is a big deal. That's a lot of gold. That's hard for him to replace. Sebastian realizing that he's been raided, adding the vills now. And now it's just going to be Helb and Imp Skirm from Sebastian, who doesn't have the gold to keep adding Fire Lancers. Sebastian trying to use the last of his gold to build some trebs. Viper at a healthy 200 pop, and Sebastian's still at 150. Sebastian struggling to keep his pop at 200, just doesn't have the res. And we're gonna have a quick replay here. Yeah, the big shots, the replay on these onager shots, big deal. These were some good engagements, right? Some big engagements for Viper. And now we're back live. And yeah, I mean, Viper's pop capped. Sebastian almost back to pop capped. Sebastian getting right there. He's only 10 away from being pop capped. Oh, but Viper's gonna snipe his trebs. Sebastian out of position for the second time this game, loses his trebs for free. I've got to say, it's very tough to see Sebastian sending trebs forward with no army next to them. Like, this is a big mistake, and this may cost Sebastian the game. Moving 2 trebs forward at a time with no army on top is just a bad call. Viper really needs to get some trebs to be able to knock the castles down for Sebastian. Otherwise, this game could go on for quite some time. If Viper can't kill the castles, Sebastian will have defense at home and will be able to continue to produce his trash. And honestly, the trash that Sebastian produces, Imp, Skirm, and Helm, is not bad. Can make some light cav himself if he wants to later for raids. We may see that. Not very much CA. Only 11 CA on the field for Viper. Viper desperate to try and repair that that TC to keep it alive. The last bit of gold right in between those 2 TCs on the right-hand side. I think both players desperately want that gold. There's probably about 1,000 gold right there. Big raid from Viper on the left-hand side, and now Sebastian under 100 vills. Sebastian under 100 vills for the second time in the last 5 minutes. And Viper's still at 130 vills. Just really healthy eco. And apparently the Red Bull, the guys who are tracking the screen think it's really interesting to see that horse still trying to gallop off the side of the map. More onagers. I mean, Viper continuously getting good onager shots in, but also losing the onagers pretty consistently. I don't know if the trades are worth it. We'll see how, at the end of this game, if these trades for the onagers end up being worthwhile. And just Sebastian continuously not being at 200 pop. We're seeing this trend throughout the post-imp part of this game. Sebastian struggling to maintain 200 pop. Viper not struggling at all to maintain that 200 pop. Has maintained 200 pop consistently throughout post-imp. And it looks like Viper's going to take control of this gold, and that may be the exact amount of gold that Viper needs to get more trebs and to be able to push these castles. The raids just all the time. Viper finding small raids and ways to keep Sebastian on his toes. Oh, but CA going down here to Helbs. This is maybe a bad Bad position for those CA to be in. A lot of skirms now on the field for Viper. That gold now being mined by Viper, which is a huge thing for Viper. He's going to have like around, I think, 1,000 gold from those tiles, which will be a big difference. More small raids for Viper. The Eco KD is actually even, though. Although I think Viper's been more proactive with the raids, he's also not able to raid as much because there's castles in Sebastian's Eco, right? The KD, though, super favorable for Viper. Almost a 2-to-1 KD. More big shots coming in from those onagers, and onager has been a great call. I'm surprised that Sebastian has not made any bombard cannons, but at the same time, Magyar Hazard do such a good job picking off Siege that maybe he doesn't feel like it's a viable option in a game like this. And Viper starting to gain control on the right-hand side. For the longest time, Sebastian maintained pressure on Viper, and now Viper pushing back. Viper getting... Oh, big shot with the onager. Big shots. Very valuable here. And I think the tide is slowly turning, and Viper finally remembering that he needed to get the last cav armor upgrade. For a long time, Viper was lacking it, but he finally realized that it's something that he didn't have. And for the first time in a while, Sebastian not having a hard time being at 200 pop. You got Sebastian at 200 pop with a decent amount of res in the bank. Viper with a huge amount of res in the bank. Big shot from the onagers. Oh, so many skirms go down. And yeah, Viper just using those onagers so well. And I think Viper feels pretty confident with this onager micro. 4 onagers now for Viper. And there come the bombard cannons I was talking about. Sebastian feeling as though he needs bombard cannons. We're going to see a quick replay. Boom! A lot of skirms down right there. Baldwin says onagers causing Sebastian problems. Yeah, I think... Oh, and there was another big shot. We missed it because they were doing a replay of the last big shot. And Sebastian is gonna try and use this bombard cannon to get a big shot on these onagers. It does get a good shot on the onagers, but doesn't kill either of them. And that shot does not land, and Sebastian takes about half the HP. That shot lands, gets 2 onagers. That shot does land it. Ooh, there's the replay of the shot we missed. These onagers, brutal for Sebastian. And just great for... Oh, and the only bombard cannon Sebastian had on the field is now gone. Sebastian and Viper both around 200 pop. Viper slightly under, but producing a lot of Magyar Hazard, a lot of Magyar light cav as well. Still some decent numbers of onagers on the field for Viper. Viper now able to make the trebs because he got control of that gold on the right-hand side of the map. More vills go down. Oh, accidental misclick of militia for Sebastian. A costly misclick at this point in the game. To lose 5 militia is 100 gold that you could use on something else. And now Hussar, regular Hussar coming in for Viper, the Hussar upgrade, and we're seeing the capped ram upgrade as well coming in for Viper, who may want... Is that a misclick? Or does he mean to be building capped rams? No, he's making rams. It's kind of surprising. I think I would have rather have seen trebs, to be honest, but I guess he feels confident in making the rams. And Viper with more raids. Constantly raiding. And now the Eco KD is looking very good for Viper, who's 40 vills ahead in the Eco KD. Big shot. Big shot from Sebastian. He kills 2 onagers in 1 shot there. And now Viper down to only 1 onager. This has been a fantastic, absolutely brilliant game one. We're an hour into game one, and I am so excited for the rest of this set. This game has been one of the best games that we've seen so far. And I'm not talking about just the tournament. I mean, even looking at the ladder and the last chance qualifier, this has been one of the best games. Incredibly competitive, and Sebastian snipes another onager as it comes out. Sebastian gets the snipe, and Viper's onager numbers not being there gives Sebastian a huge advantage, and Sebastian's got 80 army on the field. He is lacking the vills right now, and oh, Sebastian is trying to get access to wood. He doesn't have access to wood, only has one wood line in the very left-hand side of the map, I believe. And he's out of wood right now. Sebastian completely out of wood, and Viper having a very healthy eco with plenty of food and plenty of wood. I think that Viper's raids are really paying off here, and Sebastian has 5k less res collected and has a very rough KD. We're going to see another onager go down. But also, Viper getting some more good shots in here. Capped Ram doing some work for Viper, who is clearing things up on the left-hand side. That hill for Sebastian is a really good hill. He's held that hill for a while. I will mention, Sebastian is down to only 3 castles in the back of his eco. Where before Sebastian had 5, he's only got 3 now. He's lost 2 castles. And he's losing control of this left-hand side where most of his wood is being collected. And dare I say, this may become a wood game. This may become a wood game, guys. The wood on the map is running out. There is not that much left. And it looks to me like Viper has better control and more wood collected. Now, Viper is being pushed back in the center, but what's happening on the left-hand side? The left-hand side, more raids. And Sebastian cannot get over 100 vills. Every time he gets his vill count up, Viper is right there to raid him back down. And the KD on villagers right now is 2-1. Viper has killed 190 and only lost 94 himself. Now, the skirm numbers really high for Sebastian. Trying not to lose those to onager shots. Slowly, Viper just raiding his way to the west, to the left-hand side of the map. And I think that Viper has the better late game. He has the better late game units. He can play Hussar. Sebastian does not have a mobile raiding unit that's as good. We may need to see Sebastian switch into some light cav to raid, but I don't think that Sebastian has the eco to do it. And guys, I just realized, but the timer. There's only 94 years left on the timer. We forget that there's a timer, a 900-year timer on these games. And the timer's almost counted down. Viper way ahead in score, and I don't think Sebastian can finish the Viper off in time. I honestly don't think that even if the game ran its course to the end, that we would see a Sebastian win here. And this is what I talked about during the draft. I think that Viper's draft is stronger than Sebastian's. I think that the Magyars here is just such a good pick, and it just has so much mobility, and the units that they can produce are just going to be a lot harder to deal with than the Vietnamese comp. And Sebastian calls the game. And Viper playing at 132 EAPM. This is one of the fastest games we've seen from Viper in a long time.
When he was getting pressure,
I'll leave it to these guys now for a minute.
I'll tell you he was feeling pretty comfortable with Magyars and he believed in himself to push it back, but it got a little close.
That got really crazy.
Yes.
I thought he was dead. I thought he was dead. I thought the push from Sebastian had done enough. I thought Viper clearly was not getting the timing on upgrades that he wanted, but it was the onager upgrade that changed the game, and it was the occasional raids from Viper. As we look to the military stats here, just the value of the fights from Viper was good enough. And I just wonder if Sebastian lacked a switch out of what he was making, right?
What else do you make in that situation?
I love light cap. Viper, no castles in the middle.
Yeah.
No castles in the middle. Maybe go light cav and raid. We see so many players do that.
Like, if you have 80 military and you're barely managing to hold Viper's army in one position, how can you justify taking 20 of that away and putting it into light cap?
Yeah, well, I mean, what you're hoping for is if you do that, that then Viper is going to have to pull some of his military away as well. But yeah, this was really the moment of the game. Castles through the middle, all the siege workshops, that hill, his wood line. Eventually, Viper brings it back, which is just crazy to me.
Yeah, and the onager tech coming in. The lack of heavy cav archery. We'll have to ask him about that later.
Yeah.
I'm going to turn them down just for a second, guys. This is the moment that I said this might be GG for Viper. The exact moment they're talking about is the exact moment I thought maybe Sebastian had won the game. And then Viper makes onager and just brought it back.
HP for Sebastian, because he was tanking those shots as he was busy elsewhere. And then the most important thing throughout this entire process, you'll see as we show these highlights, there's always a few blue dots from Viper in and around the base from Sebastian. There was one on the right there was one on the left. They're getting cleared up by castles as he's getting these big shots, but he's consistently killing villagers from Sebastian.
Yeah, unbelievable. Honestly, the position was maybe so good for Sebastian that that's why he didn't switch, Dave. Because he was pushing so significantly into Viper's base, he felt he was fine. I'm sure at this moment of the game, though, he was like, he maybe thought he had a counter to onager, and then he realized how strong it was. So for me, that is maybe the perfect start to the series here. I think if Viper were to lose that one, I think it could potentially be very painful. There's a conversation on his stamina. You know, he was someone who came in through a replacement qualifier. Sebastian was locked into this event, so in theory, with that, Sebastian was the favorite.
Do we have blue wells next? Nice. I'm excited to see this map.
Yeah.
It's a new addition to the map pool.
Blue,
one of two.
Blue wells that also includes blue whales. I don't know if they're
blue whales.
They're not.
I don't know if a blue whale could fit into a pond. I think we might have some issues there. The main theme behind this map, though, it's a very, very interesting one. We've got deep fish on the outside, as you can see from that little icon. And then we have 4 ponds in the middle, actually 5 ponds. The middle one has oysters for gold. All of the other ones have whales, which are a relatively new mechanic in our game. They give you gold when you fish them with fishing chips that become whaling ships. And there's very little land-based gold on this map, so you have to control the water in the middle, and then the water on the outside gives you fish as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Viper's playing as the Dravidians, very good with that civilization, loves the ability to play infantry and water. I saw Viper play a couple practice games with this civ, but everyone who knows Viper should know.
Yeah.
Viper loves Dravidians. The weak point is that they can't make knights, and then we'll have Sebastian's civilization.
All right, guys, here we go, game 2. They haven't updated the score. I'm sure they'll do that, but obviously, you know, Viper won. Sebastian none. Okay, I've never seen this map, so it's brand new to this map, and it looks like we're going to have Viper coming forward to build a dock on Sebastian's pond. So apparently you start with a dock that has 4,000. Okay, there's 4,000 gold. There's 4,000 gold plus oysters, so there's actually more than 4,000 gold. I would say, like, there's 4,000 gold in just the whales, but then there's also maybe 8 oysters or 10 oysters. So you're gonna have quite a bit of gold around these ponds, and then there's oysters in the middle as well. I think there's what 450 on the oysters, so there's probably a good like 5 or 6k gold in the center, and then there's like another like 7k gold in each one of the ponds, and then there's a neutral pond over on the left-hand side, so that's interesting. Sebastian opening up archers. He's playing his Japanese, which does give him the better fishing ships, the faster collecting fishing ships, and the more durable fishing ships. It also gives him the cheaper buildings. Oh, and the scout picked off for Viper right away. That's actually really big. Not having a scout so early in the game. And we have hulks from both players. Viper who opted to build a dock on Sebastian's pond, is making hulks. Both players are going to be producing the hulks consistently, I believe, to fight for that. And then it looks like Sebastian's building a dock on the outside. Viper's also built a dock on the outside, and they're going to be taking the fish that's on the outside. And Sebastian not microing this fight and loses an archer to the skirm. I think that Sebastian was busy microing the fight in the pond and missed this fight here. And Sebastian fighting back the army that Viper has with Vils, which is definitely the right way to do it. So two starting golds for each player. I think there are only 3 tiles. They're not very big. They might be 4 tiles. I would have to see them. Oh, Vil goes down here. So first Vil kill of the game, and same thing as last game. Viper just starting out a little bit further ahead than Sebastian in the Eco KD. And Sebastian being able to bring the game back and make it very competitive last time. We'll see if the same is true this time. Viper ahead by 3 eco units, maybe producing more out of the docks, and Sebastian will be able to clear this up, actually. Really nice job from Sebastian to clear that up. Viper having the fish on the outside already. I don't know how much Sebastian has on the outside, and I can't tell. Is that a dock being added by Sebastian on that neutral pond as well? I see a red dot there. I'm not sure what that red dot actually is. No, I don't think it is. I think it's just maybe a military. The Hulk's now coming out for Sebastian. Now he's going to pull them back. I don't know if we'll see any repairs on those. Market going up for Sebastian. Looks like both players about the same place as far as res collected and as far as how close they are to going up. We're going to see some shots on those Vils, but there's plenty of army here for Sebastian to push that back. I think we will see Sebastian push that back. Viper not really walling up. Sebastian almost fully walled. Sebastian, at least on the left-hand side, Sebastian is already fully walled here. Viper added another dock. Viper adding another dock is actually going to put him in a very good place eco-wise. He does have 4 more Vils or 4 more eco units than Sebastian right now. Sebastian maybe considering adding another dock himself on the bottom. And now Viper looking like he's going to try and get walled up. And we're going to have the click up from Sebastian. And I think in 2 seconds, we're going to see the same thing from Viper. And we're going to have very even times. Yeah, 30, not even 30 seconds. 22 seconds later for Viper. So Viper going to be up very similar time to Sebastian. Viper and Sebastian around the same amount of res collected. And maybe a very even matchup here. Both. Oh, and there's going to be a big fight in the middle. And Viper actually looks like he got the bad end of that deal. As the military numbers for Sebastian looking a lot better. Sebastian has 17 military on the field. And we're going to see Horse Collar coming in now from Viper. I'm not sure why Viper wants Horse Collar if there's so much fish on the outside with Dravidians. Maybe best to just invest more into the fish right now, but I'm not sure how much farming Viper has. Maybe he has more farming than we think. And if I think potentially we're gonna see maybe some elephant archers from Viper at some point, or we might just see a lot of elite skirms. But we already have multiple ranges, and I think that maybe we'll see like onager. Elephant Archer from Viper, simply because he's not producing any more skirms or archers, which makes me think that he wants to go into a different comp. And what else are you going to do with Dravidians than infantry or archers? And seeing as he has the ranges, it wouldn't surprise me if we see some kind of siege elephant archer play. Viper, and there it is. Viper hits. He hits castle, and the elephant archers are on the way. He's making elephant archers. I love this. I love this. And we're going to see 2 TCs immediately from Viper. And we're going to see a university as well. 2 TCs from Sebastian. And we're going to see elite skirms from Sebastian. We're going to see Bodkin, Bowsaw, No wheelbarrow yet for Sebastian. Wheelbarrow now coming in for Viper. We're also seeing the ship upgrade. The medium ship upgrade from Viper, which we're not seeing from Sebastian. I think Sebastian feels like he doesn't need it because he won his pond, but does he realize that there's ships coming in from Viper on the bottom? And I don't think he's realized that yet. And no, he hasn't. He loses one fish. He's gonna lose a Vil as well. And Sebastian still does not realize. He's actually still has not realized this. Now he realizes. This is a late reaction. Late reaction from Sebastian. Sebastian is going to clear up those skirms. Does he have any idea elephant archers are the play right now? It's mangoes and elephant archers from Viper. And I've said this for so long, guys. I've said this for so long. I believe that pros, they sleep on the elephant archers. They don't usually go into them. They think they're too expensive, that they don't work. And here we finally see it. We have a pro player opening elephant archers. He's not opening skirms with Dravidians. He's opening elephant archers in castle. And I love to see it. I absolutely love to see the fact that we're going to see mangoes and we're going to see elephant archers from Viper. And the elephant archers have been revealed. They're coming forward. Sebastian has no army in this position to take care of it. And those elephant archers have the first armor upgrade. They have bodkin. They have ballistics. And Viper's just going to run in. He says, you can't stop me. My elephant archers don't care about your skirms. And he's getting Vil kills. Already 2 Vil kills. Oh. The mango's there. Does Sebastian see it? He doesn't know about it, and he loses half the skirms. The mango for defense, and okay, Sebastian does have skirms at home now. He does have the numbers to push back these elephants. Ooh. And Viper does take a few hits from those elite skirm. Viper's just going to run out, and Viper did the damage. He's done the damage. He's ahead by 10 Vils. He is pop capped right now, though. And now Viper says your skirms, they're not good enough, and is going to sit there and kill. Oh, okay, we're going to get a replay of that mango shot. But the elephants are going to sit there and kill skirms. Let's see what's happening. And now he runs out, but he kills a handful of skirms before he runs out. And I think that Viper's going to be super happy. He's got six eco units killed. He's cleared a lot on water from Sebastian. Now there's a big fight happening on water. The Hulk meta showing itself very clearly. Ballistics now in for Sebastian, but look at Viper's elephant numbers. 11 elephants and 3 more on the way. He's already got a mango. He's got a scorp. Adding more mangoes here with the elephant archers could be brutal. Sebastian trying to dodge here. Have we seen the crowds yet? So there's no live crowd for this particular game, I don't believe. I believe that the live crowds come later on. Like, the live crowd in the Albert Hall is going to be for the finals. But I don't think for the group stage is where we see the crowds. I think the crowds come later in the event. I think you have, like, the semifinals at, what is it? You have, Albert Hall was the finals, and then there's, like, Odeon. I'd have to look it up, but there's, ooh, nice shot there. Nice shot there. There's, I think the last few days, we have, the live crowds. So, no, you won't see, I don't think you'll see crowds today or tomorrow. I believe it's after the group stage. And I love this, guys. Viper doing something that you don't see often. The elephant archer play, and it's paying off. Another big replay of the skirm shot. Excellent shots there from Viper. Viper playing beautifully with the Dravidians. I love to see it. Does lose the mangonel there. And more Vils will probably go down here. And now there's just more, there's more elephant archers. Sebastian trying to wall in these elephant archers, but elephant archers just don't care. This is just amazing. The elephant archer value. that Viper is getting here is insane. He's killing so many vills and idling so much eco. The res collected is almost even from these two, but Viper has killed 20 eco units and only lost 5. And Viper has this game controlled. And there's the forward castle. Viper is going to put a castle on Sebastian's face. This may be one of those get out of my game castles. I think he might even choose to place it even further forward by the time his vills get there. Maybe he won't. Maybe he'll play it a little bit safe, but Sebastian is down by almost 30 vills. 25 vills right now. Oh, is he going to kill his own castle? He was so close. Viper was so close to killing his own castle. He was shooting the house right as the castle was placed. That could have been catastrophic. That could have been catastrophic for Viper, but Viper somehow got lucky and had enough HP on the castle not to kill his own castle. And I think Viper overwhelming Sebastian right now. 30 vill lead. The army numbers for Sebastian look good, but they're mostly skirms. Big snipe there from Viper on the Mangonel for Sebastian, and Sebastian just having such a hard time dealing with these Elephant Archers. And Elephant Archers, amazing unit. So strong, so hard to kill. And I think that Viper is firmly in control of this game. The score is actually lying. Viper is absolutely dominating right now. Up by 30 vills. And he's going to place another castle controlling the middle. And Sebastian tries to kill it with his Mangonel, but there's already too much HP for that Mango to be able to kill it. 2 Mangos here in the center. Unless Sebastian has some crazy good micro, he's not going to be able to deny this castle. 3 Mangonels now in the center for Viper. And we may see this get denied, but I don't think so. Oh, another Mango goes down for Sebastian. And Viper just doing such a good job pushing this army back. Another big shot on the skirms. Viper has had Mangonel and Onager micro like an absolute professional these last few games. Just destroying Sebastian with the Onager and micro, the Onager and Mangonel micro. And then there's another big shot. Viper, is he gonna hit another one? Hits another decent shot, and I think this may be the nail in the coffin for game number 2. Is Viper out for revenge against Sebastian. Out for revenge after being after losing to Sebastian to qualify for Red Bull. Obviously, he was able to qualify later on by since Vinch was unable to make it. And now Viper's like, I made it here somehow, and now I'm going to beat you. Even though you almost denied me access, I'm gonna beat you now at the tournament itself. And yeah, Viper just showing up and playing out of his mind right now. An absolutely amazing gameplay from Viper. He's played fantastic AoE. And Imp is in for Viper. Imp is in, and Sebastian has to be looking at this going, how on earth did Viper make it to Imp already? How is he up? And the answer is he's 30 vills ahead because the elephants have dominated. And Viper going to place a 3rd castle forward. Sebastian's going to try to do something with rams. But I think this game is thoroughly over. Sebastian just doesn't know what to do against the Elephant Archer Mangonel play. It's just so strong, so hard to deal with. And yeah, Viper putting on a masterclass of how you can play Elephant Archers and Mangoes and dominate games. Absolutely love to see this in a professional tournament. And I mean, the Trebs are out, right? Sebastian will have one shot to try and do something with these rams, but I think that Viper will clear up the rams, and this will be a win number 2 for Viper here very shortly. It looks like there's going to be an attempt at a forward castle from Sebastian, but Sebastian's not even clicked, does not have any gold control, only has 4 units on gold. And Sebastian trying to kill the trying to kill the Trebs with the Rams, but just can't make it happen. And there go the Rams for Sebastian. And Sebastian will most likely tap out here in just a moment, realizing the position that he's in, that he can't kill the castles from the Viper, and Viper can kill his castles with his Trebs. This castle, Sebastian's going to try and put this castle down, but Viper says, no, not today. I will place my own castle and deny you the opportunity to come forward with that castle. And I think we're going to see Sebastian tap out for the GG. And there it is. Viper with 120 EAPM. Insane performance for the Viper in Game 2. 2-0 Viper putting on a masterclass of why he's one of the best in the world. I cannot believe how well Viper has played thus far. Just he came to win. He came to win.
There for Vipers. We see the stats here. We've got again, higher military score, right? Better KD because he has a better army. Sebastian has more army. Viper's got the better one.
The siege shots from Viper have decided the series so far because the economy's been close. Obviously, it doesn't look like it here, but it was very close up until that moment. But you can make arguments. The Elephant Archer surprise on the left is what set up that defensive siege shot there from Viper.
Wonderful game from him, and an interesting decision to go into the Elephant Archers. We were wondering if he could afford it. Very clearly, he could afford it.
Yep.
As we see the replays here, and it all got kicked off by this early aggression. Sebastian also went for it, but Viper dealt with it quite fine. Sebastian, a little too hard committed maybe onto these berries, right? Opening himself up for this, and then couldn't pull the army back over in time, and Viper got a really good opening early in this game.
Well, the whole game, if we talk about just strictly openings, it was Viper forward docking against Sebastian, Sebastian reacts.
Yep.
Viper then moves to the berries, Sebastian reacts. Viper then goes Elephant Archers, Sebastian reacts, right? You're constantly fighting, especially in this game mode, to be the first player to get the shot.
Yep.
And it's like the first attack's nothing like this, but the fifth attack ends up being something like this. This was the biggest one.
Yeah.
Crazy shot there, crazy micro, and then he takes down the Mangonel, lands a second follow-up Mangonel shot. That was the game winner right there.
Yeah, and then he proceeds to walk through the base and kill the
He almost killed his own castle there, though.
He really did. If the timing was off for him, he could have pulled a John Slow there.
Yeah,
nuked his own castle.
Dude. Oh, man. And honestly, if he did that, I think maybe he doesn't have the military to defend.
I mean, every time you go forward with a castle like that, you open yourself up if you're in a winning position.
Yeah.
To your opponent swinging it back. But this is another great engagement for Viper. He's fine with taking one-for-one trades in this situation, right?
Sebastian's doing push-ups. All right. Well, let's
go,
good form.
dude.
I don't know what number we're at right now.
Let's go.
And is Viper... Can we see the difference between the 23-year-olds and the 34-year-olds? Is Viper currently sitting in his chair, not moving? Is Viper out of breath?
Viper doing push-ups?
Poor Viper.
Oh, them young guns.
Dude, I've tried the whole push-ups to pump yourself up for games thing.
Yeah.
Doesn't work.
It works for me.
Really?
Yeah.
You need to do more push-ups then, because your gameplay is lacking. Sorry.
Meet me in the controller.
If I'm not here later on, it's because Dave threw me off the ship. So please send help. But there's yet another view of our magnificent venue, and they will be moving into the third game here shortly. I'd actually love to see the draft again and start to speculate on a way that we see this series come back here for Sebastian. It's going to be my favorite map of the tournament upcoming.
Yeah.
Yep.
I love this map. And Viper had two really good performances in the replacement qualifier on this map. Really good game against Pearls, really good game against Lewis, and he plays it so perfectly with the transitions as he so often does. I'm excited to see him. I also want to see Sebastian get something done. It's going to be really hard against Viper on Thames, but you got to try, right? Every single win in such a cutthroat group matters because there could be a lot of tiebreakers heading home.
Well, I'm glad you brought that up too. Yeah, we for the group stage, you just have 3 sets. And so things are likely to end up in a tie in some capacity. And so for Sebastian, I think you have to start just build off one win just to gain some confidence to maybe bring it back. But yeah, you do really need to avoid the sweep here. And that goes for all the players who might go down today. They're going to be into it on Thames, and here we are. We've got...
All right, guys. Here we are on Thames. And it's going to be... Oh, I was completely wrong about what civs they were going to pick for these maps. It's crazy. It's actually going to be Portuguese versus Persians. Okay, I actually called Persians for Sebastian. I did say that. But I was wrong about Portuguese being played on Henschel. I guess Portuguese is going to be played here. And this is kind of surprising because I don't think that this would have been the best place for Viper to play Portuguese. And I dare I say it, I think that Persians are better here. I think this may be the first time in this series so far that I think Sebastian has maybe the better civ for the map. And Sebastian is going to go out. He's going to mill the bunnies. It's interesting. That must be meta for the pros. You didn't see it very much during the ranked ladder, but maybe it's different now. Also, Robin J. Wheeler from the YouTube chat said, these new maps, did they get time to practice the new maps? Yes, they've had plenty of time to practice these maps. These maps have actually been around for a few months now. They were part of the... Oh, you're talking about the last map we were on. Yeah, there's 2 new maps, and I do believe that they had some time to practice those 2 new maps. There are only 2 that were unique to just the main event, right? So yeah, I don't know how long that they gave the players to practice on those maps, but I know that they did give them some time for preparation. So that, yeah, they have had some practice. I would have to look at when they were released exactly to the players for practice, but I know they were made aware of them. All right, so we're gonna have Archer opening again from both players, which we've seen pretty consistently in every game. And Sebastian also opening with some scouts. I like this. Scouts and archers from Sebastian, looking to keep his opponent from walling up early, and he's actually, it looks like he's doing that very successfully. Sebastian with more army numbers on the field, and I like Sebastian's approach here. Sebastian says, you beat me the last 2 games. I need a win. I'm going to put lots of pressure on you very early, and it's not going to be just archers from me this game. It's going to be archers and scouts, and you're not going to keep me from getting into your base and doing damage. Viper, who had the aggression in the last 2 games. Yeah, I had not. That was my first time seeing Blue well as well, Robin. That was my first time seeing that map as well. But yeah, Viper having the aggression in the last 2 games, getting the first Vil kills, and this time Sebastian says, I'm going to take it to you. You are not going to be on offense. I'm going to be on offense. I'm not going to allow you to get into that easy boom as in the last 2 games, where Viper had a very, very strong boom early in the game and was able to get into a dominating position and really perform excellent. Just in an excellent way. And now we're going to have Bloodlines coming in for Sebastian, who's got a lot more army on the field. Right? We have a what looks like it's going to be a much faster uptime for Viper. But Sebastian is going to be able to control the map with scouts and archers. And he's going to get the armor upgrade as well. So Sebastian looking to take the fight with the I don't know why we're zooming in on the Albert Hall, but I think that Sebastian is going to be looking to take the fight early before Viper's able to get up to Castle and get that crossbow timing. And Sebastian might get the jump. Sebastian might get the jump on that army. Yeah, I don't think that Viper can't keep the scouts out. Sebastian's in. Wheelbarrow now for Sebastian. And I think we're going to see the wall for Viper denied a second time. Viper cannot get this wall down. Now, I don't know. Sebastian doesn't have a lot of numbers, though. He is kind of lacking, but he's going to bring more in. Ooh, he gets the pick off an archer for free here. Viper kind of out of position. Loses an archer there. And the army numbers looking decent for Sebastian. He's going to get Vil kills. He's going to get Vil kills. First Vil. Oh! First Vil down. I was going to say, Viper saves that. That would be insane. Viper does save the second Vil, though. But these are some chunky scouts. You got to remember, bloodlines and armor for Sebastian. Viper's clicked, but he needs to hold on without getting any damage on himself for quite some time. And now Sebastian's clicked right behind it. Sebastian, not only with the amazing army lead, he's also got 700 res collected lead. Sebastian having an incredibly clean game. I'm thinking Sebastian not only has a good civ here, but has had a fantastic strategy and approach. And Viper's spent so much time trying to wall this army out. And we're going to see, I think, another Vil kill here. Maybe more than one. Oh, and the micro from Sebastian's just so good. He kills 3 units, 4 units, doesn't lose a single archer. We're going to see an engagement here. And now he finally loses an archer. Okay, now he takes some losses. He takes a few losses. And I think we're going to just see Sebastian get rid of this army. He realizes that Viper's up and he's going to lose it. And when I say get rid of the army, I mean the archers. I think he'll save the scouts. Maybe he'll try and save the archers as well. Sebastian with a large score lead. 1,000 res collected ahead for Sebastian. So Sebastian, will he run out? I think he should try and run out. He could just run out towards the Royal Albert Hall. That's what he's going to do now. He's realized that Viper's not walled up here and is just going to leave. He could heal those scouts up and get light cav, right? And now we're going to see... oh no, Sebastian, don't throw all of the light cav. Oh no. And I guess he doesn't care. I guess he's just going to go into skirms here. He's going to add some knights and he's going to add elite skirm. And there's a second TC right away for Sebastian. I like this from Sebastian. He's going to add a little bit of eco and he's going to play defensive with the skirms now. He's gotten the damage, right? He's ahead by 1k 3 res collected. And he has a slight Vil lead. Sebastian has done what he needed to do early in the game, and Viper is going to now try and come get damage with crossbows, but elite skirm's in. And I think Viper's going to move forward, and how many do we have in that? How many do we have in that range? How many skirms are in there? Can he pop out on top? Can he pop out on top of those crossbows? Is ballistics in? Oh, Viper for the early ballistics. And not that many, okay, not that many skirms were inside of the ranges. Now, I think Sebastian's coming back with the skirms. I'm not sure where he had them. He has 13 of them. I'm not sure where they are. Where is this army? Okay, there it is. And he'll be there in time. Now, the biggest difference is he doesn't have ballistics. Viper has ballistics. I don't think it will matter. I think Sebastian will still push this army back quite easily. Yeah, I think that Sebastian will push this back until Viper can get siege forward. And Sebastian dodging. He's dodging the ballistics. He's adding more knights. Sebastian's going to have knights to deal with the mangoes. He's going to have skirms to deal with the crossbow. But will he have anything to deal with monks if Viper adds monks? And, I mean, Sebastian ahead by 2k res collected. Sebastian, who opted for wheelbarrow and horse collar, is in such a better position res-wise. Also, his worker efficiency rate is just so good. Like, his worker efficiency rate is fantastic. The worker efficiency rate for Viper has been quite poor because of how much walling he's had to do. Mango is on the way. How long will it take before that mango pops out? Will we see another big shot for the Viper? I think we may see another big shot for the Viper. Is he going to garrison or is he going to pop it out? He's going to, I think he's going to pop it out. Pops it out. And Sebastian just avoids the bada boom. Oh, what a good split. What a good split. And this is perfect for Sebastian. Sebastian's going to be able to clean so many of these crossbows. This was the exact fight that Sebastian wanted. Sebastian gets the fight. There's another mango on... Oh, no mango! No mango on the way! Does he not have the res? He doesn't have the res! Viper doesn't have the res, and he's going to lose so many crossbows here. Brutal for the Viper, who just didn't have what he needed to get that mango out in time. And Sebastian says, thank you very much. I'll pop in with my skirms into your eco. And I don't know what Viper's going to be able to do against this. He has no mango to deal with these skirms. These skirms say, I don't care about TC fire. We've got double armor. And the Viper calls the GG. Viper says, I can't deal with this. I have nothing. And just calls the GG. Sebastian with a vicious game 3. Vicious game 3. Absolutely phenomenal from Sebastian. It looks like those push-ups worked. All right, I'll leave it to these guys for the next minute.
To be able to do that, you have to manage your economy perfectly. And it's just so uncommon. Even for some players here, players who will open that aggressively are not going to have that economy at times. That was perfect.
Yep. He had Persians and he used it perfectly. Yeah. Honestly. Yep. And Portuguese is one of Viper's favorite civs. Thames is one of his strongest maps in this map pool. So a really good response game there from Sebastian being down 2-0. Very, very solid job, and we'll see where Viper decides to go. I mean, that just proves what Sebastian is capable of.
If Sebastian wins the first game, we're looking at 2-1, and you were thinking, how can Viper turn this around? Honestly, so far, like game 2 dominant from Viper, game 3 dominant from Sebastian, and then game 1 was a coin flip, which Viper ended up winning. Again, the whole game, it was so cool to see Sebastian bring attack after attack. Bloodlines and armor coming in at the perfect time. I think some small things here for Viper was just the lack of recognition of what his opponent was doing initially. Yeah. But that's the downside of going for the cows. I think he needed to know, he needed to see stable and archer range.
I think if he had like also looked at where this push was eventually going, he could have pulled those villagers away sooner and sent the archers forward and like walled off. And then he gets a really good crossbow timing going forward onto Sebastian's face, but like he was under so much pressure. The confidence from Sebastian to just go in with the skirms. He sees the Mangonel on the hill after 2 games of getting nuked by Mangonel shots, and he was just like, yeah, I'm going.
I was going to say, like at this level, you should be able to view each situation for what it is, but you can't ignore the human element of what has happened to you this whole series and how you should maybe shy away and be scared of that. So,
oh, never mind.
The loser has to stand in
Watch,
there
that's like Crazini.
Yeah, admin is overseeing.
All right, guys, we're going to hop right into game 4. Amazing games so far. Just really good set. And this is Viper's home map. Viper's home map, he picks Italians. Sebastian picks Vikings. These were 2 picks that we thought we might see on this map. And Viper, who has had some very, very good games on this map, he's very comfortable with it. Sebastian obviously knows the map well, but I think I would say advantage Viper as far as this being his home map. He's going to have some strategies cooked up and a level of comfort and ease with the civ that he's got and the strategy and plan that he has. I think Sebastian could easily even out the series here. We could be going to a game 5. I would love to see a game 5. The set has been fantastic so far. Vikings obviously one of the stronger civs on this map, but Italians equally a very strong civ for this map. I think the initial advantage is going to be to the Italians simply because they have the cheaper uptime, right? And getting up for less resources means you're up earlier to castle, which may be very helpful to win the archer fight and have that crossbow timing. But then you have cheaper ships from the Vikings. Ooh, and oh no, Sebastian throws away an archer to the fire galley, and that's a big loss when you're trying to get those archer numbers massed early on. Taking a loss like that is just not a good way to start. Viper's going to wall off the crossing. And he's going to wall off half to start, and he'll be controlling the other half with his navy. And ooh, it's actually going to be very hard for him to wall. I'm not sure that he's got that all walled. It's actually still open there. Viper doesn't realize that, by the way. Viper does not realize that crossing is still open. He hasn't fixed that wall yet. Ooh, and Sebastian gets 2 fishing ships. That's huge. Critical to get those fishing ships early. And Sebastian snipes those fishing ships. And the Hulk numbers are there for Sebastian, who just has an advantage as far as the Hulk numbers early. Viper adding 1 galley, I don't think that's worth. Viper's actually trying to transition 2 galleys. He wants to play galleys to push the Hulks back, and Sebastian actually sending 2 archers around. And Viper not building any land military at all. So maybe Viper looking to gain water control and fight for water here, and isn't actually playing for the land. And Viper actually now adds a few skirms. Maybe he senses that there might be archers coming one direction or the other. Yeah, it is quite the big wall on the crossing. I agree, Baldwin. And here comes the archers, but it's already walled at home. So Viper's going to see this. He's got the skirm there to push back the archers. I think Viper's going to be very happy that he had these walls early, and Viper's on his way up. Viper on his way up. Does have some galley numbers now. Sebastian also adding galleys. And Sebastian's just going to try and push this army back. And he's going to get it. Some of these ships going down for Viper. I think Viper's going to be really happy. Or, I'm sorry, I think Sebastian's going to be really happy with this engagement. I think Viper is taking a lot more losses. The KD is in Sebastian's favor by 2-1. And now both players are up. Viper will be up slightly sooner, but he's lost his navy, so what's he going to upgrade? This is rough. Viper's going to be at an extreme disadvantage on water. He has no navy available right now. I think we're going to see quadruple dock. Sebastian's like, okay, you want to play for water? I'm Vikings. I'm not going to let you win on water. And I think Viper may be in trouble. Viper's going to get horse collar and gold mining. No wheelbarrow. Wheelbarrow already in for Sebastian because he's Vikings. So I think we're going to see Sebastian with quite the lead here. I mean, his score is a lot higher. His KD is a lot higher. He's also killed 2 fishing ships. Viper has his spear being chased by 2 wolves. That spear will not survive. And although Viper has the timing, he has no army for that to really help out. And we're going to see CA from Viper. I don't love it. I don't love the CA choice. This is not it's not a very... It is slightly open, but you've got so much water. The time it's going to take him to go around, because he can't go through the center, right? The time that it's going to take him to go around will give Sebastian time to potentially get TCs up and be defended at home. We're going to see a second TC being added now for Viper. Second TC now being added for Sebastian. Yeah, that 1 CA is headed over there, but that TC will probably be up. There will still be some exposed eco, but Sebastian with 1k score lead here, with 1k res collected lead, and I think Sebastian's going to be very, very happy with the start to this game. He's got Bowsaw on the way. He's got medium ship upgrade on the way. Medium ship upgrade is in. The docks are down for Viper. Viper will never be able to get back on water, at least not for a while. Third TC being added for Sebastian. Sebastian playing out of his mind this game. Absolute beastly performance in game 4 from Sebastian. Sebastian with a huge lead. And I think Viper just trying to figure out what he needs to do here, or how he's going to come back from this disadvantaged position. And Viper has the CA. He's maybe going to try and find a little value with those 2 CA. He's adding a 3rd TC at home. Vil count is slight lead for Viper, but Viper no wheelbarrow, and Sebastian already has bowsaw and handcart because he's Vikings. He gets handcart for free. And Viper's going to show up with these 2 CA. Will these 2 CA be able to do something? Will these 2 CA be able to do something? They're going to block this 1 Vil. And they get walled in! They get walled in! Oh, what a play from Sebastian. Sebastian says, you want to go in there? That's fine. Your CA are mine. Your CA are dead. And Sebastian's going to add a few skirms to go clean those CA up. And those CA are dead. No doubt the CA will go down here, and Viper's helpless there, and Sebastian's going to say, okay, CA are gone, I don't have to worry about them, and I have full control on water, and now he can start adding fish if he'd like to. There's nothing stopping him from adding fish, but not only that, but Sebastian's going to be able to control everything around the water. Now, we do have a monk out there from Viper to pick up the first relic. And Viper... Wait, yeah, Viper buys food and buys wood. Sebastian's sitting on 800 gold. I'm not sure if he just didn't have his eco balanced here. That may be the problem. He just didn't have the eco balanced. And yeah, he's adding a market. Sebastian going, okay, my eco is not where it needed to be. I have a lot of gold. And now he's gonna have to balance that. Now, the biggest problem that could occur for Sebastian is if he is too passive on the relics and allows Viper to get all of the relics, then the late game for Italians is insane. Sebastian needs to not get too comfortable and needs to do something with this lead. I don't like how passive Sebastian is being. He took water, and now Sebastian is kind of just allowing Viper to do his thing. Sebastian's building a few archers, but he's not really playing aggressive after the water conquest. He's kind of allowed Viper to take the relics. He's allowed Viper to start booming. He hasn't played forward. He should be building a siege workshop forward and getting these archers into crossbow. Now he's getting the crossbow upgrade, but Viper's bringing in relic number 4. Does Sebastian see this? Does he see the relic? Okay, he sees it. He sees the monk trying to sneak by with the relic. He's gonna stop that. So Sebastian could snag the 3 relics on the right-hand side. He's building outposts over there. But Viper's already got 3. Viper's already on 3 relics. I think Viper's going to be happy with the fact that he's gotten a lot of the relics. And he's going to try and play for the long game now. The problem for Viper is that he has no water control. So all of the gold along the shore will be Sebastian's. And Viper will have no access to that gold. So even if Viper secures the relics, he could be in big trouble here. Now, he's going to get a 4th relic, which is going to be big. We have 2k res collected more for Sebastian, who's Vikings and just has such a good eco. And transport. We're going to see... I don't know why... Why are we seeing a transport, actually? Okay, it looks like Viper's going to have 4 relics, and it looks like Sebastian's going to end up getting 2 here. Looks like he's going to try and snag. Actually, I don't know. Will Viper... Okay, there's some microing from Sebastian. I'm just wondering... Will Viper get this? No, Sebastian's going to snag it. Sebastian's adding a 4th TC. Now, handcart coming in for Viper. The Vil count's pretty even for both players. And it's going to be 4 relics to 2. I believe it's 4 to 2. I don't know where the other relic is for Sebastian. I think that he got 2. Yeah, he got 2. I'm not sure what the transport was about, what he wants to do with that transport. Maybe he wants a castle on Viper, and he's going to transport over to build it. I'm not sure. I'm sure we'll see soon enough what he's going to go for. Viper up to Imp, but Sebastian up first. Sebastian up a minute earlier. A little over a minute earlier. And both players on similar eco. Sebastian just slightly ahead by, well, I don't want to say slightly. Very far ahead with 2k7 more resources than Viper. And Sebastian's going to stonewall the sides. Sebastian says, I have the advantage. Oh, we got to see Nessie there for a second. Sebastian says, I have the advantage. I'm going to take full map control. I'm not going to allow the Viper to expand or get on the outside. But Viper does have 2 Vils on that left-hand side that are going to get past that wall. It's interesting. I think Sebastian notices that, and we'll try and kill those Vils so that the Viper doesn't have Vils on the outside. That Wolf actually putting in work there helps kill one of Viper's Vils. Oh, we're gonna see. There's the Loch Ness Monster, guys. We got a little clip of it. This game 4 is looking like Sebastian may take it to a game 5. And Viper wants that castle out. I think he wants that castle out of the range of cannon galleons. I think that's why he's opting to build it so far back on that hill. And I think Sebastian recognizes that he probably can't stop that castle. It's going to be difficult for him to stop that castle, so he's going to back off. I do think that we're going to see a transport with Vils for a castle from Sebastian. We don't see the Vils coming forward across the crossing, so I'm assuming there's going to be the transport. We're going to see crossbow, thumb ring, bracer, two-man saw, chemistry, conscription, and block printing from Viper. I think Viper recognizes one of his win conditions to get back on water is having block printing and converting ships. That he could maybe get a position back on the water. I think he's recognized that that's a reality. Castle going up. I don't love that castle for Sebastian. I would have liked to see him going for a more aggressive castle, but also understandable that in the position that he's in, he feels that he can play a little bit more defensive, that he doesn't need to play super aggressive, that he has full map control, he has the water, and he feels confident he can win if he plays the slow game. Which is probably a fair assumption here. Two-man saw coming in now for Sebastian as well. We have fortified wall. We're getting some of the last some of the last techs for his ships. Conscription now coming in for Sebastian. Sebastian up by 2k score, up by 5k res collected. And Sebastian with 135 Vils. Viper just at 115. Now, Sebastian may... I think actually Sebastian's realized that he doesn't need any more Vils, and he's going to stop production here. Second castle now for Sebastian. And what are we going to see? Sebastian's adding cannon galleons, but what are we going to see for army? Like, we haven't really seen him build much army. He has lots of navy. But he really doesn't have any land army. Like, what's his comp going to be? Bombard cannons and crossbows from Viper. Viper with 4 bombard cannons, 2 more on the way. And a lot of monk techs for Viper. Viper, I think, is going to try and get conversions on ships and try and kill ships with bombard cannon micro. Because he has no access to gold, right? Like Viper has to get back on water to have access to the gold. And Sebastian, yeah, see, Viper trying to kill ships with bombard cannons. And it is working. He's slowly getting some good shots. Has to be careful not to get too close, though, or he could lose those bombard cannons to the galleons. Now we're going to see what's going to eventually be Hussar from Viper. Viper getting light cav with bloodlines and the upgrades. Looks like Viper's going to also push this right-hand side. A lot of army from Sebastian, but almost all of it on water. And I think that's problematic if you don't have as many relics, right? You don't want to drag the game against Italians who has a fantastic late game. That Treb goes down. Like, the Italians have Hussar, they have Condottiero, they have fully upgraded skirms. Like, they have a very, very strong late game. And they have really good monks as well. They get bombard cannon. Sebastian with Vikings does not. Sebastian's getting the melee techs. Maybe thinking about berserks for the late game. I'm not actually sure. Not sure what he's thinking about for his own comp, but there's Hussar, and there's the second to last armor upgrade, chainmail armor for Viper, and there's Arb for Viper, and we're even gonna get the upgrade at the market here. Gotta love that. He wants those good market prices. And the wall goes down there on the very right-hand side. Viper could run through with Hussars now. But, Sebastian preparing another fortified wall behind it. And, ooh, Sebastian kills a bombard cannon with a mango. Oh, man. Last armor upgrade for the Cav coming in now for Viper, who's going to be playing Hussar. Oh, the cannon galleons, now that Siege Engineers is in, can actually reach the only castle that Viper has. The only castle. Oh, and 2 knights from Sebastian are going to kill all the bombard cannons. Oh my. Viper, what a mistake. What a mistake from Viper, who loses all his bombard cannons on the right-hand side to 2 knights. Oh man, Viper throwing away 1,000, no, more than 1,000 res. He's throwing away like 1,600 res. Oh, and Viper is going to send Hussars forward to try and get his docks up, and I think we're going to see Sebastian send the Navy over that way. Viper doing his best to get back on water here, but I think Viper's going to see it, or I think Sebastian's going to see it and deny Viper the access there. And there's the Berserks. Berserks now being created for Sebastian, who is getting the last attack upgrades now. He's got 1 more to get after Iron Casting. And Sebastian's going to bring all the Navy over. And, ooh, Sebastian trying to place a castle on this hill, but Viper says no. He's got Arbs and Skirms there to deny that. Viper trying to get the last upgrade for his ships, but the docks are going to go down very quickly here. And Viper's Hussars getting mopped up very quick on the crossing. And Sebastian not able to get that castle up on the right-hand side, but will be able to kill these docks before these docks can really produce much army. Viper trying to get conversions on the elite cannon galleons. Luck says that's such a terrible map. Win water and it's over. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of this map. This is my least favorite map for Red Bull, or one of my least favorites, I should say. I love the Red Bull maps. I think most of them are really, really well made. I think this one's probably my least favorite. But this is Viper's home map, and oh, the raids! Sebastian with some fantastic raids here, and Viper maybe not ready for those raids to come in. Has Arb. I think Viper could potentially get the hand cannons with the pass-through damage. I think it's Pyrotechnia is the tech for the pass-through damage. And Sebastian just way far ahead in res collected, has full control of the water, and I think on timer alone can't lose this game. And the GG's called. The GG's called. I think as soon as Sebastian gained full control of the water, he had a very large advantage here. Yeah, GG's, and we're going to be going to a Game 5, guys. Game 5 will come. Let's hear what these guys have to say about this game.
Sebastian's favor. Really, really good game 3 for Sebastian with the Persians, and then finally in that game 4. He won those fights so early, and it felt like Viper was out of it 10 minutes in.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I said it during the cast. I think it's unbelievable that he's been able to turn this one around. The mentals, guys, to be able to cool your mind, play your best Age of Empires. It's just so difficult. So amazing play from him. I think this is also the first time I've been shown on camera in like and 2 hours, and the red jacket, dude. It's throwing me off. I scared myself on screen. So, but I mean, Game 5 should be well, is on the way. Would love to know what civs are available here, and we can speculate on that soon after this. But unfortunately for Viper, he just completely underestimated.
The galley switch was too early, and then he had him on the wrong side as well. And he didn't have those. If he had those fishing ships still alive, if Sebastian didn't shock those fishing ships from going in the dock and kill both of those, the extra arrow fire might have kept Viper safe. This was the only eco damage that Viper got against him.
Also, as we see, like, look, again, the confidence. Like, to do that to Viper, there's crazy. To even have the presence of mind. But honestly, Viper losing his scout right away as well in this game hurt him big time. He didn't have the scout active on the map to know what was coming in. And while he did kind of do his best to defend from it, it was just defense the entire game. Berserk's raid. And yeah, this was
a
easily
giant highlight reel for that game.
I was gonna say it's easily the most boring highlight reel we could have had just because of the dominance there.
Okay, so we can see Hengehold is gonna be our final map. We have Romans and we have Shu available for Sebastian. And then we have Armenians and Humans.
Two very different picks for Viper. Humans you might pick for this map solely so you can go double archer range opening, because the wood discount on the archer ranges and stables is huge.
He was telling me, if you watch the replacement qualifier, both times he played Hengehold, he went double stable scouts with a tower forward.
Okay.
And I think he was telling me that he was playing against someone that gave him the idea, maybe it was Vinch for that, and Vinch was playing Humans on that map.
Okay.
And he was going double stable, because you can toss stuff on the berries and then maybe even add in that second TC later, although it's not needed. It's more for just the building discount.
Vinchester also loves Armenians. You could see Longsword. You could see Composite Bowman. I know that Viper trained a lot with Vinchester, who's the player who didn't end up making it here. Viper said that they kind of knew with maybe the approvals there that it was either going to be, Vinchester makes it, or Viper had a chance through the last chance qualifier. So plenty of preparing with him, as well as maybe some other teammates. But my feeling is the game doesn't go imp very frequently, so I love the Romans for Sebastian.
Yep.
If not that, though, Shu is sick if it trends towards imp with the traction traps. And then for Viper, he doesn't have eco bonuses that compete with the other civs. Like Humans, it's second TC. Armenians, it's mule carts. Kind of nice, but Viper's going to have to do some damage here.
Well, I mean, you could go Armenians. You have the extra boost on your wood collection, on your wood upgrades, right? And you have the ability to make warrior priests and get those relics in really quickly.
Yeah.
They're all 5 in the middle.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this, though.
That's true.
A lot of this, though, will depend. Oh, it's Humans. It's Humans. Do we have to be quiet because they're not fully in yet?
I don't think. I think we're far enough away. We can scream it as loud as we want.
Oh, okay. It's Humans.
It's Humans. Yeah, I mean, it says their ability to expand quickly and apply pressure with feud blades creates unique strategic openings.
I think this is probably going to be the double stable, but if Sebastian studied Viper's games, which he probably did, Viper did it twice. So I don't know if it's
Is it opening with double stable?
Yes.
Or is it?
It's opening with double stable at scouts, and then Viper, he said he added on the tower forward attempt.
All right, guys, here we go. Viper is going to open double range. This is one of my favorite maps. Viper going out and only grabbing one boar, and he might lose the Vil right away. He's going to lose the Vil. Oh, the quick walls! The quick walls from Viper! Insta quick walls, and he saves the 1 HP Vil. Oh, insane! Insane! Viper, for that play alone, deserves to win. I'm just saying, that play alone was insane. He did some crazy good quick walls there. And Sebastian has to be so frustrated that he was microing that Vil down like a maniac, and Viper just pulls out some next level quick walls. And that's why we love watching the Viper, right? Just the amazing plays that he gets, insane plays that he gets. Sebastian's going to open 2 ranges as well. He's going to be going archers and skirms. Sebastian trying to get his walls up early. Viper's going to add a stable as well. Yeah, look at this. Look at this. The next level quick walls. This is like unseen level of quick walls right there. Just so fast. So fast. Viper not walling up at all. And Sebastian already has the right side, or the left side of his base walled. And Viper's only going to be able to find value on the other side, but Sebastian's already on skirms and archers with fletching and the first armor upgrade. Sebastian playing beautiful defense. Viper might have had the one of the best quick walls you'll ever see, but Sebastian is prepped and ready. He is prepped and ready for this play from Viper. He has the army to push back, and Viper adding scouts. Are these games behind closed doors? So the group stage is not before a live audience, but we're gonna see a live audience very soon in the coming days. So these games are not being played before a live audience, but soon there's going to be large live audiences in the days ahead for Red Bull Londinium. Looking forward to that. That's going to be an amazing experience. Okay, so Viper adding scouts, adding archers, just getting the army numbers out there. Sebastian playing defensive. He's adding skirms and he's adding archers himself. He's adding some spears as well. Got to keep the spears alive. Takes a little bit of a hit there from Viper's archers on the spears. Trying to keep the spears in the middle. Oh, but man, it's hard to keep those spears in the middle when you need them out front to defend against the scouts. And now skirm numbers getting high enough that Sebastian feels confident to move out. Gonna pick off some archers that he's gonna maybe have to retreat here. Those spears put in work. They get some good hits. It's not a bad exchange. And Sebastian, ooh, needs to pull back his scout. Pulls it back just in time. And the Vil count is even. The Reds collected is even. The KD is even. What a fantastic Game 5 we have here. And what are we seeing forward? Is that a Siege Workshop? We have a Siege Workshop forward for Viper who might just decide to add rams. Are we going to see added ram? This would be insane. We're going to see a tower on the gold. Viper is going to tower. And can he see this? Sebastian can't see it yet. Now he sees it. Armor coming in and bloodlines coming in for Viper. And we're going to see armor coming in and the attack upgrade coming in for Sebastian. Sebastian saves the Vil. Does he have a back gold? He has a back gold that he could take. So Sebastian won't be completely out of gold if he abandons his position. But Rams are going to knock down the ranges. And what can Sebastian do to stop these Rams from knocking down the ranges? And Platypus says, am I wrong? Was Sebastian the one that knocked Viper out originally? Yes, Sebastian was. And this tower is going to be brutal. This tower will be absolutely brutal for Sebastian, who will take fire over and over again from that tower. And Sebastian's losing his ranges. He loses one range. Skirm number's good for Sebastian, but the scouts are right there. And Sebastian trying to out-micro here. Can he do it? The fight was good for Sebastian. The Rams are being pushed back. The Rams will probably die here. I'm not actually sure. Who is even winning this fight? The KD is almost even. But there's no more skirms can be made. Like, Sebastian can't make more skirms. He's losing his ranges. He has to rebuild his ranges. And Sebastian just continuously moving back to the tower, knowing that it's going to be very hard for, yeah, I was going to say, Viper moving back to the tower, knowing it's going to be very hard for Sebastian to kill these Rams, but I guess he can kill them. This is something I've never seen before. I've never seen it on this map. I've never seen it in general. The two range stable and a forward Siege Workshop and a tower is just a crazy play from Viper, and I'm not sure if it's paying off or not. It feels as though both players are struggling, and at the same time, no one's taking the lead. Like, the res collected, almost even. Sebastian may be in a more comfortable position now, having killed the Rams in the tower. KD dead even. The KD is dead even, guys. The more scouts for Sebastian. He does have bloodlines. He does have all of the upgrades. The same is true for Viper, who has all of the upgrades, but the armor, the extra armor on the spears for Romans, helping him out with not losing the spears so quickly. I think Sebastian's probably in a more comfortable position with the Roman eco. But, I mean, Viper could add, I suppose, could add a second TC here if he'd like. And I think we're just going to see a reset on the armies. Neither player gaining a major advantage. Maybe the Viper with a very slight lead in the KD. And a very slight lead in the res collected. I think Sebastian wants to get clicked up. He's got a lot of gold, so he's going to be looking to buy some food and click soon. Holy production from Viper. Viper is going to add the second TC in Feudal. He's going to add the second TC in Feudal, and he has 3 ranges and 3 stables in Feudal. I have never seen so much commitment to Feudal army. Like, this is insane amounts of commitment to Feudal army. And, yeah, Viper getting massive damage on Sebastian in the back of his base. Sebastian trying to push back. Adding scouts to push back. Sebastian looking for some value on Viper's eco. Trying to get value, but there's no vills. And he finds the vills, but the spears are there. Viper in position with his army to push back. Viper with so much army on the field. 14 scouts for Sebastian. Sebastian's getting wheelbarrow, but Viper's almost ready to click. Viper's almost ready to click up. This is insane. Viper with 3 stables, 3 ranges, and yet he can still click castle. I've never seen Kumans played like this, and especially not on this map. This is something that Viper must have been cooking up for a while, and he's got to be so happy with how this is playing out. Castle Age is coming in, and oh my, the spear's getting good shots on Sebastian's scouts. Horse Collar and Wheelbarrow come in for Sebastian. He's going to get Town Watch. But Sebastian, how will Sebastian deal with the Castle Age timing? And more scouts in Sebastian's eco. Oh, Sebastian. Sebastian's going to lose more vills. And the eco KD now 8-1. Res collected now dead even. Everything cleared, though. Viper's army is getting cleared. But Viper has 2 TCs. He can defend his vills by just garrisoning in the TCs. And these scouts can't really get value when there's so much that's defended by that second TC. Viper is gonna... I don't know what he's doing with these vills. There's a lot of idle vills right now for Viper. Viper's gonna be up. He's adding a market. Alright, Viper's gonna lose some more vills here. Good find from Sebastian. Sebastian may dive. I don't think he'll dive in there, but hopefully he doesn't. And Sebastian trying to get some more Vill kills. He'll get 1 Vill kill there. 5-12 Eco KD now. Advantage Viper. Viper adding some Knights. Getting Crossbow. Getting Bodkin. I think Sebastian thinking about taking a fight before all those upgrades come in, but he won't find the army in time. And now CA is going to be on the way. And Sebastian has to endure a minute of pain before he's up. A minute of pain. Oh, man. And will Sebastian be able to hold on? He's trying to stonewall. There's a hole. There's a hole. Trying to get a house. He gets the house place, but he's going to lose Vils. He's going to lose Vils. There's no doubt here. So many scouts. 16 seconds. He's racing to get a tower down. Sebastian racing to get that tower down. Doesn't want to lose a ton of Vils here. That tower will go up. Light Cav coming in. He's going to have to run with the Vils. He has to run with the Vils. 30 seconds before Light Cavs come in. Quick walls from Sebastian. Good quick walls. 18 seconds. 10 seconds. And Sebastian is forced to take the fight before Light Cav. And look at the Vil count for Viper. Viper up by 27 Vils. Res collected is still even, but the Vil count is increasingly strong for Viper. And the choice from Viper for Kumans, I didn't think it was going to be a good choice. And here, Viper is putting on a masterclass of how good Kumans can be on this map in the early game. All you need is aggression. Sebastian trying to run to find a TC spot. Viper knows he's gone this direction. Viper's looking for the Vils. He spots the Vils. He finds the Vils, and I guarantee it that when Sebastian loses all of these Vils, Sebastian's going to have to call the GG. Maybe I can't guarantee he'll call the GG, but he should. This is painful. Painful. Sebastian losing everything. Camels on the field for Viper. The Light Cav can't get any value. Vils going down left and right for Sebastian. The KD in Viper's favor. The Eco KD in Viper's favor. The Eco in Viper's favor. The Eco units in Viper's favor. And I think that Viper has secured victory here. Viper so far ahead. And Sebastian just struggling in this game 5. Amazing set. Absolutely amazing set. And those camels looking for those Vils. Third TC now going up for Viper. Score deceivingly close. The score is very deceivingly close. But look at this army. Viper just looking and searching for those Vils. He knows that there's Vils out here. He just is trying to find them. 80 to 40 Vils for Viper. 1.7k res collected ahead early in Castle. Now, these Vils have made it away. They do need to find a place to build a TC. He actually shouldn't be building a lumber camp. That should be a TC. But he's going to build a lumber camp there. The amount of camels on the field for Viper is insane. And Sebastian has no response to it. He's got a few pikes and a few monks, but it won't be enough. Will not be enough. Just trying to get the army together to take this fight. Monks go down. And the GG is called. The GG is called. 140 EAPM for Viper, playing some of the fastest AoE he's played in a long, long time. Viper playing like...
The series around, but Viper clutches up at the end. And what a wonderful series to start our tournament with.
Yeah, seriously. I hope we get more sets like that.
Yep.
I also wouldn't mind a Sebastian Viper rematch at some point in this tournament, because every time they play in these settings, it seems like it's close. In the qualifier, it was 4-3 for Sebastian, now 3-2 for the Viper. But this is obviously the bigger stage. We are here now. The Viper with a little shake of his head there, like he's maybe disappointed that it got to this stage.
I mean, maybe.
That's how the best players think, right? They always think about what they could have done differently, but I do not think he will be upset with the result.
I think if you're asking him, it's going to be less about gameplay stuff in that set and more about mistakes.
You dropped something on the ground just there, mate.
Yeah,
you.
Viper dropped something there. His notes. What was that? Anyways, we're going to send it over to Riley for an interview.
Well, Viper, congratulations, mate. A big win. Handled it so gracefully at the end there as well. You can really see the dignity of victory there. But no, look, quite seriously, let's dial in here and talk about this. Your path to the tournament, a little disrupted, probably not the path you would have hoped to take or even perhaps expected to take. Sebastian was the
bloke who knocked you out of contention, a 4-3 loss in the last chance qualifier, and then took you to 5 games here. Talk us through what's going on both the larger scale coming into this tournament and what this match means.
Well, right now I feel relief because, I mean, I was up 2-0, so the fact that I got to the 5th game just shows how good of a player Sebastian is, right? No, it was incredibly tough, and obviously we had a history as well with him knocking me out of the initial qualifier. So I was also extra motivated to try and get my revenge, right? Preparation obviously hasn't been ideal because I didn't have as much time. I didn't know I was going to be here until not too recently. So yeah, lead up, not ideal, but you know, I've got some good sets in here already, and I'm starting to feel like I'm getting into the flow, and yeah, I just got to play good Age of Empires, as I tend to say.
Well, look, it was a really, really stellar performance, particularly the first, like game 1 was fantastic. It seems like it was a great way for you to find your rhythm. Something you sometimes struggle with in tournament Age of Empires, maybe game 1 a little shaky for you sometimes?
Yeah, historically speaking, there is a famous game number 1 issue I have.
I was trying to be kind about it, but yeah.
Yeah, thanks for bringing that up. Yeah.
That's fake now.
No, historically speaking, I have lost a lot of first games of the sets. So yeah, that's something I obviously want to try and improve and change. And I mean, I was able to win this one, although I mean, even this one was super close, right? I could have lost easily there as well. So yeah, it was incredibly tough, but obviously got me off to a good start.
Mem.
How do you feel mechanically today?
On and off. It was some good parts, some not so great parts where I lost control of my control groups and such. So yeah, a little bit up and down, but overall I'm still satisfied with the play I was able to put out.
And in Civilization matchups, if I don't mistake wrong, Magyars versus Vietnam in the first game, you feel that the game go for the later game like it was better for you?
I'm not sure still. I've played that twice now. I played it against Barles as well in the replacement qualifier.
Remember?
Yeah, and I was able to win there as well. Once I get onager, I feel like maybe Magyars are better. But then again, if he has bombard cannon, I don't know. I'm still torn. So far, Magyars have been good to me. But I also feel like I would have been very happy to be in his position that he was in at some point in that game. So yeah, Vietnamese is probably better early on, but maybe Magyars when gold runs out are actually better. I don't actually know still, so.
It feels super powerful because you won even without heavy cav archer.
Yeah, and I also didn't have the last armor for the cavalry for a while.
For a while.
When I realized, I was like, ah. But yeah, I mean, it worked out. And mobility is also huge on a map like that. So that's something Vietnamese doesn't have.
Okay, let's see if my memory is good, because even without the highlights, the second game I think it was my favorite civilization, Dravidians versus Japan. People know why I'm talking about that. But you made a masterpiece strategy. It was that plan, those elephant archers?
Yeah, I thought about it. The first time I saw the map, I was like, oh yeah, maybe I can do this. And then I tried it twice, and it worked both times. So yeah, I mean, I felt comfortable with doing it. And some civs should be able to counter it quite nicely, but Japanese, I don't think is one of them. Because, I mean, they're so tanky, and the map as well is like your eco is kind of all over the place because of the woodlands being so thin. So when the elephants get into the economy, they melt the villagers, and yeah, it's a very, very hard map to play.
Okay, so we are in
Sorry to cut you off there. We are actually we're getting very short on time here because we got to after that long. Well, someone just played a 5-game set there, so we do have to actually wrap things up. Sorry with you, Vipey. I know that people around the world want to hear your perspective, but we're going to have to call things, cut things a little short there. Thanks so much for coming and joining us. Congratulations on the win. And we'll be talking to you, I'm sure, very, very soon in the tournament. The Viper, everyone, after a very convincing win in our first match here. Back over to Dave and T90 now, who are standing by to bring us some of the highlights from what we've just seen.
Yeah, hopefully we get to talk to Viper again. I mean, I want answers to some of the questions, like a little bit of a deeper dive into the heavy cav archer question there.
Yeah.
It was a fantastic set and a fantastic game 1, of course, but wow. Like, what a way to start the tournament.
I think if you're Viper, you might not want as many questions right now. It's still the first series, you know. You want to be honest, but at the same time you want to hold some things back. Game 1 might have been the game that decided the series, right?
Where does Viper come from? Norway. I'm actually going to take us over, guys. I'm going to take us over to the draft for the next set. I'm not sure when they're going to show it or if they're going to show it. I want to actually take you guys through the draft, okay? So let me pull this up. T90 looks fly today. Hey, butt swag. All right. Hold on 1 second. I'm going to move us over there to that screen. This screen? Yeah, okay. Here we go. Let me minimize this. Gonna get rid of the Sebastian Viper drafts. We don't need those right now. Okay, so we'll still have that up, but let's do this. Yo versus MPL is the next set. Okay, and we're gonna be, I'm sure, hopping into that soon. So let's take a look at their draft. I'm curious as to what maps we're gonna see for them. And okay, Yo bans Rampart. So the next best of 5 is gonna be between Yo and MBL. I can show you guys the like group stage in a second if you'd like. Volpine is going to be the thing that MBL bans. It's going to be the map that he bans. Really interesting that we're going to see a ban of Volpine, because I think MBL plays well on Volpine, so I'm surprised to see him ban it. Maybe he feels like Yo has the advantage there in that. Yo is going to pick Blue Wells. We just saw this was one of the maps that was played between Sebastian and Viper. Blue Wells, fun new map, interesting map. A lot of gold in the ponds and in the center with the oysters, fish on the outside. MBL is going to pick Thames, which I think Thames and Henschel, those are two of my favorite maps, so it's going to be interesting to see those played again. And Yo picks Stone Drift, so we haven't actually seen Stone Drift yet. Stone Drift is a completely new map for this tournament, and the admin pick's going to be Loch Ness. So Yo's going to have a lot of water maps on his hands, which I think Yo is going to be very comfortable with. MBL, maybe not so much. Loch Ness is probably my least favorite map, so that's going to be the opening map. And then we're going to see, we're going to see some interesting maps from both these players. So I'm curious to see what Stone Drift is really like. And now we'll hop in and look at the Civ draft. So MBL is going to open with the ban. Let's see what he goes for here, guys. Armenians banned immediately. Yo bans Italians and Dravidians, so they're banning some really good naval civs right away. Vikings is banned. Way is banned. Way, MBL hates playing against Way. It's not surprising at all that he bans it. Yo bans Bengalis. Bengalis being not only a good water civ, but also a very good FC civ to go into Ratha. And just a good civ in general. Yo bans Portuguese. MBL bans Spanish. So a lot of FC and water civs being banned. Burgundians being banned, which Flemish militia was a huge part of. Oh, sorry about that, guys. Flemish militia has been a huge part of the meta for Red Bull, so I think it's good that MBL is getting rid of Burgundians. Yo banning Romans and Ketons, both very, very strong civs on certain maps, and MBL banning Tupi. Yo taking Koreans. This is no surprise. Koreans, the #1 civ for every map so far. Hard to beat on most of the maps. Not at all surprised that Yo would take that first. I'm actually surprised that it didn't get banned. MBL is going to have to try and pick something that will counter Koreans, maybe some Byzantines, or some Vietnamese. Those have been some of the picks to try and counter, and there it is, Vietnamese. Vietnamese from MBL. Now we're going to maybe see a naval pick to go along with these maps, right? There's 3 water maps. You're going to need some civs that are strong on water. We'll see what MBL goes with here. Saracens. Okay, Saracens will probably be Henschel. Saracens very, very strong on Henschel. One of the top picks for that map. Not surprising to see it in the draft. Byzantines from Yo. Also a very high pick from a lot of players. That strong on a lot of different maps. Could be maybe a counter to Saracens with the cheap skirms. If Saracens go for their crossbow, their well-known crossbow timing on Henschel. Yo, gonna go ahead and pick the next civ, and it's gonna be Persians. Interesting. Persians could be good on a lot of these maps. We saw how good Persians was on Thames from Sebastian in Game 4. MBL is going to go Franks, Japanese. I'm not sure where Franks is going to be good here, to be honest. Maybe Thames. Japanese could be good on any one of those water maps. Magyars from Yo. I think Magyars might be Thames. Magyars well known to be very good. Mr. Yo rocking that granny top. Wait, what? What are we talking about? What are you talking about, Luck? Jurchens. I'm not sure where Jurchens will be played. I think Jurchens could be played... Oh, he's dressed like a granny. Interesting. Jurchens could be played on Thames as well. I don't know what Stone Drift is like, so I don't know if Jurchens is going to be good there. Malay is probably going to be Blue Wells or Stone Drift. Maybe Loch Ness. And Britons... okay, that's a surprising pick. Britons is actually an incredibly surprising pick. I don't know where he's going to play that. Huns could be Thames. Magyars and Huns could both be played on Thames. I could see them also being potentially played on Henschel. I'm not sure. Okay, so you guys have seen the draft. I wanted to make sure that we got to watch this draft before the next set starts. I'm going to go ahead and go back to the live and give you guys a sound.
You may be interested in, but on the other side of this, in any case, we're going to get underway with our next match. Match 2 from day 1 here at Red Bull Wololo Londinium. Coming up after this, Mr. Yo and MBL.
Invasions, massacres, sieges.
Guys, I'm gonna run to the bathroom real quick. I'm gonna leave this on for you guys to watch, and I'll be back in just a minute.
We turned back Persian ships once before, and we shall do so again. Those are your homes, burned by the mead. Take up your spears, and let no man rest until we return this city to Athena!
Look to the front. There is glory to be won. The Greeks had only 2 options, victory or death.
Alrighty, folks, that's a little sneak peek of some upcoming Age of Empires 2 action, Nilly.
Actually, it came out more than a year ago. That is the Great Campaigns, Battle for Chronicles. You obviously
I thought it already existed. I was confused. Explain to the people who also think like me.
Yeah, obviously you are very, very focused when it comes to like on the esports scene, right?
Yeah.
But Age of Empires is known for multiple things: great esports and obviously great single-player content, right? People love to play like 2v2, 2 friends against 2 computers, 2 AIs, or playing the great campaigns, right? And those campaigns, especially Battle for Greece and the Great Alexander campaign, people love it. Like reviews are crazy for our DLCs, and like playtime is incredible. So maybe if you want to play some campaigns, give it a try.
Yeah, and also the whole UI menu is different with the Chronicles, right? That's the thing. It's not set up like the standard DLC. It's a little bit more immersive, is my understanding. So
more civilizations. You have like new units, more design, and the campaign has a full storyline with like cinematics in between. So yeah, people that played it absolutely loved it.
Awesome.
And it's already out, Tristan.
Yeah, it's already out. It was out a year ago, actually. So go ahead and check that out. We've got a draft to dive into here for the next series. And I said at the start of day that we have a lot of different storylines. So the first one, you already heard it. Right? Hopefully you did. It was an amazing one between Viper and Sebastian. But MBL and Yo's got a very different feel to it, Nilly. And I think part of that is because the way we think the group will play out.
Correct. Let's remind ourselves, they are in the same group as Hart and Hera. Hera, uncontested #1 in the world right now. We think he's first. So it's 3 people, and one of them will get eliminated. We feel like Hart boot camping with Leary and Hera, sharing strategies, being in shape. We consider him to maybe be #2 in the group. So MBL and Yo might be playing for elimination in their first set.
Yeah, absolutely, right? Because the matchups could, in theory, only get harder for the players after this. It's also an interesting one because I think MBL and Yo are both at a period of inconsistency, right? There was a period where Yo was always top 5 in everything. Titans League season recently, he almost got relegated.
Horrible group, though.
Yeah. That's true. That's true. Yeah, it was a really tough group, which had Hart in it, which I think is worth bringing up.
And Hera,
And
right?
Hera in it. Yeah, that's true.
And Vinch was the 3rd one, right?
I think Vinch was 3rd.
That was a crazy group.
Yeah, so it was a crazy group. You also had MBL there. MBL getting 4th in a group of 6. Again, crazy group, great players. But I think like both players have shown better Age of Empires levels than what they've shown recently. But there's also this crazy history for the 2 of them, right? And if you look at like their career sets played, there's so many of them, it's very close. So usually, if you want like an Age of Empires 2 set to kick back and watch that's going to be close, MBL versus Yo would be one of them.
Yeah. And like it doesn't matter if you like their styles or not, but you're watching when MBL is playing, right? He's so entertaining, like he's so diverse, and this draft is special as well. But we also have to talk about the draft from Mr. Yo. I'm surprised by his home map picks.
Yeah, we'll get right into that, but coming up next, MBL and Yo.
Usually I'm not nervous until I approach the game. I feel like an underdog here, so that's my advantage when it comes to nerves.
I don't think I get any extra nervous playing lane event anymore. If I want to win, I have to win by strategy or macro. I think my style is different.
Alrighty, well there they are. I get to hear from both of them, and again, both players actually recognize. MBL said he's the underdog, how he operates with nerves, and then Mr. Yo said that he has to win through strategy, and that his style is different. So both players understand it. Talk to me about the draft node, Nilly. We've got Loch Ness game 1, but any big surprises there?
Any big surprise? Yes, because Mr. Yo, typically a guy that starts slowly into tournaments, right? Typically loses day 1, day 2, and takes his time. He picked Blue Wells and Stone Drift, the 2 new maps, exclusively made for this main event. And we know MBL, he likes to practice on the ladder, not necessarily preparing the maps specifically, especially not the new ones.
Yeah, MBL, he qualified through the ladder, and he played more games than I think anybody here. I could be slightly wrong on that, but he just spams games. And he's also very outspoken. He doesn't necessarily like to put in as much time and effort into playing some games. So I think you combine that with the fact that we had water changes recently. Players are still getting some adapting to that. Stone Drift is great because it's like kind of full water there. So well played to Mr. Yo, though. At times we have new maps and they're always banned out or new civs. But Mr. Yo happy to play with some of his classic civilizations, but some of the newer maps here. On MBL's side, he's got Thames and he's got Hengehold. I've watched a lot of MBL's ladder games. He played Hengehold the most. And then I think Thames was maybe second.
And Rampart might be it. Right?
Oh, that's what I was thinking of.
Remember 5 Rampart games against Mr. Yo in a row.
Yeah, that's true.
Spanish, we didn't talk about that storyline.
True, yeah.
Tristan, walk us through that very special day on the ladder, MBL versus Mr. Yo.
Yeah, so I confused it. I said Hengehold. I meant to say Rampart, which was Yo's ban. Yeah, I mean, they ran into each other a bunch of times. When players were playing these ladder qualifiers, if they were losing a lot to a certain civ or a certain map, they would just like ban the map, you know, and try and avoid it. But MBL was like the one player who just kept playing Mr. Yo, Spanish War on Rampart. And so Yo, eventually MBL was able to break him, I think on like the 6th attempt. But then Yo bans Rampart and MBL bans Spanish. So they both remember that. Also Burgundians was another one which Yo loves to play. It's also banned out.
Yeah. Also like the ego for MBL, right? And the tenacity there. Losing 4 times in a row
to
against
keep
Mr.
playing,
Yo,
to keep playing.
And he queues up again, knowing this could be a Spanish War on Rampart again, right?
Yeah.
So he really felt like, okay, I'm improving my strategy, I'm learning a lot here, and I will beat you, and eventually he did.
Yeah, it looks like we'll be into game number 1 here.
All right, guys. I'm back, and we got game number 1 between Yo and MBL. And it's going to be on Loch Ness. Not my favorite map. Hold on. I think they need to fix the audio for this live feed. They're going to fix it. It'll come eventually, guys. Anyway, we'll deal with it while we don't have the audio. It's fine. They'll adjust with the there it is. There was the adjustment. Okay. It looks like MBL is playing Saracens. Yo is playing Huns. MBL is open Scouts. And no dock. No dock. Yo has a dock. This is so interesting to me. I did not expect either of these civs. And now MBL is adding the dock. I didn't expect either of these civs on this map. To be completely honest, I thought that Saracens would for sure be on Hengehold. And I thought that, you know, Huns was probably going to be a pick for Thames. So this is a surprise to me. And I'm wondering what the game plan here is. Saracens is usually a fast up into a crossbow timing, but we have MBL playing scouts with Saracens, and scouts is an interesting opening for Loch Ness. It's not an opening that was standard during the ranked ladder, so I'm wondering what kind of strategies MBL has cooked up with this Saracen play, and what Yo's going to be going for with the Huns. MBL obviously looking to get some value with these scouts. A lot of spears already out for Yo. Yo slightly ahead in the with the eco lead because he got the dock up a little faster and has pumped out some fishing ships. And a great Vil pick. A great Vil pick for MBL. Early here, getting value with these scouts. Yo does have 3 archers and 2 spears over on MBL's side, and Yo is already clicked up. Yo has a limited investment in feudal and is already clicked up to castle. Very, very fast uptime for Yo. And MBL, not anywhere close to clicking up, is adding more scouts, has added a Hulk, and maybe a little bit of nerves here. Has his scouts sitting idle for a second, but he's going to clear up the archers from Yo. Yo's going to lose all of the archers. But Yo, I think, is going to be fine with losing these archers simply because I think he's going to switch into CA. I think MBL's adding so many scouts, but I think Yo is going to comfortably switch to CA. And what will MBL's response be to the probable CA switch here? I mean, Yo's got 11 on gold, right? His eco is very much, it seems, oriented towards CA. He's adding another archery range. Adding another archery range. MBL looking to kill the spear here. MBL has the attack upgrade. Gets another Vil. Is going to get another Vil on the woodline as well. And, I mean, he's got 4 Vil kills. Which is nice. But isn't clicked up. He might get a 5th Vil kill here, potentially. Oh, and he tries to dive for it and ends up losing some scouts there. Yo with a very, very fast uptime. It looks like Yo will actually lose 2 more Vils here, though. His spear's out of position. And MBL has gotten 6 Vils so far. I think MBL is going to be quite happy with the amount of Vil kills that he's gotten. But what's he going to play against the CA? There's a knight in CA already headed over to MBL's side. And, I mean, we're seeing Husbandry and Bodkin come in right now for Yo. And Yo's going to have army here very soon. It looks like we're going to see tower defense from MBL. I like tower defense from MBL. He is clicked up. He's going to get another Vil here. And the Vil count is very much in favor of MBL right now. And if those towers can go up, maybe we can see fletching. And he saves the Vils. MBL actually does a wonderful job there, getting the tower up and saving those Vils. And we're going to see a 3rd tower from MBL. And MBL is just going to play tower defense. Feels comfortable. He feels very comfortable playing tower defense here. And MBL just playing the Saracen Eco with 13 on gold. And 25 seconds and he'll be up. Now he will lose a Vil here. Needs to be careful. Oh, the Saracen tower defense may not work against this many Cav archers. Are we gonna see light Cav? No, camels. Okay, okay. And MBL is forced off of gold. And now the KD is even. Dead even eco KD, dead even overall KD. Yo getting a 2nd TC up right now. Scouts getting more value, though. The Scouts killing more Vils from Yo. And we do have a few camels out, enough to push this army back. No ballistics will make it hard for Yo to hit his shots, but he's got a lot of CA. A lot of CA on the field. More camels coming for MBL. 2 TCs though for Yo is going to be very strong, and it's going to be hard for MBL to get a lot of rating value now. A 3rd TC now for Mr. Yo. And I think Yo's position is much better. He's got 800 more res collected. And this 3 TCs is going to be really hard for MBL to come back from being behind so much in the eco. And MBL is being forced into a siege workshop here. This is really good value that the CA is getting. MBL with more Vil kills, but more Vils being produced for Yo. And the KD slightly in favor of Yo. I think Yo's going to be really happy with his position right now. He's forcing so much idle time. The army for MBL not really able to push back Yo. I think that Yo having 3 TCs now will be able to defend really well, and MBL's army just doesn't really counter the CA. It looks like we're gonna have a TC being placed here from MBL, but he's gonna be very far behind in the TC numbers and the eco in general. More CA coming across for Yo. He's gonna be able to harass quite a bit. Only a single Scorpion out for MBL. And yeah, this CA mass is dangerous. 20 CA and a knight on the field for Yo. And Yo constantly expanding his eco now. 1.5k resources more collected for Yo. MBL with just 2 TCs, down by 10 Vils now. The CA are just gonna dive. And the Knight goes down here, and now the Scorps could get some real value. But so many Vils go down. Like, yes, the Scorps are getting value, but the CA are getting tons of value as well. Nice spot there to get the CA to stack. And the CA will all get cleared. But MBL's down by 20 Vils. MBL getting a really nice cleanup there, but at what cost? So many Vils go down, right? Like, the camels will kill a few Vils here. And Yo will be slightly idled, but Yo is already up by 2.3k res collected. And I do think this is a map that slightly favors Yo and his play style. I am a little bit surprised at both their civ picks for the map. Yo now getting back onto water, and I think that Yo will eventually be able to push MBL off water. 3rd TC going up for MBL. But Yo, who does have the worst KD, but has just a much, much better eco. 20 Vils ahead. And the conversion comes in. Rough for MBL. And now there's just going to be more CA coming across, most likely. And we do have the medium ship upgrade. We're going to see a replay of this play from MBL that's very entertaining to see many CA go down, but at the same time, so many Vils lost, right? It was a nice place to funnel the CA to get all the kills. But I don't know that it was worth. Yo with a slight score lead, but 3.5k res collected higher and 25 more Vils. It feels like this game is well in Yo's grasp, and it will be very difficult for MBL to claw his way back in this one. MBL trying to take out the Navy. the Hulk's doing a pretty good job against the fire ships. But the CA getting so much value for Yo. The CA constantly harassing, constantly causing problems. MBL. Oh, and the castle. This is a I own this game and you can't stop me castle from Yo. And I think MBL just feels helpless here. He can't deny the castle. Castle will be on his face. And I think that MBL may realize the position that he's in very soon. Yo, not that far from clicking up with the eco that he has. He's getting wheelbarrow now. He's at 95 Vils, adding a 4th TC, and MBL realizes the position he's in. He calls the GG. Feels like Yo had a strong control over this game from the very beginning. I'd like to see maybe a strong pick for map and Civ for MBL for this next game, to see if he could potentially have bring the series close again. And this game was a very dominating win from Yo.
And he can drop a couple town centers, he's vibing. Like, that's his thing. Also think he loves anything with mobility. He loves Knights, he loves CA. I think if we look at his draft, we could probably guess what he's going to do, and I think a lot of it will revolve around that.
There we see the timeline. Look at how much Mr. Yo had there. And then the massive loss with all those CAs, right?
Yep. I feel like for MBL, he needed to do more damage, right? He needed like 5 more villager kills to justify that. Or maybe he needed to pressure the water. Mr. Yo had those fishing ships right away. So it was 3 fishing ships at the start of the game. That gave him a lot of value there. Having said that, though, I really like what MBL showed. He lost the first game, but I think for the energy that he relies on to win Age of Empires games, that was actually a really good opening to start it off.
Look at this, like, he's getting quite some damage, right? Then the multi-pronged attack was really pretty.
Yeah.
But having 5 spearmen and Mr. Yo stopped production here, he felt exactly, okay, 5 spearmen is the perfect number where I take some losses, but I will defend and have enough resources to produce. And then he got the counterattacks in.
Yeah, also, he didn't get armor on the spearmen. Like, he just didn't, the things that you and I would probably do, because we're like, oh crap, this is MBL, this is a lot of production he just didn't feel the need for. And again, I don't know who is this a highlight for. Technically, MBL gets a lot of kills, but that's 2 towers and a town center garrison. Villagers not working. Villagers obviously die as well. Like, the worker efficiency for MBL's economy is so poor in this moment, and Mr. Yo is just free moving behind it.
Yeah. I looked at it at the start of this replay. Mr. Yo was 10 workers ahead.
Okay.
And at the end of this, he was like 25 to 30 ahead.
Yeah. But part of that's just he got the town centers down so quickly, right? And of course, not a single moment in the game where you ever get housed, even when you're producing. This is a castle that some players don't place on this map, really.
Yeah.
They place the defensive castles, they play towards the late game, but Mr. Yo went forward. And quite the statement there, as we're about to get into game number 2 here. So, again, I personally like the energy from MBL. I'm not sure about you. But what more does he have to think about, I guess, to stop Yo's tendencies of just making it to Castle Age?
I think
3 TCs.
A better map makes life so much easier for him, right? He had to build 4 towers that, in the end, protected 20 villagers, but left the other 30 unprotected, right? And that really cost him. If he has, like, let's assume something like Crownwood map, where you can wall more, and he can buy himself a bit more against the timing of Mr. Yo, I think MBL has a way better chance in mid-Castle Age.
Okay, I mean, kind of surprising here. Obviously, we can see over the players' shoulders before we get in here. I believe, even though Yo won the first game, it would now be MBL's choice. We're going to see Stone Drift or Blue Wells. I'm not sure, but I saw a lot of water, and MBL's home map Thames just has that tiny river there. So there's definitely a lot of water on their screen, and we'll be into it. If it's going to be a water map, what civs do you like?
All right, guys. This is the first time we're seeing this map. Stone Drift with, a transport for MBL. MBL's playing melee. He goes across with men-at-arms, and it's going to be men-at-arms and towers. MBL, he's getting started with the things that he loves to do and the things he does best. Love to see this, and he's gonna deny that tower. That tower, maybe it doesn't get completely denied, but oh, the TC actually can range some of those, the men-at-arms. I didn't realize how close that TC was. I thought we were going to see a tower denied there, but nice reaction from Yo. Yo is going to be on multiple docks with Persians. He's going to be fishing hard. MBL is going to be coming forward and trying to get damage early. And I don't think there's any crossings. I think you actually have to cross over with a transport. Interesting map. I don't think you start with a transport either. I think you have to make it. So he made the transport. He crossed over. He's getting double bid-axe now. He's going to do a little bit of the tower fighting. And these men-at-arms are going to have to go all the way around to get value on that wood line. But Yo is actually going to suffer for wood, right? Oh, and it looks like he's going to try and hop. Oh, he wanted to come forward with the Vils to kill the tower. Now the scout is here for MBL. He's transported the scout across as well. And a nice job from MBL to keep that tower alive and to be really annoying on the gold for Yo. Yo has nothing on he has nothing on gold right now. Okay, and you know they're gonna take the tower out, but what's the cost? A lot of idle time, a dead Vil, maybe multiple dead Vils. The archery range is now here, so the archers are coming out for MBL. And the resources collected are dead even. The KD is in favor of MBL, and MBL... Oh, there's actually a hole there. They could go and sit in with the archers, but I think he's going to try and go all the way around. Okay, he's actually going to come back because he wants to defend the Vils that are here. Yeah, he sees that the Vils could be threatened. And there's only one tile of stone here. All of the stone is in the middle. So... Yo can't actually build another tower unless he buys the stone for it. MBL is actually taking the only stone that Yo has available on his island, which is really interesting. I guess there's 2 1 tiles available on each island, and MBL is actually taking some of the, one of the only tiles available for Yo. Yo is gonna run back with this army. There's the other tile. There, it's in the back there. So, yeah, Yo has no access to stone unless he goes to the middle of. I mean, stone drift, right? There's all the stone is in the middle islands. There's a ton of it, but it's not readily available. You have to transport over to it, and now MBL has enough for another tower. He's gonna add a stable. It looks like here. I think he wants to get some scouts out to help deal with the skirms because there's so many skirms. And he's up... MBL's actually up to castle first because he's melee. Both players up to castle. Fletching coming in now from MBL. And maybe we won't see scouts. We might see a knight, actually. And MBL is going to build, I believe, another tower. I think it's going to be on the gold. Maybe it's going to be between the gold and the wood. I love this tower. This is a beautiful tower. MBL... forcing Yo to either buy another tower or get kicked off of his gold and his wood. Yeah, and Yo just is going to be kicked off of his gold and his wood. MBL is going to force that. And there's not much Yo can do about it. I think we're going to see maybe a stone wall or at least houses. And, ooh, the stable on MBL's island. I don't think MBL knows anything about that. I think he has no idea that he's been dropped. An elephant. Okay, I like it. An elephant from MBL. He's going to continue to produce elephants. And now that tower is going to go down. That tower will go down. There's no way that tower stays up. Unless unless MBL backs away, but I guess he feels that he needed to back away. And now Yo is taking wood and gold on the other side of his island. And the knight is here for MBL. So MBL is going to have to... Okay, he's going to wall this. He's going to wall this up. He probably needs... Ooh, right in time. Right in time. He probably needs a monastery at home to deal with this. Really good quick walls. But there is a crossing there. There's shallows around the bottom side of his island. I don't think he can actually keep that knight out. Okay, the knight... I guess the knight is kept out. Surprisingly, that knight is kept out. But there's another knight now in MBL's eco. And MBL's in trouble. He has no army at home. He needs a monastery or some spears. I guess he's going to opt for some spears. He has 2 spears at home. He's going to clear the knights. He's going to clear the knights. He's also going to clear the navy. MBL's doing all right with at home. He's going to lose an elephant to that monk, though. And that's a rough loss there. Looks like a Vil goes down for Yo on the shoreline. And MBL is winning the water. He has more army. Slightly more res collected. I like the aggression from MBL. MBL putting a lot of pressure on Yo. I think we're going to see that monk pop out and try and get another conversion on this elephant. MBL, I don't know. He hasn't cleared this at home. He's cleared the knights. Second TC now going up for Yo. Why are we seeing a replay of a conversion? Sometimes these replays don't make much sense to me. Okay. Okay, I guess they wanted to show the replay of the conversion. Monk goes down for Yo. Knights are really causing a problem for MBL, though. MBL is going to place his own second TC as well. I think it's interesting that MBL chose to play the home map for Yo. Instead of picking one of his own home maps. MBL does have a lot of fish. And, Yo does not. Or Yo's at least is going to be harassed very soon. I think we're going to see a conversion on that elephant. That was a very, very unfortunate non-conversion. And now the fish go down for Yo, but like that conversion should have come in. The bonus resistance for elephants to conversions right now is a little bit ridiculous. Like, you watch something like that happen and it's so annoying because it's like he made the monk and the monk, even though had like maximum range to convert, still didn't get the conversion. Now you're gonna see it a second time there, but that conversion obviously shouldn't have gone through, but the first one should have. Nice placement of the archers for MBL right under the tower, and they're gonna get some Vil kills. Nice 2 Vil kills for MBL. The knights are getting cleared up. MBL is clearing the knights on his own island. The KD is slightly favorable for MBL. The res collected almost dead even. And Yo still producing more knights and MBL having to deal with that. I think MBL's in a slightly better position, but it's very close. Very, very close. Dead even in res collected. The KD really quite even as well, although the eco KD in favor of MBL. Yo now building a lot more navy and clearing up a lot of this army for MBL. Yo also building a siege workshop. He has some monks and some knights forward. Monks and knights forward, and he's also going to have a siege workshop. It's going to be very hard for MBL to deal with that. MBL really needs monks on his own island. Third TC, this time from MBL on Yo's island. And Yo is going to do the same thing. He's going to place a TC on MBL's island. So, interesting. 2 Vils building this TC. It's going to take a while, but it will go up eventually. MBL looking to harass the eco for Yo. We're going to see some tower repairs here. Maybe that tower stays up. I think that tower actually will stay up. But there's this... Okay, 2 archers here. That tower stays up, and that's really annoying for Yo, who's trying to take this gold and can't take it now. And finally a monastery from MBL at home. But now there's ooh, MBL is gonna lose the archers. And that's rough. That's really rough being in a position where you really don't have any army forward now. The monk will go down, no conversion again. MBL has to be very annoyed with the conversions. The RNG has not been favorable to him this game. Elephant out now for MBL. MBL's gonna lose some more vills here forward. Maybe gets a conversion this time. It finally gets a conversion that was favorable for him. Maybe deletes here. Loses the elephant. It's like MBL's very focused on keeping the TC alive here. Does he get... Has he gotten redemption? It doesn't... I don't think he has. Oh no. Almost loses the vills there, but gets a nice save. Ouch. A lot of losses on that TC. And just taking a lot of damage from Yo. MBL feels that he can't do anything at this point and actually calls the GG. I'm not sure that MBL was completely dead there. Probably could have played on a little bit.
What a win.
That was crazy. And I think we have to go back and like try to understand what MBL did when Mr. Yo was trying to clear up the initial tower and reclaim his main gold.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I think it was also the water, right? I think it was also the water.
Yeah.
Like MBL was doing a great job, but I think it was Mr. Yo bringing the fight to him. There was a moment there where MBL was winning water and he ran into 4 fire ships and then he lost all of his ships. And he clearly was not focused there. It's weird, right? Like MBL he created that scenario. He created that fight.
The madness.
He created the madness, but so far, I mean, the madness just hasn't worked against Mr.
Look at
Yo.
Man-at-Arm upgrade and then no upgrades for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Right? And for MBL's actually no upgrade for 8 minutes except Man-at-Arms.
Yeah.
Absolute madness. They put out every resource.
I love how Mr. Yo was able to hold on there. Taking down the initial tower with his vills, relocating to the additional gold when he needed, but never fully giving up that main gold. Counter landing those knights was just a crazy play as well, but here's kind of how it all started.
How can you react this quickly? I'm always losing 4 villagers here.
Yep. Yeah, he reacts immediately and gets the quick walls down and the tower, which ended up being pretty important. I guess maybe there, Mr. Yo didn't get the palisades down perfectly. But even there, the patience to recognize that he's close enough to the town center to not need the walls. But I still think the game changer was the transport here from Yo. If Yo does not transport, and he never gets any counter pressure, it's MBL's game.
Yeah, you have to run there, you're losing villagers, working time as well, and the constant threat in your head, right?
Also, these conversions, I think there ended up being 2. That was the first elephant, but there ends up being another elephant at some point. And the swings with MBL not getting that 1 conversion next to the monastery were brutal. And then this is kind of how it all ended. At this point, it felt like Yo was kind of winning on every side and ended up winning the water. Whew, what a game.
That was a beauty. But that's, again, like, MBL loves to make it messy, but Mr. Yo as well. He's so good at defending this, and his decision-making is just always on point, it feels like.
So, talk to me about nerves, right? You played in a lot of tournaments. I find that when
I can give you all my experience of round of 128 qualifiers.
Thank you, Nilly. Please, I'm excited for it. So, in your round of 128 qualifiers, if you were the underdog and you were down 0-2, do you feel more or less nerves? Because I could tell you, and you're not giving yourself enough credit as a player, I could tell you that if the nerves were high, and when I'm down 0-2, my best game is game number 3. Because it's like, I'm already dead. And the pressure's gone.
That's how you work?
Yeah.
Yeah, well, we have seen some crazy comebacks from MBL, right? Just last year, he was down, I think, 4-1 in a final and came back 5-4.
Yep.
So, like, he is really good at the state where he doesn't need to care that much, right? That's, I think, one of the theories that we casters throw around a bit. We haven't confirmed with him that he's actually preparing on the ladder and playing more, not over-preparing, to actually take a bit of pressure away from it.
Yes. Yeah, because if you prepare a lot, you might say, okay, well, I lost with Malay at that pick on the draft, or Saracen's that pick on the draft, and I know how the rest of these matchups can go, and I'm going to get out-cived. Also, one of the greatest comebacks in Aoe2 LAN event history, in my opinion, was MBL coming back to win 3-2 over Hera, right? Hera was the big favorite. Everyone thought this is the start of, his reign, which he eventually gets to. Hera destroys him the first 2 games. Like, it weren't even close. They weren't nearly as entertaining as these two. MBL came back to win 3-2. So there's precedent. Just want to throw that out there. But, I mean, typically I'd say you got to change your game plan. But I don't know if I could suggest MBL needs to chill, because that's not what he does. So I guess you just keep trying.
At least he's now going back to one of his home maps, right? Something that he's played dozens of games. He should feel really comfortable, and I think this is where he should really shine.
Yeah. I saw him play a lot on this map. We've got the pause here to start it off here. We'll be into game number 3. But want to say thanks again, everyone, for watching and for tuning in for day 1. Reminder, we've got, 5 more days? Correct. 5 more days of this. Right now we're at the White Rabbit venue, where we'll be for the next few days. We'll switch venues for the weekend, and then we'll be in the great one, the Great Albert Hall on Monday, with thousands of live viewing fans. So really cool events. I could do without wearing a red coat, but it's what the costume team gave me, so...
Oh, I thought you came with that.
No, I did not. I'm trying to wear this getting back into the country to see how that goes, but... It's all right. I mean, I've had worse costumes. It fits well.
Magyars versus Vietnamese, so will likely be a stable opening from Mr. Yo.
Yeah.
And maybe a stable opening, maybe an archery range opening from MBL. We will see about that. Mr. Yo, stable as expected. Pulled the villages away from gold, so that will be a lot of scouts.
Yeah.
All right, guys, let's go. Game number 3 on Thames, so NBL home map, and as predicted, Yo is playing Magyars here. This was my prediction that Magyars would be the civ on this map for Yo, and NBL playing Vietnamese. I didn't predict Vietnamese for NBL here, but it's not super surprising. It is a strong pick for this map, and we're gonna see Men-at-Arms. That's a surprise. I'm not going to lie. I'm very surprised to see Men-at-Arms. Men-at-Arms was not a typical opening on this map. As for every game I've watched, I don't believe I've seen Men-at-Arms. Scouts and Archers is typically the opening here. Sometimes you'll see, some skirms in response. But Yo's going to have the typical opening with Scouts on this map. He'll probably go Scouts into CA. MBL doing something completely different. He's going to get Fletching, so it's going to be Archers and Men-at-Arms, which, I mean, might be okay, but Men-at-Arms is strange. The Scouts should win with numbers, having the attack upgrade already in. As Magyars, I think that, we're going to see this cleaned. This is just going to be a cleanup for Yo, and I'm not sure how that investment is worth it for MBL. I mean, you're spending a lot on the units, 50 food and 20 gold, but then you're also spending 100 food and 40 gold on the upgrade. And we're going to see the Vietnamese cheap eco-techs coming in quickly. Double bid axe and horse collar are both going to come in right away for MBL, which I think is a good choice. Fletching is already in, and we are going to see Archers and skirms as well. I don't love the skirms. I know that he's gonna need the skirms eventually to deal with the opponent's skirms, but he needs the Archer numbers to deal with the scouts first. And now MBL is adding spears. He's gonna do spears and skirms, and I don't love the trash choice, but MBL's the professional, so maybe we're gonna see something here that that's gonna work out long term for MBL. But I think Yo is clearing this up. I think Yo's going to be quite happy with the choices that MBL has made, and is going to feel very confident that in the long run, the Magyars are going to be a good choice. We saw Magyars versus Vietnamese in Game 1 from Sebastian and Viper earlier today, and something that I said then, and I'll repeat it now, I think that Magyars, as the game gets later, Magyars become stronger and stronger as their unit composition for the late game is just so good with Magyar, Hazar, and CA. And Vietnamese, although they have a great late game comp, it doesn't match up very well against the mobility for the Magyars and the lack of mobility for the Vietnamese. Now, on this map, there is a center portion with all the gold. And I do believe if Vietnamese can gain control of that center gold early, then they may be able to just make Fire Lancers indefinitely, and then the Magyar Civ will be a little bit. It will be a little bit harder for them to deal with you know, Imp Skirm and Elite Fire Lancers. And Birdie says, MB always a fan of Skirm Spear, I feel. Yeah, I think it's true that MBL often likes to play Skirm Spear, but I don't think it's ideal on this map. And MBL finding some value here. He's gonna kill one Vil. But there are also scouts running around MBL's base, and MBL's gonna lose a Vil as well. Now, I do think that those scouts will take some hits, and they do. They take some hits. And Luck says Master Uguay domination. And I think we're going to actually see another Vil go down here, potentially for Yo. Yo actually has a pathing issue there that causes the Vil to go down. Rough for Yo, but Yo's going to push this army back now. He's got a lot of skirms. Both players up to castle. Yo a little bit quicker up to castle, but not by a lot. Those scouts, I don't know where those scouts are in MBL's base. I think there's 2, maybe 3 scouts back in the very corner of MBL's base that are just kind of chilling there for now. MBL's going to have his whole army forward cleared, but MBL does have a few more Vils than Yo. Yo with a slight more idle time and also having lost one more Vil than MBL to the archers. And we're see the res collected slightly in favor of Yo. And now we're seeing the pathing issue. Oh, yeah, that's so rough, that pathing issue there. Not a fun time for Yo, I'm sure. But Yo actually gets to clear the entire army, so I think he's going to be okay with that. MBL coming forward with archers. I think MBL is making a mistake coming forward with the archers now. He might get a Vil pick, but the skirms are there. MBL knows there's skirms there, and yeah, maybe get the Vil pick and run. Yeah. MBL getting a Vil pick, but now the question is, can he get away from the skirms? Will he be able to get back home safely with these archers? Maybe. Maybe. MBL also up, and MBL is going to opt for a forward siege workshop. Actually, it's a defensive siege workshop. And there's a knight on the field for Yo. Yo just going to continue with knights and skirms for now. Which I think against Vietnamese may be the better option than CA. Vietnamese with the extra HP on their skirms and on their crossbows may make it difficult to play CA right away. But I think eventually what we'll see is CA and Magyar Hazar from Yo. If we get to that point in the game. Both players building 2 TCs, or adding a TC, so they'll be on 2 TCs. And MBL taking full shot from the skirms there. Not great. Bowsaw coming in for Yo. No Bowsaw yet for MBL. MBL can soon afford it. He's going to be adding some knights and a mango. Yo with a slightly better position, I think, at this point. But res collected slightly in favor of MBL. And the Eco KD actually almost being evened up here by Yo. Ooh, this is big. This is big. The skirms are forward. MBL has looped around and is going to go in. It's not closed yet on the crossing, and Yo does not have any skirms at home. If Yo does not realize that this army is in, Yo could get absolutely destroyed at home. And MBL has a mango to deal with the skirms here. He has knights and a mango, and MBL's diving in now. He's diving in with the crossbows. He's gonna get value. How many Vils will he get is the real question. He gets 1. Will we only see one? I think we'll see more than one. I think he'll loop around and get more value there. And, oof. MBL with no armor on his knights shouldn't be taking any engagements with the skirms until those knights get armor. MBL doing a nice job idling Yo, though. MBL doing a great job putting the pressure on. And, oh, Mango Shot gets a little bit of value, but it oh, man. Yo with the micro here. Yo doing a great job killing that Mango and keeping his skirms alive. And another Mango at home, though, for... Oh, I didn't even realize it, but Yo has added a third TC. Yo comfortably booming now. And I think we'll get a Yo will get a Vil kill here. Maybe not. Maybe not. Nope, no Vil kill. And, I mean, MBL's still getting some good harassment and damaging Yo's eco. Yo is still... is actually behind by 700 res collected. Yeah, I agree. Yo can't actually afford to produce. He's only got 7 on food. Now he's got 14. He's adding some to food, but, like, honestly, Yo couldn't afford those TCs. And he really still can't afford those TCs. 9 on food is not enough. And he's buying food. Yeah, he's buying food right now to try and keep those TCs working, but he's not able to. The idle time racking up for Yo. Yo with a significant amount of idle time, and MBL adding the third TC now. I think MBL is going to be pretty happy with the damage that these crossbows have caused. The crossbows have gotten him a lot of value. Even if they die now, which is quite possible. I think that MBL is going to be happy with this. And, ooh, MBL clearing up a lot of skirms here at home. And MBL with the Vil lead. MBL putting a third TC up top near the Albert Hall. It's so funny. This is the third game where the people who are directing the screen have showed animals trying to walk off the edge of the map. We had a horse in the first game. I think they had, I don't know if it was a deer or what it was in the second game. And in this one, we have a mouflon trying to walk off the edge of the map. And MBL taking control of the center here is huge. Guys, I'm going to try and resync this. Let me just maybe renew this live feed. And see if the sound will resync it. It got out of sync at some point. Slightly. Yeah, it's back. It's back in sync now. It's good. So, I mean, MBL is coming forward with Vils. I would love to see a castle from MBL in the middle. And then we could see maybe Rattans. Rattan Fire Lancer would be insane in the late game. I think if MBL can control the gold, he has a really good shot at winning with Vietnamese. I think if he loses the middle, then Vietnamese will die so hard. And now there's skirms here, but 2 mangoes should push this back. Vil lead by 7 for MBL. Res collected lead by 500 about. Nice little house there, and this could be bad for Yo, who right now is microing like a boss. Takes a little bit of a shot there. And takes a shot there. Takes another shot, and now this is really bad for MBL. MBL loses all of the skirms. And this is really bad for Yo. This is really good for MBL. Yo loses all the skirms. That's what I meant to say. And Yo now behind in eco slightly. Yeah, really bad for Yo. Yeah, my bad. I meant to say really bad for Yo. The perfect castle position. Perfect castle position for MBL. MBL with a good eco, and I think that now is in a very advantageous position being able to press forward. Yo gonna have a hard time now that Vietnamese have control of the gold. Nice work there to dodge that mango shot, and there's the Rattans I was talking about. Handcart now on the way. Ooh, it takes a mango shot to the face for that mango. Or on that Rattan, I mean. From the mango. MBL now even in the Vil count with Yo. So 84 to 84 Vils. Very close KD. Res collected, now slightly favorable for Yo. And I think that it's interesting that Yo has the better, like, more res collected, even though he has worse ecotechs. I think that Yo has had his workers working more efficiently because MBL came forward to build the castle. I think that's the biggest reason there's a discrepancy in res collected. That attack ground to push back the mango for MBL. And now it seems like both players are kind of stalemated at the moment. Just working on their ecos. Yo clicks, MBL clicks, and they're clicked 2 seconds away from each other. So the imp times are going to be incredibly similar, but there's no castle yet for Yo. No castle yet for Yo. Ooh, good micro for MBL. Really good micro for MBL, who gets 2 for nothing. He loses no mangoes, kills 2, and now MBL just seems to have a very, very strong position. Yo, still no castle, and MBL almost ready to place a second. And I think if MBL can get a second castle up on this gold, that he'll be in a great position in this game. Res collected, dead even. KD almost even. Eco KD almost even. And score almost even. Oh, another good trade for MBL. MBL out microing Yo quite well with the mangoes right now. Yeah, it was great value for MBL out of these mangonels. Now the skirms for Yo going forward. But I think maybe the skirms for Yo need to actually be at home to deal with the Rattans and the crossbows. And MBL will lose this mango. He does lose a mango there to a knight. There's the castle. There's the castle for Yo, who's trying to get it up in time for his imp timing. Probably going to lose a few Vils here to a mango. Loses a Vil. Oh, and MBL still trades so well with the mango. MBL doing a great job with his mangonels, also adding a second castle on the gold. So MBL's going to have 2 castles to Yo's 1, and I think we're going to see trebs from both players. But MBL should have the advantage in the treb war with 2 castles up, and Yo cannot get a second castle up. Yo getting chemistry and bracer for his skirms. I think MBL in a terrific position in this game 3, and I think MBL will probably take this one. Feels as though he has a great advantage right now. Would be, in my opinion, a throw if he loses here. Vil count almost dead even. 3 trebs out already for MBL. Only 1 treb out for Yo. Yo trying to get a second treb out of the castle now. And chemistry is in for MBL, so he could add he could potentially add bombard cannons as well to deal with any trebs that Yo does make. And now the skirms for MBL back here clearing things up, and bracers on the way. I think that Yo will lose these knights, will lose the castle, and MBL's position will be incredibly good. There goes the castle for Yo. Yo's only castle. Light Cav trying, coming in now for Yo. Yo's trying to make a tech switch to do something. Maybe try and raid some, but even the food count for Yo is not great. And there comes the first bombard cannon for MBL, and I think MBL is in a fantastic position. Going to continue to press forward, and I don't see how Yo counters this. Yo behind in pop, behind in the KD. Yo sending a treb forward to kill this TC from MBL, but it's a very exposed treb. And with bombard cannons on the field and trebs on the field, it's going to be very hard for Yo to really be able to push this position from MBL. And MBL is going to build a tower on Yo's face. He's going to take out the TC that's on the stone for Yo. These skirms are going to take out the treb that's exposed for Yo. Yo sending some light cav forward to try and deal with this, but the light cav still lacking the last armor upgrade. More towers now for MBL. And I think MBL... Ooh, Yo trying to place a castle, but it's so far forward. I think that will get Treb down almost immediately. And now the KD looking better and better. Looking better and better for MBL. That tower is going to take Yo off of more farms. And again, Yo with a Treb all the way forward on MBL. And both those Trebs going to die. Two very exposed Trebs right now. And yeah, MBL's just going to make some Fire Lancers and send some Vills out to kill that Treb. And the castle that Yo just built is going to go down as well. Nothing to defend that castle, and I think Yo is in a losing position, and it's a matter of time before he recognizes that he can't push back and has no gold. MBL with double the army that Yo has, much better army. MBL continuing to place towers to make it very difficult for Yo to push forward with any light cav. And Yo repairing like a madman, but won't be enough. Trying to get conscription. MBL maybe lacking some wood access to the back of his base. And now guard tower is in for MBL. Guard tower in. The castle's gonna go down for Yo. Imperial Skirm on the way, and also MBL is teching into the things that he needs for Elite Fire Lancer. And MBL just slowly whittling down the forces for Yo, and Yo losing TC after TC. His position becoming more and more fragile. MBL fully boomed with all but one Ecotech. Getting onto his ideal comp, building a TC on the gold in the back. Bombard cannons, Rattans, Imperial Skirms, and Fire Lancers for MBL. And a Hussar on the way for Yo. Yo trying to stay in this game. He knows that if he wins here, he can close the series out and doesn't have to play another game. MBL now pressing forward, and I think the GG is called. The GG is called. It's very interesting. Sebastian and Viper playing at like almost twice the speed that MBL and Yo play at.
MBL, I think talking to himself a little bit, he's probably saying, believe in yourself, dude, because that was sick.
Yeah, and MBL, that is what we actually expected in game 2, right? Playing to his strength, picking his own home map. He's quickly checking Twitch chat. So what are they saying? Are they happy with what I did?
Maybe looking at his strategies. I could see MBL writing out his game plan on his notes app on the flight or something. But yeah, it's exactly what he tried in game number 2. He tried a little bit of chaos. I just find it it's very refreshing that MBL was able to turn it around after the first 2 games. Even after the opening here, I felt was less than ideal. Because I expected he would have needed to get value from the Man-at-Arms. He should have killed villagers with the Man-at-Arm investment. He didn't, but he just kept coming. And it was weird. Like, losing an army to counter units continues to send army forward anyways.
Crazy, yeah. Maybe stubborn, maybe brilliant, something in between?
Yep. Yeah, I mean, it's not something that Yo expected. I think once Yo cleared this, once he had skirms out, he never thought crossbows were going to be an issue. These crossbows are going to have a plaque in MBL's town. Maybe the mangonels as well. But like those crossbows really gave MBL the time and the positioning to get this castle up later.
Felt so crazy, right? Both were counter-attacking, and it felt like the skirms couldn't really dive too deep into the gold. But those crossbows from MBL not so much damage.
I think Mr. Yo will feel a little frustrated that happened, right? When you play towards the correct units, but they outpace you and they outmaneuver you like that, I think you're always going to feel like you should have done better there. But he's got 2 wins. He's up 2-1, and he'll have a home map remaining here. We'll be into the next game here in a second. But certainly, I would say, ran out of some ideas there. But I still gotta see the draft ticket here, really speculate a little bit. We're getting down to the conclusion of the series.
Yeah, will be interesting. There's no wild picks. I actually looked at it a bit, and I think we can do a pretty reasonable job of predicting where they are going to use their civilizations. And sitting next to each other here, MBL trying to readjust his phone, his hair. And now the big question, what is Mr. Yo going for? Is he going for Blue Wells? It's like a relatively natural pick for him.
I mean, Blue Wells is a new map. He won the other new map, Stone Drift. I would agree, but there's also still the argument of you don't want to lose this one, have it go to Game 5, and then it be on MBL's home map. So I also think if what MBL is going to go for on Henchhold is fairly predictable in your minds, and you have a solid counterplay, you might be comfortable going there. Because I think because of the extra berries on the map, Franks is an option for MBL. We also see a lot of archers on that map, so Britons is an option. And if I were to pick a civ that's good against both of them, in Castle Age, Byzantines. You could play heavy skirm or heavy camels and heavy spears. So I actually, granted I don't know what it feels like to be Mr. Yo. It must feel great, but I would actually play Henchhold because you already know it's Japanese on Blue Wells, which is very strong. Yeah, just play Byzantines.
Also, one of the advantages is if you have a strategy prepared for your home map and want to use it later against Hart or Hera, you don't have to show it now,
yeah,
right?
True.
Because it feels like Henchhold, we kind of know exactly how the game is going to play out,
yes,
right?
Yes.
Expecting MBL to play very straightforward there.
How important is it to win? Let's just assume Mr. Yo wins the series, which is probably a rude assumption, but for the sake of conversation,
all right, guys, into Game 4. Blue Wells, a new map that's only for the tournament itself, right? And we've seen it once, Sebastian versus Viper. Had it. And MBL going for Men-at-Arms for the 3rd game in this set. Ooh! Ooh, Yo getting the quick wall, and that scout is trapped. That's actually huge. That's actually so big. I'm very surprised that MBL allowed that, but MBL now going to be forward with the Men-at-Arms for the 3rd game in this set. Interesting. I mean, Japanese Men-at-Arms, good. MBL not docking the outside yet. Yo not docking the outside yet. Both players playing for land control. Ooh, MBL docking the middle. Does Yo see that? I can't tell if Yo actually sees that or not. I don't think he sees it. Maybe his spear had the vision to see it. Now the archers will see it, though, as he comes forward, right? Ah, he sees it. Okay, he knows. So MBL with 4 Men-at-Arms, adding his own archers. He's getting fletching now. All good things. Yo not adding any fishing ships yet. MBL is actually building a galley. I think he's building a galley in the center. MBL maybe thinking about adding dock on the outside, just hasn't gotten around to it yet. Doesn't have the wood. Now he has the wood. He's gonna place it. And Yo just adding more archers. And it looks like MBL's gonna do Men-at-Arms and skirms now. It's gonna be Men-at-Arms and skirms. MBL's gonna have a single galley in the middle. Just patrolling there, I assume. And, ooh, Yo is gonna actually pick off this skirm. which is really good value from that scout. Although, the galley is actually getting some good shots on that scout. Oh, and he gets it. He gets the scout. So, actually not a bad trade. Trading a scout for a skirm is worth. That's worth. Yo now has a dock on the outside. MBL actually adding a second dock on the outside. Interesting choice. Yo with a lot of army. A lot of feudal army for Yo. Adding a lot of skirms, adding a lot of archers. I actually think Byzantines is quite good here in this situation against Japanese. I think Yo on his home map is looking very comfortable. MBL losing his men-at-arms. I'm not sure the men-at-arms have gotten the value that MBL was hoping they would get. And those skirms just missing completely there. Actually, it looked very strange how many of those shots missed what seemed to be a very straightforward shot. And MBL is going to try and wall this army out. Tuville's forward collecting oysters for MBL. Interesting choice there. And MBL sells like everything and is just trying to click up here. He sold his stone, he sold food. And yeah, we're going to see what looks like MBL going for a fast castle timing. Not an actual fast castle, but like trying to go up as early as he can. And he is up a little earlier than Yo. Will these skirms be able to push Yo back? I mean, Yo with a lot of skirms. Lot of skirms. First fishing ship upgrade coming in for MBL. I don't think Yo has that. Yo with just a lot more army. 16 to 10 army. The timing for MBL to hit castle much better. But I think Yo will be able to pressure a lot more. And like Yo just keeps making more. He's not making any army currently, but he was making army a lot longer than MBL. MBL now starting to get those skirm numbers up. But also the skirms are a lot cheaper for Yo. Res collected slightly in favor of MBL, who does have more fishing ships. Now it's just a skirm war. We love those, don't we, guys? And MBL actually adding more men-at-arms. I think he's going to try and go longswords here. Potentially. I think there's potential. Okay. TC going up. Second TC going up for MBL. Oh, MBL trying to get the trap. Will he get it? He gets the trap. Amazing trap. Oh, man. That fantastic play from MBL. Yo losing so many skirms there. I think MBL is going to be so happy with that. That's going to be a highlight. We're gonna see a replay of that, I'm sure. This is going to be a really nice highlight for MBL in this game, who now has a Vil advantage and the army advantage. That play was absolutely massive. Yo sending demos around. Has a knight in the middle. Also has added fires. Does MBL realize that there's fires on his fishing ships? I don't think so. Oh, man. MBL... Fix your fishing ships. Oh. MBL, recognize it. Does he realize it? I don't think he realizes it. I think he's still losing fishing ships. Oh, and Yo almost gets away with the demo. Alright, that was actually a good trade for MBL with the demo. Okay, I think MBL finally recognized what was happening with the fishing ships, but MBL lost a lot over there. And Yo has docks on every pond now. And is making, I think, making Navy on the outside as well. MBL with a lot of elite skirms that have Bodkin. They don't have any armor, though, so really can't dive under TCs and whatnot. Long swords and elite skirms from MBL. Interesting combo. And a bunch of the fishing ships for MBL garrisoning inside. But not enough room for all of them. And no armor on these skirms makes it a lot harder for you to run through TCs like this. And MBL fighting back these fires is housed right now. A very MBL thing to happen. And that knight will... Ooh... Yo saves both knights and we'll be able to heal them up with monks eventually. Saves both low HP knights. Big play for Yo. Yo on 3 TCs, MBL only on 2, but MBL with a lot of fishing eco. MBL ahead in the res collected. Slightly, but ahead. Oh, and that tower needs to be deleted, yeah. MBL's gonna try and get it up somewhere else. I think that fire could still reach those vills, and oh man. Now MBL is gonna be able to advance over here on this other side. A castle forward for MBL. I would love to see that castle even further forward. But, I mean, it's not a terrible castle. It's still a good castle. Long swords and elite skirms from MBL. Defending enough to get this castle up. That castle will go up. Byzantines, yeah. I mean, Byzantines can hit that fast imp timing, and this is where it gets dangerous. If you're MBL, this is the time frame where Byzantines can start thinking about going up. Does Japanese get cannon galleon? Yes, they do. Almost every civ gets cannon galleon. The civs that don't get cannon galleon get like a catapult galleon. So every civ has like a long range ship, whether it's like a Drummond or a cannon galleon, no matter what it is, there will be some type of long-range siege ship. Lu Xuan for some civs, right? MBL taking the water, but his opponent is going to be up to imp. And we're going to see a second castle. We're going to see a second castle from MBL. I love the samurai play. I love the samurai play. I think MBL, the problem is, Yo's going to be up to imp, right? And now MBL has to figure out how he's going to deal with this imp timing. I think we're going to see Rams, maybe. Maybe Rams and Samurai will be the plan. The eco units for MBL are a lot lower than Yo, but the res collected, yeah, res collect is a lot higher for Yo as well. Yo just in a much better position at this point. I think that MBL wants another castle, and he will get it. This castle will go up, and Samurai will be out. I think that MBL is putting a lot of pressure on. And another castle's Yo trying to get his own counter castle up. I don't know if that castle will actually go up. I think that Yo might be in trouble with that castle. Yeah, I mean, that castle could be denied. It goes up. A lot of vills go down, though. It is a Byzantine castle, so that's going to be problematic. MBL is going to send these samurai in to try and get damage, but they die to the castle for the most part. And now, I mean, Yo's going to be up to Imp, and MBL doesn't have really an answer to this Imp timing. I will say, MBL's done a great job of cleaning a lot of ills from Yo. So Yo's eco not looking so hot now. But yeah, MBL needs to find a way to save these vills and get them back to work. Yo's score only slightly higher. I mean, MBL's going to have 4 castles up, and Yo will have to clear the castles in the back. And, you know, Yo's gold access is limited since MBL has castles up on both of Yo's pawns. And, I mean, MBL has control of the water. He does have more army. The eco's not looking really great for Yo, but Yo's adding Drummonds. He's adding Drummonds, and he's adding his Trebs, so... Yo does have enough to get a 3rd castle up himself. And is MBL thinking about Imp now? Yeah, the Drummonds are going to be a problem. If Yo gets Drummonds out on these pawns, yeah. What is MBL going to do about these Drummonds? MBL's in a rough position now. Now, a lot more gold for MBL. This is true. But the fishing eco for MBL is going to get hit soon as well. And 2 castles that MBL had forward are both going to be dead. This may be the end of this set. Yo looking very strong here in this game. Byzantine's looking like a great pick for this map. And MBL calls the GG. And that, Yo wins the set 3-1. MBL not looking bad, but definitely well played by Yo.
Listen, I don't care how experienced you are. I don't care how many LAN events you've been at. But winning the first series has got to be a huge relief, right? So it's got to feel great.
Yeah, especially in the group where we said, like, this set might already decide who's going through, right?
Yeah.
And now MBL, he needs to win against either Hart or Hera. What a colossal task.
I guess, in theory, MBL should be hoping that Hart loses to Hera later, right? Like, if Hera is seen as the best player in the world in terms of his next matchup, right? Or is he going to play them regardless? He plays them regardless?
Yeah, it's a round-robin system. He plays against everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, I personally feel like, you know, against Hera, it's going to be extremely difficult for MBL. Against Hart, I'd give his chances maybe ever so slightly less than against Yo.
Okay.
So I think it's doable for MBL.
So what is MBL hoping for? Hart winning against Hera and being like super motivated and coming from a high, or losing against Hera and being basically an elimination match against MBL?
Yeah, I don't know. I think what MBL needed, though, as weird as it sounds, is he needed some games where he had winning moments that he could learn from. And every single game that he lost today, he had a position where I feel he could go back to it and say, I adjust this slightly differently. Next series, I'm more relaxed. I've already played a series. I'm not as nervous, and then adjust it better. But I mean, part of what makes Yo so good is he made the decisions. First series, no question.
It's crazy, right? His decision making, like, obviously he's been playing for like 20 years now and like puts himself into weird spots, played against a lot of opponents that had weird spots as well. And yeah, I love to pick his brain.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it will be Riley and Dave interviewing.
Guys, I'm going to leave you with the live feed for a few minutes. I'm going to take a quick break between sets. I'll be back in just a minute, but you guys can enjoy this.
Yes, we haven't quite figured out exactly which part of the ship we're in here, and Yo's in the middle of pillaging all of our treasure here as well. You don't get the prize money until the tournament's finished, mate. You can't start stealing stuff just yet.
Just lucky.
Well, congratulations, Mr. Yo. A tidy win for you, 3-1 against MBL. Tell us about how you're feeling heading into this match, playing against MBL. What were your thoughts? Did you have certain ideas prepared, given having MBL as your opponent?
Well, I do have some strategy set up for him, but let's say no one game turns out what I thought it should be. You know, no matter the civilization or the strategy is so unusual, but that's NBL's play style. You know.
Yeah, there's only so much planning you can do.
Yeah.
Dave.
I mean, Riley already talked about it, right? How do you even begin to prepare against a player like MBL? Everyone else in this tournament feels kind of standard, but you've played against him so many times in the past, and it's always one of my favorite matchups. It's always crazy.
I guess you just have to play yourself. MBL is this creative player or weird player, no matter how you put it, but there's no way you can predict his move. Just do your economy well and play well. That's it.
Did you incorporate the new maps? Was that part of your strategy coming in? Because you played Blue Wells and then obviously Stone Drift was included as well. Was that part of your strategy, like banking on his lack of preparation maybe coming into this tournament?
I picked this map because they have water.
Oh.
And I know MBL's only weakness might be water. He doesn't play water map that much, mostly Arabia, right?
Can you rank from 1 to 10 how surprised you were on the first game when he picked Saracens and then he had scouts at your base?
10. I didn't expect that save. And scout opening is unexpected.
And I think everyone can agree here. He put a lot of pressure on you, but you reacted very well. Are you feeling good mechanically, other than your strategy coming in, which really worked, but your mechanics, are they feeling good here? Are you comfortable?
I don't think both of us are playing like really well in the first game, and there are some mistakes here and there, but I think his strategy is not that good against mine.
And your chances going forward after you won this set, how big was this set for you in such a tough group?
Big.
And how confident do you feel going up against Hera and Hart?
Big. I have no confidence against Hera or Hart. But it's good to have one win at least. And next round, I think I'm playing Hart, right?
Well, I'm not sure. We'll have to check exactly the way.
Yeah, it should be.
You'll play him at some point. Yes.
Yeah. I think Hart is gonna be tough. Hera, never mind. Who cares?
Never mind. Okay, it's a bye, but in the opposite direction.
Yeah.
Well, Mr. Yo, congratulations on the win. A great start to your Red Bull Wololo Londinium. You must be really pleased. 3-1 over MBL. Thanks so much for joining us. Best of luck in the future.
Thank you.
We're going to head it over now to our casters once again. They've got some highlights to share with us from what we've just seen in this set between Mr. Yo and MBL.
Yeah, Mr. Yo's transparency as good as ever there. That was awesome. Yeah, he looked visibly relieved that he got the win here. Back to what we said. Do you find it interesting as we get to the highlights for the series? Do you find it interesting that he lacks so much confidence against Hart in a LAN?
I was a bit surprised how hard he judged that one, right?
Yeah.
Especially Hart, who struggle a bit in LANs, right?
Yes.
We have to say, like, we consider him maybe top 5, top 6 even in online games, but he didn't have, like, any breakthrough sets even in the last LANs, right?
Yeah,
so
that was my feeling as well.
Ranking him so much higher than himself, I was surprised by that.
Well, I mean, they have a lot of experience playing against each other, and I think for players, it's just going to be based on how each player feels on the other side of the screen. There's no question on Hart's talent. He was saying that, though, about Hart. We'll see him later. He was actually in the semifinals last time around. I think he got swept by Hera. But yeah, we'll see what Mr. Yo does when they run into each other here. But he said he didn't expect the scouts. I didn't expect the scouts from Saracens either.
Yeah, well, that is a wild strategy, right? But you can use the market. It is MBL. You need to always do a really good job of scouting. And that CA dive, yeah, in the end, all the CAs are dying. But MBL's economy is simply 20 villagers behind here. The key moment of the game.
Yeah, it was huge. And that's exactly the game you want to start off the series. And Mr. Yo, I think, led with some confidence going into the second game. But what is that, like 6 villager kills, but 30 idols right there?
It's like it's
yeah, ridiculous. I think the worker efficiency last minute dipped down to like something like 20% there. and then he finishes the game with the forward castle. Just the perfect opening.
Yeah, perfect timing there as well, right? Because actually MBL had the water control, just won the big fight, but Villagers snuck through. And then on the second game, Stone Drift, the landing there by MBL was quite nice, some nice aggression, but Mr. Yo able to clear up the first tower.
Yeah, sometimes the question is how do you beat someone when they do the strategy, and maybe there's counter answers. If you can't beat them, join them is also a bit of advice, and that's exactly what Yo did. He counter-landed his opponent after MBL went for the unusual landing, and he mitigated the damage at home. He won the Islands game. Game number 3, though. Again, MBL just bringing random things, chaotic things to the fold. Man-at-Arms, Archer, and Spearman opening. But Mr. Yo just couldn't really find a way to do significant damage to MBL this game.
Yeah, and that was the big difference, right? Crossbows and skirmishes here doing so much more damage on the side for MBL. Mangonel Micro completely opposite. So gets the kill at the bottom, gets the kill at the top, and keeps both of his Mangonels alive. Yeah,
and honestly, you think about the whole series, Nilly. If Yo doesn't counter land, I guarantee you there's siege from MBL on his TC, and then Yo has to play counter siege, and then MBL wins that game, and then it's a different situation. This was a sick opening from Yo.
Crazy, right? And yeah, Byzantine bonus, right? You have the better vision, you see this coming. Nice quick wall by Mr. Yo, and then the Archer defense was good. And MBL, he went for some crazy aggression. We thought maybe going for some towers instead of 3 castles could have been an option here. He did not gain enough ground.
Yeah, I think at a certain point, MBL just, I think the eco fell apart, the game plan fell apart, and he said, screw it, let's send it. And honestly, against lesser players, the send it maybe works. Maybe against other civs, it works as well, but Mr. Yo played it perfectly. Ends up trepping down 2 castles, has the Dramans and the other pawns to take care of the 3rd and the 4th, and then Mr. Yo obviously wins the series. So, in my opinion, a great series to show us what the players are capable of. Kind of an expected series in terms of MBL's chaos being a little too much. He needs a little bit more control in the next sets. And Mr. Yo is showing he's pretty on top of his game.
Yeah, happy to see that. Typically a slow starter this time with the W. And I'm excited to see what's up next. Riley will guide us through it.
Well, thanks very much, yes, boys, and a great job on casting that set. As we move on now to have a look, Dave, at what's coming our way for the rest of the afternoon. And while we do have ACCM and Leary setting up behind us, I want to talk about what is in probably many people's eyes the headline act today. Like coming up later today, we've got Hera versus Hart. Hera, undisputedly the best player going around at this point. It was interesting to hear what Mr. Yo was saying about both of these players. You know, sort of being quite honest in thinking that Hera was going to be something of an insurmountable task. But Yo also noting that Hart is also a very formidable opponent. What are your thoughts on Hart coming into this tournament?
Well, Hart has developed so much over the last few years, right? There was a time where it was basically Mr. Yo being the favorite going into a set against Hart, and now you heard how nervous he was matching up against him. Hart struggles against 2 players. He struggles against Leary, and he struggles against Hera. Arguably the 2 best players in the world. Well, there's no argument there. I mean, basic consensus. It's 2 best. And Hart is just such a monster when it comes to preparation and meta and just optimizing the game. And he makes players nervous.
Yes, a keen analytical mind.
Yes.
And I actually got the chance to catch up with him. We're going to show you some of that footage in just a second. It was really interesting, in particular, to hear about his preparation with those 2 players, his teammates, right? Like that's going to impact his, not just his preparation, but also coming into this tournament and playing against the Heras and the Learys. That's something that I guess preparing with them has a huge impact on.
Yeah, I mean, and it's his chance to prove to the team and prove to the world that he belongs with those 2. Our 2 best players in the game right now. I think he does. I know a lot of fans think he does. And this is an excellent chance to prove that. And he opens against the best player in the world. The best player in the world for a very long time now, Hera, later today.
Yes, and you get to hear exactly what he thinks of that matchup. I got the chance to catch up with Hart earlier today. I'm here with Hart, who is playing in now his 2nd Red Bull Wololo tournament. Hart, it's good to see you back at one of these. These events are so special, aren't they? They're really exciting.
It's super exciting. It's something you plan the whole year around. Basically, it's like the World Cup for us Aoe players, essentially.
It is a little bit like that. These are such high-profile events. Let's talk about your preparation coming into this tournament, given the fact that the stakes are so high. What does your preparation look like?
Well, we had a boot camp in France with Vitality. So me, Hera, and Leary. We had a boot camp. So we got a lot of games in, and yeah. It was pretty good, actually.
And maybe develop some secret strats to bring to the
We'll see.
table. We'll see.
Maybe,
but
maybe.
in round number 1, there's not going to be any secrets because it's you playing against your teammate Hera. Hera is undoubtedly the best player in the world at the moment. What does it mean for you to be facing him in the first round? This is the first match you'll be playing.
Yeah, I mean, I'm quite used to it by now. I literally always face him round 1 in every single tournament, I think. So
Okay.
It's just routine at this point. But yeah, it's obviously special. Like, he knows we prepare together, so like there's not many secrets between us. There's, ideas that like sometimes in practice he would beat me, and I would tell him like, your strategy is terrible. I'm just bad, that I can beat it. But yeah, there's things like that between us. But yeah, it's going to be a special match. I think it's nice to face him. If I'm going to face him, I'd rather get him out of the way first, and then have an easier way. And yeah.
All right, well, best of luck, not just against Hera, but for indeed the rest of the tournament. Hart, thanks so much for joining us.
Thank you.
Hart there chatting about the upcoming match against Hera, which, Dave, will be coming up later today on the broadcast. You want to stick around for that because that is must-watch Age of Empires. We turn our attention now to the match that's coming up right ahead of us here. We have ACCM facing off against Leary. Leary, a former champion, two-time Red Bull Wololo champion. ACCM, someone who had quite an interesting and impressive road to this tournament, Dave.
I think unprecedented is the word, right? You saw him on the ladder, and I believe he had 38 wins in a row. It got to the point where Hera and Leary would spend their entire evening just trying to snipe ACCM on the ladder. And then when they finally got him, they lost. They couldn't stop them. So ACCM at the absolute peak of his game right now. And, he keeps, I make fun of him because he keeps getting older. He's older than me. And he keeps getting better.
Yeah.
Which is
like a fine wine.
Not the way that graph usually works at all, right?
Yes.
So he's super impressive. The preparation is off the charts with this guy, and I think it's a really tough customer for Leary to do.
Yeah, a huge amount of momentum behind ACCM. He's in great nick, but you can never count out the kid, two-time Red Bull Wololo champion Leary. We're going to get underway with this match right here, right now, as we throw it over to the casters. Mem and Nilly are standing by.
And because if you check about those statistics, you see ACCM, right, Nelly? And then he was the one who played the least. So he was saving energy. He's getting older, like they've said, and then he played the least, but I win the most.
Yeah, I actually talked to him about that, right? Because I couldn't believe like how successful he was in the ladder. He said he actually practiced a bit, like off-stream, off-ladder, compared to what all the others did, right? And he was picking his opponents, right? And he spent like 14 hours in front of the PC, but just like was very careful who he wanted to play against.
I just put the alarm in my phone, when ACCM is going, I get the alarm, because it was like a big event. And then we have Leary.
I'm gonna mute that for a second, guys, and we're gonna take a look at these drafts. Yeah, I think it'll be more fun than listening for just a minute. So let's see what Leary ACCM. We'll keep an eye on it, make sure that the game hasn't started. But Leary bans Glacies. ACCM bans Thames. Interesting. So this one hasn't been banned yet. We haven't seen any bans on that yet. Leary picks Stonefront. We haven't seen Stonefront yet this tournament as well. Haven't seen it picked yet. ACCM picks Dorothea Quarry. Also, we haven't seen that yet. In either of the sets that have been played, we haven't seen either of these picked as home maps. ACCM picks Crownwood. We have seen Crownwood. Crownwood was probably one of the most popular out of all of the maps. And Leary is going to go with... Make sure the game's not started yet. Leary waiting to the last second. What's he going to pick? Volpine. All right, all right. We haven't seen any of these except for Crownwood yet. And the new maps were admin bans. So what's it going to be? Loch Ness. Okay, Loch Ness is going to be the opening map. Henschel, Rampart, Stonedrift, and Blue Wells, all admin bans. And let's go ahead and take a look at the Civ draft. Make sure it's not started yet. We're good. All right, Burgundians banned right off the bat from ACCM. I wouldn't be surprised if we see Koreans banned right off the bat from Leary or ACCM. I think Koreans will... ACCM played some particular civs very well during the ranked ladder qualifier. And yeah, Leary's banning Muisca and Mapuche. I think Leary doesn't want to play against any of the South American civs that are new, which makes sense. He hasn't played with them. I don't think he's played much against them either. I believe Leary doesn't have the DLC. ACCM bans Vietnamese and Saracens. Okay. None of those picks from, or none of those bans from ACCM are a surprise. None of the bans from Leary are a surprise. I forgot, but now that I'm recognizing it, Leary doesn't want to play any of the South American civs. He bans Georgians. Interesting. I would have thought that Koreans would have been the top ban, but I guess not. ACCM bans Portuguese. It's not surprising. All of those are top picks. Italians is banned. Leary, what's he going to ban? Let's make sure the game hasn't started. Still hasn't started. We're fine. Leary gets his 2 bans now. Leary waiting to the last second quite a bit to make his choices. And there it is. Leary bans Koreans. I knew that was going to come eventually. And he bans Byzantines. I think ACCM, without some of his top picks, will be less formidable than he was on the ranked ladder. ACCM bans Wei. Not super surprising. Let's see what Leary picks up here as his top civ. As his first pick. Ketons wasn't banned, so I wouldn't be surprised to see one of these players pick up Ketons pretty early. This is one of the first drafts where Ketons was not banned. Yeah, Leary likes to go down to the last second. Keep everybody guessing. And he picks... Okay, yeah, Magyars, that's not a surprise. Magyars is a top pick as well. Again, I wouldn't be surprised to see one of them take Ketons early, though. Or at least at some point in the draft. I'd be very surprised if it went unpicked. A lot of interesting options available, though. ACCM takes Bengalis. Ooh. Where do we think Bengalis is going to be played? He takes Maya as well. That's interesting. I don't know where Bengalis will actually be played. I'm curious. Maya, I don't know either, honestly. Like, I guess Eagles on Volpine. Maybe Maya will be played there. I think Crownwood will be Magyars from Leary. Leary picks Dravidians. That will probably be for Loch Ness. Let's make sure the game isn't underway. Game is still not underway. Okay. Both these players like to take their time on these drafts. It's so funny. Like, the last draft was, like, instantaneous picks. Ooh, Mongols. I could see Mongols being played on Volpine, Crownwood, potentially Stonefront. Volpine has Hunt, so I wouldn't be super surprised to see it there. Armenians, that's probably going to be Loch Ness for ACCM. I think Armenians is actually one of ACCM's better civs on Loch Ness. And Persians could be honestly, Persians could be like any map. Like they're so nice to play. Like their eco's good. They have a lot of good units. It's hard to say where Persians will be played. Let's see what Leary goes with now. Kumans. Well, we saw how good Kumans can be in the hands of Viper in Game 5. Holy. Kumans were insane. I like, their late game is horrible, but like, if you get ahead with them in the early and mid game, they can be crazy. Tatars. Ooh, I haven't seen Tatars like at all. Could see Tatars being fine on Crownwood though. Or maybe on Volpine as well. I think Kumans will be the stone front pick from Leary. Turks. Turks has not been a high pick either. Interesting. Maybe Dorothea Quarry. Some like FC into Jannies or something. I don't know. Or like, or oh, well, I could see, I guess, scouts into light cav on it on a map with Turks. I'm just curious. This is a very different draft than a lot of the other two drafts that we saw. But ACCM is like a very different player. Like, his style is so different than what we normally see. Like, how he approaches the game is usually very different than like the regular meta. Okay, Jurchins. Man, this is a weird draft. Weird draft. I don't actually know where we're going to see a lot of these civs. Ethiopians. Okay. Okay. Game's still not started, but we'll hop in here. See what they're saying. Oh, game is started. Now that we're live. All right. Game 1. Let's get the sound back on. All right, so we're already in Castlage. I missed some of the game. Oh, but it's exactly what I thought. Leary's going Dravidians. ACCM is playing as Armenians. And ACCM... Okay, neither player has a lot of eco damage. ACCM is going to try and do fortified churches forward. This is not surprising at all, seeing this from ACCM. This is ACCM style to a max. He's about to hit castle. He's going to start dropping fortified churches. He's going to drop... Yeah, there it is. And he's going to drop 1 TC at home. Leary's going to be on 2 TC... Or 3 TC. He's dropping 2 TCs. ACCM is going to play, like, Warrior Monk, and Siege. And Leary's got control of the water, so he's probably going to add... Yeah, he's adding fishing ships. And then we're going to have to see how he responds to this. Dravidians don't get good monks, and they're not known for their light cav. So maybe crossbow siege from Leary. And there's the Vills for ACCM. Oh, we had a conversion. I'm not even sure where that happened. That's a very forward fortified church. And I mean, ACCM got the fortified church up forward. He's got a mango forward. And Leary's going to have to respond. He's going to have to make siege. And he's going to have to make army to go with it. Because otherwise, it's just going to get converted. And ACCM knew that without the middle, he had to go all the way around. And he snuck the Vills, so... Now, Atonement is coming in for Leary. So Leary is going to play monks. He's just going to try and convert his opponent's monks instead. I don't believe he gets Redemption, and he might not even get Sanctity with Dravidians. This fortified church in front of those mangoes is so brutal. There comes Sanctity for ACCM, who I'm sure will get Redemption as soon as he's able. And now ACCM adding his 3rd TC behind this. Oh, Leary got a conversion on a Warrior Priest. That's actually huge. That's really big, actually. So Leary adding more siege, adding more monks. Leary up like 2k res collected almost. Oh, but Leary loses a monk for free there. Almost loses the mango, but oh, and he's gonna... Oh, he somehow survived that. And now Redemption's in. Yeah, I mean, this is brutal. Redemption is in, so ACCM is gonna be able to convert the siege from Leary. Leary getting Devotion. Biggest scam tech in the game. ACCM loses his mango there, though, for free. Leary gets a free mango. That's pretty great for Leary. Wheelbarrow comes in for Leary. Leary has Bowsaw and Wheelbarrow. Oh, and ACCM with the key play there. Leary has to delete, and ACCM saves the monk. And Leary way ahead in the Vil count. Way ahead in the res collected. Way ahead in the army count. But ACCM has a good position, a forward position. And ACCM saving the monks by just hopping inside of his fortified church. I don't believe that ACCM has Devotion, so ACCM loses the monk battle there. And I don't know where that conversion came in just now, but somewhere. There was a conversion somewhere. ACCM trying to convert another mango. And I think those mangoes are going to kill this. Oh, he kills the one he converted. That's funny. And ACCM gets the conversion there in the monk war. And Leary way ahead in eco, but not really able to push this position right now. Good attack ground there from Leary, who kills one of the repair vills. But ACCM's eco not bad, but Leary's is flying. ACCM gets a conversion on a monk. Will he get a conversion on the mango as well? He gets a conversion. Oh, gets a mango there, and then that mango gets killed. A lot of converting happening here. Mangoes and monks and ACCM gets 2 vills and a mango converted there. That's big value. ACCM does lose a monk here, though, to the TC. And Leary's going to get a castle up behind this. Leary's going to have this defensive castle. It's going to make it hard for ACCM to continue his push. And it looks like Leary's trying to get into light cav now. He wants enough light cav to push this back. Not only is he going to get into light cav, but he already has a lot of light cav produced. He has the armor. He just got husbandry. Problem is ACCM is almost up to imp. ACCM has been saving to click. I think ACCM feels as though if he gets a good imp timing that he could still do this. He does have a castle up at home. We're going to have a yeah, big moment there. Big replay. A lot of conversions coming in. And oh, there's the light cav. ACCM not ready for it. Can't hop into his churches in time. The attack grounds miss. And all of the mangoes are going to go down for ACCM. ACCM's push is now dead, effectively. Yeah, really good job from Leary. And Leary somehow gets to imp, or clicks imp before ACCM. I don't know what the relic count is. It looks like Leary has 3. ACCM has the 1 that he gets for building the monastery, but he didn't even collect the other 3. So there's 3 relics just chilling in the corner still. And ACCM gets a monk conversion there. Wins the monk battle. And ACCM feels confident that he can keep trying to push with the monks, but Leary getting some value out of the light cav. A lot of conversions coming in. Can't see them all. Leary ahead by 6k. No, 5k res collected. Will be up to imp a minute before, a little more than a minute before ACCM. And all the light cav, or 2 of the light cav being converted. This is really big for ACCM to get the light cav here. Makes a big difference. Leary, though, with such a big res lead, such a big army lead, I don't see much of a win condition for ACCM right now, who doesn't even have the relics. Leary just countering this all-in church play so well. And res collected looking really good for Leary, and I think ACCM will realize the position that he's in. ACCM does like to play on in case of a comeback. Often will play longer than other players, but I think that even ACCM will realize that he's in a very tough position rather quickly. And ACCM building another castle back behind. We're gonna see the last warship upgrade for Leary. He's gonna have galleons, fast fires. He's going to even get shipwright, which is an expensive tech. Shipwright now coming in. Makes the cost of your ships and the speed at which they're created much faster. Cost is lower, speed is faster. Leary just chilling. Demo? Actually, I'm not even sure where he's getting this. Oh, below the castle. He's getting a heavy demo upgrade, ACCM is, which I believe that the demos for Armenians have like an extra large explosive radius if you get the upgrade, which ACCM does have. So it's ACCM going into composite bowman and trying to play heavy demo. I just don't see this working out. I think Leary's too far ahead. 7k res collected ahead for Leary. He owns the water. He's going to get chemistry, and then he'll be able to make cannon galleons. And ACCM trying to make heavy demos, but, I mean, there's just not going to be enough of them fast enough to be able to push this navy back. And those demos are about to pop out of the dock. Yeah, I mean, the demos pop out. They get a few kills, but that's it. Not enough to be worth it. ACCM maybe thinking he could add docks down here in the corner, but Leary's right there. And at ACCM trying to get a push going from the side, but again, Leary's right there. Leary just realizes everywhere that ACCM is and everywhere that ACCM wants to be. And Leary's dominating this game. The ACCM, I'm maybe playing it a little too long. The ACCM just barely over 100 pop. Leary to completely pop capped. Has all the techs that he needs to finish this game. He's got hand cannons. He's got skirms. Soon he'll have cannon galleons. And ACCM just not in a position to be able to push any of this back. And ACCM really with no choice to ever get back on the water. Leary just dominating on the water. And it looks like ACCM is going to try and add some barracks to go into potentially champions, but Leary already has the hand cannons, right? Leary's already prepped the switch for the potential. And ACCM will see this soon, and I think we'll have no choice but to call it. But who knows with ACCM? Who knows? Hello, Sober Lee. And ACCM kind of dragging this one on, right? The Dravidians are incredibly well equipped to handle the Armenians in the late game. The cannon galleons are now out for Leary. He can range everything. He's got Trebs trebbing down the barracks. He's got hand cannons to deal with the eventual champs. Champ not even in yet for ACCM. ACCM makes a random ram and mango up top. Out hop the two-handed swordsman to fight the skirms. ACCM trying to take res on the shoreline, and Leary just denying it with the navy. And there's the champs from ACCM. Plenty of hand cannons from Leary, and I would love to see Woot steal champions from Leary to be a meat shield in front of the hand cannons. It would be hilarious. If he was like, you can make champions, but I can make them too. And I could just make more of them because my eco's actually functioning. And Leary up 10k res collected. A much better KD. He owns the water. He has the perfect counter to the champs. He's getting army ready to go on the right-hand side. Relic count is 3-1 Leary. There's 3 still not taken on the left-hand side of the map. That, like, ACCM could secure them, but he hasn't really made it a priority. ACCM trying to get a castle up on the left-hand side of Leary's base. Now hand cannons coming out for Leary. Some champ raids for ACCM. I don't actually know where those champs came through, but they came through somewhere. 65-28 army. Leary just way ahead in the army count. And ACCM still making champs. And Leary getting the last upgrades that he needs. He's getting Thumb Ring and getting the last Archer Armor upgrade. And 3k score ahead now for Leary. I think Leary will soon bring the cannon galleons over to kill the castle that ACCM has built on the left-hand side. There's a Treb there as well that he could push with, and he's going to. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a castle on the hill right there, on the top right-hand side of ACCM's base, in just a minute when Leary has the stone for it. And 19 champs still alive for ACCM. Very little gold and food though, so not much of a threat, the champions. ACCM grabbed a relic. Yeah, ACCM could grab all 3 of the relics. I don't think it will change the outcome of this game. The Leary has been at 200 pop for quite some time, and there's Elite Elephant Archer upgrade coming in for Leary now, who has 51 hand cannons at the moment. Leary now pushing the only castle that ACCM has on his side of the map. And Leary doing a great job finding where ACCM is taking gold and just knocking him off of it. And Leary now up to 90 army. Soberly says, only good unit Armenians have are the monk. No, they have 100 HP champions, but against civs with hand cannon, it's not so good. So the champions do well in some situations, but even against hand cannons, they can do alright if the hand cannons are not in large numbers. But Leary has 46 hand cannons, so I would call that large numbers. And the champ numbers for ACCM, almost nothing now. 13 champs. Not enough res to make a whole lot more. Leary pushing on both sides of the map. ACCM has picked up 1 relic. But still 2 more for him to pick up on that left side. And this castle almost down. ACCM trying to make more champs. 4K score difference now. Leary ahead by 50 in the KD. Ahead by almost 10k res collected. Fortified wall and heated shop for Leary. Leary getting techs he definitely doesn't need just because he can. Leary, who has literally no walls and doesn't, his opponent who has no navy, yet he gets heated shot and fortified walls. Well, I think that's just a flex at this point. Leary getting guard tower, again has no towers, but feels that guard tower will be a good tech. Getting elite cannon galleon. Yeah, I think Leary's just trying to get the score to be so immensely lopsided that ACCM feels he has no choice but to. GG. ACCM making a full switch to skirm, so Leary will have to add light cav or a or some champs or something on that side. I think the easiest thing he could do would just be to add Arumis. Since he has 3 castles, he could just add Arumis. He's gonna add his own skirm, which is fine. Arumi would kill everything, though. It would kill the skirms. It would kill the champs. It would kill the buildings. I would like to see Arumi from Leary. He has the res to do it. Leary getting ship upgrades he definitely doesn't need. And Leary's gonna move forward with the trebs. The relic now, the relic count will be in favor of ACCM. I don't think it will change much. Leary floating a lot of res. Been pop capped for quite a while. ACCM struggling for gold. Not quite pop capped at the moment. I think Leary knows that the end is inevitable. Has added a lot of skirms. Adding more elephant archers as well. I think ACCM was trying to get on water up at the top, but I think Leary denied it. Only one castle in ACCM's eco. Now almost a 5k score difference. Yeah, ACCM trying to build fortified churches to defend the golds that he needs on the shoreline. So much army from Leary on the left-hand side. Now, oh, a 5k score difference. So you would think the ACCM rule would start kicking in here. Why no BBC for Leary? I think Leary is actually playing very lax because he knows he's won, and he's kind of just waiting for ACCM to resign. I don't think he feels like he needs to like kill him, because he knows that he has way more res because he's got control of the whole coast. So it's like inevitable. And I think Leary's just kind of playing it out until ACCM calls it. Exactly, Leary's just chilling. He's like, this game's over. It's a matter of when ACCM recognizes it's over. 6k score difference. I know some people they like the fighting spirit. I like fighting spirit, but I also think that there is a time where it's just annoying when you keep playing. And I think this is one of those times. Like, this is so obviously over. Like, ACCM knows this is over, but he plays on. I don't know if it's because he thinks he has more... I don't think I think it may be because he thinks he has more stamina, maybe, and thinks that playing the game out longer will, like, wear his opponents down. Gotta make sure the score is high so you don't lose the score. Yeah, I mean, that's what Leary's getting all of these techs that he doesn't need just so that he wins on score if ACCM tries to take the game there. Like, he got guard tower even though he doesn't need it. He got heated shot even though his opponent has no ships. Like, he got a bunch of navy upgrades that he doesn't need. There is a time limit. Yeah, 900 years is the time limit. That's like an hour and 15 minutes, I think, in real time. So another 25 minutes. Yeah, there is a time limit. One of the games earlier almost went to the time limit. The first game of the day, actually. It was a great game between Sebastian and Viper. I mean, this is almost 10k score difference. Like, this is embarrassing. There was a set between Viper and Sebastian, and there was a set between MBL and Yo. Those are the two sets that have been played, Sobre. I cast both of them, so if you wanted to go back and watch the cast for those sets. Yeah, I know, like, it's like ACCM is like, yeah, AFK, but he's not. He's here. And, like, there's the GG, but that was an embarrassingly long game. That didn't need to be. Like, sometimes I'm like, oh, kudos to the player that was behind by a lot and, like, made it really close and competitive, but that game was over 30 minutes ago. It was a dominating performance from Leary.
Only crew.
But it's crazy how they can handle this kind of situation, because this has been like a hammer. Has been.
I'll let these guys talk.
Time, trying to keep it constant for what?
You can listen to them for a second.
Has been trying to attack all the time, and then ACCM was trying to hold and counter-attack, and has been all the time like this, because it looked like a slow game, but it really wasn't. Because when he came from the charge, they didn't stop fighting the whole game. It wasn't a moment that was a group game at all. From this moment, that is 14 minutes, has been constant action. in the game.
Yeah, ACCM like gave himself a really good shot, right? This was already a tricky position for himself and allowed Leary to maybe screw up, but Leary repaired this town center, held for a long time, played the atonement defense, which really surprised me, then Magno defense after that, and simply with a way better economy, with the light cap switch, could go for the big clear up later on.
Yeah, we could see that he was holding there for so long, spending a lot of resources, yes, but he got those resources. He was having at that point of the game already over 3.5k resources more, 30 villas more. He always was having the lead, the economy lead, and the water. The water in this kind of map, right, we have seen already today. If you are going for the water and you take the water, it gives you a lot.
Yeah, especially like with how early he won it, right, and how uncontested it was. Then we had dreams here as ACCM fanboys, where the champions could overrun, but hand cannon numbers were sufficient for the defense.
Yeah, let's see what is gonna be the game number.
I'm gonna mute them for a second. I sometimes get a little annoyed, right, when the commentators are acting like it was a close game. Like they're like trying to be polite and respectful. That it's like, that game was so over for so long. I think it's kind of disrespectful to like drag the game. And it's like, oh, us ACCM fanboys had the dream that he could overcome with the champions. Like, no, there was 50 hand cannons and the dude had 20 champs. Like, that wasn't a dream. Like, you're not, it's just never gonna happen. We don't have to pretend that that game was close. We don't have to pretend that there was a chance he was coming back. Like, just call it as it was. He dragged the game on whatever that reason may be. No, this is the group stage, Birdie. This is the group stage. So, anyway. Now you can hear them for another second before the game starts.
Plus, about ACCM. Confidence? Lack of creativity?
I don't know, because in this one, I think Leary is also going to feel good. No?
They're actually playing green against teal.
That's Tupi.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we should... Yeah, they can't hear it, right? Yeah, and there was Tupi. So that's going to be really interesting. Is that the first time we ever see Tupi? Like in Empire was for sure, right? No, it can't be Tupi. Leary banned all
Which one
three.
is that then?
No, it was the Tupi symbol, but Leary banned
okay.
Tupi. Yeah.
So he's triggered.
Yeah, he's playing with us. Like, I was like trying to check the tech.
Trolling us. He's trolling us completely.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, let's see. Where's the camera? We need to see the camera there. This map we have seen that the players, even if they work quite a lot because the wood is very hard to defend. Like those hills, you cannot make a TC close ever. I mean, if you're in castle, so the players are Turks. So it wasn't Turks, it was Turks.
Turks, interesting. That has to be like a scout opening into CA afterwards.
Remember that the scouts from Turks they get extra pierce armor. Leary loved to play with archer units, and what he can pick Leary here.
Magyars against this could be an option on the other side. Like
a late game into Cab archers. I still prefer the Magyars. The Magyars won over the Turks.
Yeah.
I mean, the 100 days.
Best of 5, Soberly. Best of 5.
But I think Magyars in this.
You said, imagine if ACCM stops playing 2-hour games all of a sudden because he's not exhausted playing losing games. He hits like top 4 players.
Then he want to go super aggro, double archer range opening.
All right, here we go, guys.
Has to be it, right? Because this is the worst map to build an extra town center because you can't build it next to the wood line.
No, he's not. So he's not going for a strategy.
All right, get us in the game.
Right Maybe like we saw in the previous series, it can be an interesting one. And you can see, guys, that game number 2 is about to start. The players are already gaming. Same speed as me, guys.
Don't you think Leary could benefit from a bigger mousepad?
Let's go. Okay, here we go. Crownwood. And it's going to be Leary playing as Kumans, ACCM playing as Turks. I would not have expected Turks on this map. I'm sure we're going to see a lot of scouts into light cav, probably some archers as well. And yeah, he is indeed. Why Kumans? I think the idea behind Kumans is like really heavy feudal play. get a lead in feudal, and then maintain that into castle and end the game early. So with Cumans, you could play like 2 range and a stable because they have the cheap buildings. And then behind that, sometimes players will do like really heavy feudal, and then they'll add the second TC in like late feudal. Yeah, this is exactly what he's gonna do. It's gonna be 2 archery ranges and a stable for Leary, and it's gonna be an archery range and a stable for ACCM. So we're gonna see archers from ACCM along with scouts, and we're gonna see scouts and double range archers from Leary. Yeah, Birdie, the setups are cool. It's very cool to see how things are set up for the group stage. Obviously, once you get past the group stage, we're going to have live crowd, and eventually the finals will be in Albert Hall, which will be insane. I cannot wait to watch 5,000, or, well, I think it's going to be like closer to like 3,000 or 4,000 people live in a crowd, all watching AoE together and cheering for their favorites. It's kind of crazy that that's going to be a reality here in the next few days. So ACCM makes it out with some really weak vills there, and Leary might lose a vill here. No, he won't. Leary trying to find a comfortable chair setting. He knows he's gonna be stuck there for a while. I know, right? So ACCM slightly ahead in the KD, even res collected thus far in the game. Ooh, ACCM loses the scout there and loses the archer. So now he doesn't have any presence forward, but Leary's forward army got cleared as well. Leary actually has a minute of idle TC time, and I think that's because he's trying to do this 2-range archer skirm play. Which I don't love the skirms, to be honest. Like, you could just outmass archers, right? With two ranges. But ACCM is going to add a second range now. So it's strange to me. ACCM's adding the second range, but he hasn't even been producing out of the first range the whole time. He didn't have the highest production rate out of that first range, but we're adding a second range. A little bit odd. Do we have both players have fletching? Yeah, both players have fletching. A lot more scouts on the field for ACCM. Well, I say a lot more. One more scout on the field for ACCM. I think we're going to eventually see a second TC, Birdie. But, like, Viper earlier did the same, not on the same map, but he did the same style build. And he had 3 ranges, 3 stables, a siege workshop, and forward tower. And he built a second TC, all in feudal. It was an insane game. I was actually, like, shocked that the type of, like, investment that he was making. It was a very, very interesting build. And he did Siege Workshop into Rams on top of, like, all the other stuff that he was making. That was game 5 of the set between Sebastian and Viper. That was a very good set, by the way. The set between Sebastian and Viper has been my favorite so far. They had some really fun games. I guess you can afford double range stable, but it maybe you have a little bit of an idle TC time like Leary did. So Leary has the army numbers here, and I don't think he feels the confidence to take the fight until he has bloodlines, and he's about to have bloodlines. Yeah, okay, he's gonna take the fight now. And this is the type of fight that should be good for Leary, known for his micro. Oh, but the scout... Oh, the spears aren't engaging. Leary's spears were not engaging in that fight for the longest time. I think that's actually a good fight for ACCM. That's a good fight for ACCM. He's going to clear the entire army. ACCM, advantage ACCM after that fight. Leary clicked up to castle, does have more army on the field than ACCM. ACCM with a 2-villager lead. Leary with a minute and a half of idle TC time. Market now going up for ACCM, who knows he needs to click up. He sees Leary's score drop. I don't know why we're replaying this fight. We just watched it, but okay. Like, look at the spears not engaging here. I know he didn't want to lose them to the archers, but it feels like he should have, like, tried to split them and get at least one engaged. Because those spears end up dying pretty easily anyway. Rough. ACCM is going to be up in a minute and a half after Leary. Yeah, so really, I mean, like, that's the thing. Like, I don't want to be, like, fake or, like, we're watching a replay of something that just doesn't matter. Like, we just watched it. Why are we watching it again? It wasn't that exciting. It was just, like, a regular fight. Like, there's been a few times where they've done replays of stuff, and I'm like, why are we replaying this? Leary gets Horse Collar. ACCM already has Horse Collar. No wheelbarrow for either player. Leary opts to not build the TC in Feudal, but I'm sure he'll add one here soon. Okay. And so Leary has a lot of army forward, but ACCM did sneak in with some army, and Leary's going to have to wall this out. Nice walls from Leary. He's going to lose Vills, though. This is going to be 2 Vills down. 2 Vills down. That's a really good value from those archers for ACCM. Oh, but at the same time, Leary's getting some value. ACCM's going to dive the gold, though. He's going to dive the gold. He's going to get more Vills. I think it's going to be another 4 Vills. The Eco KD's even, though. Eco KD is even. Both players killed a few Vills. Knights now coming out for Leary. A Mangonel coming forward for Leary. I think Leary feels like last game dragged on forever, and Leary's saying, this game, you're going to die whether you like it or not. I'm bringing the fight to you. Offense is going to happen. Like, Leary does not want this to be a long game. He's got crossbow mass forward. He's baking mangoes forward. He's bringing knights forward. Oh, and Leary's in with the crossbows, and he's cleaning up what's the crossbows at home from ACCM. All the crossbows will go down for ACCM in his base. And now we have a batch of 12 crossbows in ACCM's base. ACCM on 1 TC, Leary on 1 TC, Eco just about even. Eco, res collected just about even. Vil count just about even. ACCM with a few light cav in Leary's base. I'm not sure where those came in. I think they came in from the bottom. Leary not getting a lot of value with the crossbows that have broken in so far. And ballistics is on the way now for ACCM. Yeah, I think ACCM will be able to take a fight here soon because he's going to have ballistics. Ballistics is in. Does ACCM, or does Leary notice it? I think he notices it. I think he's going to try and run from it. He's going to pick off 1, 2 Vills here. That's actually big value for those crossbows now. Knights now fighting some camels here, but they have crossbows to back them up. Leary's going to realize that ballistics is in. ACCM just getting Bodkin. What a mistake. He was taking so many fights before having Bodkin, and I think Leary probably knew this and was okay with taking some of these fights. Does he... Maybe he's just going to leave these here to die now? He's just too busy microing other places. Oh, the Knights coming in. The Knights coming in, and the Mango's on the front. And now Leary's microing. Dodging ballistics. Has the Knights killing Vills. This feels like a crazy high-pressure moment for ACCM. And Leary just clearing up those crossbows in the back. We've got Rams now from Leary. And I think Leary's going to feel so comfortable in this position. The army numbers from Leary, insane. The Vil lead for Leary. Oh, the split micro to dodge the ballistics. Leary says, ballistics don't matter to me. You'll lose anyway. And that one light cap getting a lot of value in the back of Leary's base. That one light cap has 5 Vil kills, by the way. And a Mango for ACCM right now in the right position could be brutal. House walls. Will the house walls be enough? One light cap is still back there chilling. That Mango hasn't come out yet, though. Mango will get a good shot. This is the real question. Oh, that is a bad place for those crossbows to go, but the Mango doesn't pop out, so it's fine. ACCM with so many idols. That Mango still didn't pop out. And ACCM's entire eco is idled. I mean, his entire eco is idled. And Leary just dominating this game. 34 military to 1. Leary putting on a masterclass of micro and army production. There's just really nothing ACCM can do here. ACCM is completely dead. The score, it really doesn't indicate how bad this is, but ACCM has nothing. He has 1 army, and Leary has 34 army. The Vil count, irrelevant, because none of the Vils are working. We'll trade 1 for 1 with the Mangoes. And now, I don't even know where the 2 army is for ACCM. What is it? Crossbows. 2 crossbows for ACCM to the 8 knights, 20 crossbows, Mango, and a ram for Leary. I think Leary just waiting for the GG now. Knows that he's done plenty of damage. ACCM is completely stuck. ACCM doesn't even know where to go with his Vils. He doesn't know what to do. He's trying to send them to gold. He doesn't know how he can get them to the gold. And this is the moment where you GG and save yourself some embarrassment. Like, this is rough to watch now. It's like that Mango's gonna go down. And ACCM calls the GG. Holy domination from Leary. Leary absolutely destroying his opponent that game.
Range, very early stable behind this.
Crazy.
ACCM, he couldn't really handle all the aggression, right? Maybe defensive tower might have been an option. And also, like, if we like really look at it, I think, yeah, now the military tab will tell us a lot. Look at the 5-minute mark, where you really didn't know, okay, do I go for more army or not? And he had a lot of resources floating, and then he had to decide, okay, I'm going for something, but Leary had such a big advantage already, and ACM could not catch up. I think a bit of indecisiveness and a bit of lack of scouting.
Yeah, but it's crazy because you check the total of kills and then look the economy at the end. He was having him idle for the last 10 minutes.
Yeah, brutal.
For the last 10 minutes because it was similar amount of villages all the time, you know, and then army numbers in total was more or less the same. Well, I think that we couldn't handle this pressure either, you know? Insane. Really, really insane. Well, Leary is playing...
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine.
Looked like he played this game before.
Because let's say, like, did ACCM made some big mistakes?
I think the indecision...
Yeah, I wasn't sure. Like, he was surprised by the Kumans, maybe? In this map?
Can you be like, it was Magiars as well as an option to Tars?
Yeah, but why Turks? He wasn't expecting Kuman. If you expect Kumans, you don't go for Turks in this map.
Yeah, maybe.
Try it, like, I mean, I don't know.
This actually was a really good option for ACCM to still make something happen in this game.
Well, he did happen, but the crazy part is that he recovered. Well, recovered because of no botkin.
Yeah.
Right? Maybe if it was botkin instead of ballistic in that situation, Maybe in this situation was better to have early siege instead of ballistic.
It is tricky. The map is too open, right? Like, where do you really go with your mangonel? Your goal is so exposed at the front here.
No, but to defend, I'm talking. And to defend ACCM. I mean, wow. Well, that series is definitely not over, but it's a 2-0 now. Longer game the first one, but very clear the first 2 games for, I would say, for Leary.
Now we even go into Leary's home map, I believe, with Stonefront. So ACM is not going for Dorothea Quarry, which would have been his home map. And Stonefront, really aggressive through the center aggression, something where we could have seen humans. Maybe we see Leary's special Sith, Ethiopians, just trying to go for very early aggression there.
Okay, let's see the thought here for ACCM. I mean, to win the series, even if all the games count, right, in case that there is a tie because it's a round robin, you need to win all the games. Why to pick my home map? I will save a stuff in case that I lose, you know, for the next series. If I lose, then I pick this one. If I win, perfect, I will recover, but I'm gonna leave my home map for the last. Can be that the process, because if not,
maybe he wants to hide a bit of strategies, maybe just wants to play a straight up game. On the other side, if we look at Stonefront, what is the option there for ACM? We have Wolverine. He might just play Persians. Here, I'm not that excited about Persians in Stonefront.
I think he's gonna go Bengalis.
Bengalis? What do they have going for themselves on this map?
I don't know. Maybe he's gonna go for some phosphorus strategy. Trying to go some.
Oh, and it is Ethiopians. If you're an Ethiopians fan, this is your potentially only game
that you're
where
gonna
you will see them
in the tournament.
Yeah, Ethiopians are not a crazy good civilization outside of Leary's hands. It feels like he loves them. He's going for so much aggression, and we see Bengalis for ACCM. That is going to be interesting because Leary will play full aggression. And we are expecting ACCM to come up with something wild.
I thought they were ready to start when they hopped into the game screen.
The headphones, the civilizations to nearly a man to lose. Thank good. No, it didn't happen.
Bengalis, Ethiopians is interesting, guys.
Okay, there might be a small bug on the map. We have the admin on the case, trying to look at it. Obviously, we have him in shouting distance next to them, and we're just confirming, is this 100% fair? Obviously, so much on the line. We want to make sure that both are playing even playing field.
How you feel about this matchup? We can talk about the Ethiopians versus Bengalis.
I think this could be a 4-minute game.
I think are they giving them a re, or are they playing?
I'm scared.
Brutal aggression?
I'm scared.
I think this might be a re, guys.
Okay, so backed villagers for one player, and we are restarting this one. And I think this is actually
Team Accountant, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
Because this now gives more time for Leary to think about, okay, I'm playing against Bengalis on this map. What am I going to do?
Well, but I think Leary knows what he's
going to do. Blocked vills is not surprised on Stonefront. I can just read.
And that's what he loves to do it, and he's gonna make it. I like this map a lot, actually.
Let's try to explain Bengalis a bit, and why we are hyping it up so much. So they start with 2 extra villagers when you advance to the next stage. Basically, we're starting feudal age, so +2 villagers, +2 once you get to castle age, and they have a crazy unit, kind of a chariot that is a knight and a CA. You can switch its mode out of the castle, and you only need wood and gold for it. So you don't need to spend too much when it comes to food. And sometimes we see people trying to rush to castle age and play a wild strategy, and once you get to that unit, it can be really tough to counter if the opponent is only in feudal age.
All right, guys. So here we go. We got Leary playing as Ethiopians, ACCM playing as Bengalis on Stonefront. It's a very interesting map. I want to see what ACCM is going to do with Bengalis on this map. Because, like, typically you play a heavy feudal with these Red Bull maps, and Bengalis is best known for its FC into Ratha, right? Or playing towards the unique unit. So I wonder how much investment he's going to do in feudal, or if he's going to try and get up really quick and then play into power unit. Leary, obviously, with Ethiopians, is going to be playing heavy into archers. I wouldn't even be surprised if we see double range. Looks like we're going to see range and a stable, so it's probably going to be archers and scouts here for Leary. And ACCM doesn't see that stable. He doesn't know about it yet. So ACCM is going to be looking for Okay, he sees it. He found it. That's actually really nice for ACCM that now he knows. And he's going to build his own stable. You're going to see archers and scouts for both players. ACCM obviously going to be 2 vills up because the Bengalis get 2 vills on hitting feudal. Leary, yeah, with just the 1 range so far. Wouldn't be surprised to see a second one at some point. Oh, nice pick. Leary gets the scout with the archers. That was huge. And now he's going to take a good engagement here. He's going to get an archer. He might get a second archer. And advantage Leary here in the start. Oh, the micro. Beautiful micro from Leary. Leary just doing such a good job clearing these archers. And now we're going to see vills that are in a susceptible position. So much idle time already. And Leary gets a vill with the scout down in the southern part of ACCM's base. And Leary off to the races with the army. He's going to sit here and do damage. He's already got fletching. ACCM invested into fletching and archer armor upgrade, which I think may be a mistake getting archer armor upgrade this early. Might have been better to be able to invest that into more army. Usually don't see archer armor upgrade this early in the game. But maybe he felt like he needed it to deal with the Ethiopian faster shooting archers. And more archers are going to go down here. Leary actually saves those archers with low HP. And the idle time for ACCM's vills has been insane. And ACCM going to lose some vills here. Loses 1 vill. Oh, no, he doesn't. He saves the weak HP vill. I think he might even send it back to the TC. Nice engagement there for ACCM. Was able to push back the army and takes out a lot of scouts. And we're going to see another range from ACCM. Yeah, ACCM now 1 minute of idle TC time, so he's going to be behind by 2 vills. He started up 2 vills, but now he's behind by 2 vills, which is obviously an issue. And Leary coming back in with the archers again. Leary just putting so much pressure on ACCM. And, you know, Leary being arguably the second best player in the world. Maybe a very tough first set for ACCM. And Leary coming in again with the archers. He's going to get another vill pick. Skirms now for ACCM. Don't know if the skirms will be enough. I think that they're going to help push back these archers. And it looks like a pretty even fight. KD very favorable for Leary. Eco units killed, very favorable for Leary. MSFT Will, thank you for subscribing with the Prime sub. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Leary, not really producing very much army at the moment. I think maybe saving to try and hit a good crossbow timing. Get that Castle Age timing. ACCM nowhere near Castle Age. Having to invest into scouts and skirms is just really expensive. And I think that ACCM is going to have a hard time getting to Castle on a decent time. He's got a lot of extra gold because he's not making archers. But he has a lot on gold, so he's going to have to buy his way up. And Leary getting horse collar right now and clicks to Castle. Leary in a really good position. Leary up 500 res collected, has the KD, has a slight army lead, but has a really good lead getting to Castle first. And Leary trying to dive in here with the scouts to maybe find some value, get some vill kills. We'll see if that happens. ACCM doing a nice job walling up. ACCM is fully walled now. But I don't think the full walls will help that much if the crossbow timing hits hard for Leary, and it probably will. And ACCM not ready for these archers. This is going to be another 2 or 3 vill killed. Yeah, this is going to be 2 vills. And just rough start for ACCM in this game 3. Leary has really dominated this series. I think that out of all the sets that we've watched today, this one has been some brutal domination from Leary. Leary just putting on a masterclass. I don't know that we've seen such disparity in the skill level between players. Leary seems to be in a class of his own right now. If you guys remember, for TTL, I think Leary won, what was it, 20 games in a row prior to losing his first game in TTL Platinum League. So just Leary playing at an insane level right now. I think very much on par with Hera. I know Hera being #1 in the world, but I think Leary being a very close second. And there's the crossbow timing, and all of those skirms will go down. And this is just rough. ACCM already has a preemptive tower on that gold, but no army again. ACCM has no army again. For the second game in a row, Leary has an absolute dominating lead with the army numbers. And not only that, but he has the Vil lead as well. And we have Rams and Mangonels on the way. The Res Collected lead is already 1k in favor of Leary, who's got 7 Vil kills and is double the KD of ACCM. And ACCM is getting absolutely dominated right now. I think ACCM could call GG right now. Very much so. Leary already placing his second TC. At ACCM with no res and no army. And idols everywhere. Knights in the back of ACCM's eco. Mangonel forward, a Ram forward, crossbows forward. And it feels bad for ACCM, but man, Leary is performing like an absolute beast. Leary could hit that both back exposed wood lines, but he's trying to kill the elephant archers with his knights at the moment. I'm so surprised to see elephant archers here for ACCM. He just can't afford it. He can't afford to do elephant archers. He doesn't even have a range right now. 1k score difference, 2k res collected lead for Leary. And Leary building outposts now around ACCM's base. Make sure that he doesn't run out. He doesn't get to any of the golds or stones that are available on the sides. And now monks for ACCM, but too little too late. The Vil lead already 12-13 for Leary. A conversion may come in here, but I don't think it will change the outcome of this game. Fastest series of the day. Now we have a 17 Vil lead for Leary. 13-0 eco KD. One of the only military buildings that ACCM has left alive is about to go down. The TC is in trouble as well. And Leary adding skirms just in case he needs them to deal with the elephant archers. Now we have 3 mangoes forward for Leary. You said the question is, will we get a GG before the mangoes come out? What mangoes? Yeah, the mangoes that... There's a lot of mangoes already out for Leary. Is Birdie behind? Is Birdie watching like earlier parts of the stream? I think he might be. Somebody tell Birdie to refresh. and Leary and ACCM trade there. ACCM trying to get redemption to convert some of the mangonels, but 23 lead for Leary. Leary's chasing down the elephants that ACCM sent to do maybe some damage to Leary's eco. Triple mango on the front here, killing the TC. The TC will go down. And not enough army for ACCM. And Leary just dives. He just says, I don't care about your TC. Your vills are mine. And ACCM says, GG, well played. And this has been a crazy dominating performance from Leary.
Yeah. And so collected as well there on Loch Ness. So it wasn't only like his signature perfect execution, early aggression that we saw in game 3, but also game 1. Like, so controlled. I'm impressed.
I don't know what to say. It's incredible. It's been absolutely brutal. And you were telling, maybe joking, like, oh, it's gonna be a 4-minute game. But in the 4 minutes, I was afraid that could be a 4-minute because he was going very aggro from the start. Didn't stop at all. Well, a great army, high 30-10 in a very quick game 2 and game 3.
Yeah.
For what you expect, also having, it's well, incredible performance by Lee.
I'm gonna mute these guys for a second. I want to say this. Yeah, ACCM. Here's the thing. ACCM on the ranked ladder performed really well. On the ranked qualifier ladder, but I think part of it was because he force picked some of the best civs and got very good with them. But you can't do that in the actual tournament. And people are just banning the civs that he played well with, not allowing him to get Koreans, not allowing him to get Burgundians, not allowing him to get these top-tier civs that he was able to force pick over and over again. And that's not taking away the fact that ACCM is a good player. I think he's a very talented player. I think he's a very good player. I don't think that he would have been nearly as high if he had been playing random civ or if he had been playing a wide variety of civs. I think that he was able to play at the high caliber that he played with a few specific civs, right? So I don't think he's underperforming. I think that this is just a reality check that when you don't get to play with the civs that you want and the circumstances that you want, it is a little bit more difficult, right? And it's going to change things when there's a draft. So anyway, I'll let you guys hear the interview here.
Where are you at in your head now, having picked up a win here? We were talking on the stream about, an early 3-0 win. It must be great to get your tournament off to this. Psychologically, are you already in the semi-finals?
No, far from that. I still have to step it up. Pretty shaky first, well, pretty much every game. He made me work for it. But I think the nerves were on both sides, and you could see that in the games. But yeah, managed to do some things better, but still far from semis.
Just Can you explain, because that looks far from shaky to most people, right? Can you explain what aspect of shaky? Was it like misclicks where do you sometimes like up the speed too much and like overclick? What characteristics change if you're shaky?
In the first game, I thought the game was over in Feudal Age, and then somehow it dragged on for another 1.5 hours almost.
Okay.
I wasn't quite sure how to finish it, but step by step.
Yeah.
And mid game, I was like, can I close this out? Like, is there even a way to with Dravidians? And second and third game, just small misclicks. You can tell by the way we micro as well, some resources styling up stock. And those small things.
Would you say this is like pretty much on par for a LAN though? It's like your first event, new venue. Is that common, like with all the LANs you've been at?
Yeah, it happens every time. I think for most players, it's a new stage, new setup, biggest tournament for what, years, so much on the line, and yeah, so it's just natural.
Okay. Was there anything that like post-draft, after all the civs had been selected, that you saw on the other side today and you were like, oh boy? Because ACCM's got some strategies cooked up, right?
Here's the cook for a reason. I wasn't sure about Bengalis, to be honest. I thought about Elephant Archers. In my previous drafts, I always banned them, like every single time.
Yeah.
This time I forgot. He first picked them. So I was like, true, there was something. And but yeah, I managed to overwhelm him in that game. So everything was more or less figured out, except the Bengalis one.
Okay. Did you think that there was going to be like some type of FC Ratha the second you're in the game?
I thought more like Elephant Archers.
Elephant Archers.
Yeah,
Okay,
I played against them. So, yeah, they can be pretty strong.
Okay, interesting. I mean, looking forward, obviously, you've one more game. You get to watch some competition, play the next series in Hera and Heart. But you got to play those players. Or sorry, you don't playing those players. You're playing in the other group. Just thoughts on being able to sit back, watch the competition after the 3-0 and what's to come?
That's the best, you know. Winning is nice, but then after your work is done, relax a little, see what the others are doing, and then before you know it, you're already practicing for the next set.
Yeah.
So there's not really a break except like a few 1-2 hours after.
Yeah.
Like, eat now, rest, and then watch what the others do, and then adapt.
Is it beneficial for you that you have your group's obviously difficult, but would you say it's beneficial for you that you get to like train with your teammates who are in another group?
I think we would do that anyways.
Yeah.
I've seen Hart and Hera practicing against each other as well.
Even though they're about to play. Yeah. Okay.
You know, I have to beat everyone anyway, so.
Got it. Okay.
What a philosophy to have. I have to beat everyone anyway. So it's
basically
very, very clear goal setting for you, Larry. Mate, we're going to wrap things up here and get ready for our next set. Congratulations on the 3-0. We'll let you get away. But right now, we're going to head back over to the casters as they go through some of the highlights that we've seen from the series that just took place.
Thank you, Riley. Nelly, after this win and seeing him...
So, guys, will they go through highlights? I want to see the draft. I've been doing this every time. We're going to do the same thing this time. Let me get rid of the old draft, and we're going to pull up the draft for Hart and Hera that's out. So you guys should be able to see this with me. We'll restart the drafts, and we'll watch the drafts while those guys talk about the highlights from the last game. We just watched it. We don't need to watch all the highlights again, right? If you want to go watch that, you can. I would rather look and see what the drafts are like for these guys. So let's go ahead and play this. This is the map draft for Hera and Hart. This is the last set of the day. I'll be casting, well, I've cast all the sets so far, and this is the last one. I'll be casting this one as well. Looks like Volpine is the first ban from Hera. That's not surprising. I remember him saying during the ladder that he didn't like it. That it was one of the maps that he didn't really enjoy playing. Hart bans Loch Ness. That's good because I don't like watching that map. I think Loch Ness is the most boring out of all of the maps in the tournament. Hengehold, let's go. Rampart. I love both those maps. I think they're both very interesting to watch. Hengehold is probably my favorite out of all of the maps. Rampart is an interesting map to watch with a lot of different strategies. Because you start so close to your opponent in both those maps that it feels like there's a lot of things that you can do. Hart picks the new map, Blue Wells, so that's going to be interesting to see how he approaches that map. And Hera gets his last pick, his last home map. Let's see what he goes for here. He's taking his time. He's figuring it out. What are we going to see? And it's going to be Glacies. Okay. We haven't seen Glacies yet or Rampart, so it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. We've had such a wide variety of maps today, and they're home. Oh, the admin picks Thames. I also like Thames. Thames and Hengehold were my two favorites, by the way. Those were my two favorite maps during the ranked qualifier ladder. I had really enjoyed playing them. I really enjoyed watching them. So Thames will be the opening map, and then hopefully we'll at least get to see Hengehold and Rampart. Depending on how many games they play, we might see Glacies, Bluewell, some of the others as well. Here we go. Let's take a look at the Civ draft, and I am going to take a peek over here, make sure that we're not missing out on anything. And they're just still talking about the highlights. Okay. Banned. Okay, Hart banned Maya. That's interesting. That wouldn't be a top ban for me. I'm surprised at that ban. I'm not surprised at Byzantines. Byzantines is considered one of the strongest civs for Red Bull. They're cheap skirm, cheap spears, obviously really nice. They also have that fast imp timing. Burgundians, again, not at all surprised by that ban. The Flemish militia were incredibly strong. And Dravidians ban. Interesting. I wouldn't have expected the Dravidians ban, but I suppose on Blue Wells, that could be important to have that banned, right? Because that's the only water map that they're playing. Georgians banned by Hera. And Saracens. Saracens is, I think, a big-time ban because Hengehold and Rampart. Saracens is so strong. Actually, Saracens is really strong on Thames as well. Portuguese is banned by Heart. That's not surprising. Portuguese is Hengehold's. It's the #1 civ for Hengehold, I believe. Magyars and Vietnamese, those are also top picks. Magyars being one of the top picks for Thames. Yeah. Hera bans Koreans. These guys are banning all the top civs. This is the kind of draft. So these bans were the kinds of bans I was expecting in every draft, and I was actually surprised to see that some of these civs weren't banned in some of the other drafts. Now we're going to see Hera ban Wei. I'm not surprised at all. Again, one of the top picks. That Wei would have been a top pick for Thames. So, I mean, Hart and Hera really getting rid of many of the top civs. Maya is the only one that I'm a little confused of. Like, I'm a little bit confused by that ban. I don't think Maya was a top pick. Aztecs, that's understandable on Hengehold and specifically on Rampart. I think Aztecs is like a top pick for Rampart. Hera picks Romans. That's going to be played on Glacies. Almost guaranteed. Glacies is going to be Romans for Hera. That Romans is super strong on that map. Really hard to deal with. The only like counter felt like Armenians or Dravidians. I wonder if Hart will pick Armenians to counter Romans. I think he will. I think that Hart will pick Armenians. Hart picks Persians first? I don't like that. No, I'm not gonna lie. I don't like that. I don't think that that's a good pick. This Ketons is a great pick. Like, I want to see what Hart does with Persians, but this just feels like a mistake. Picking this as your top pick. What map is that a top pick for? Ketons is probably going to be played on Thames. Ketons is a very strong civ on Thames. I would say this was one that I expected to be banned, actually, and it wasn't. So that's a little bit interesting. Hera takes Bengalis. Bengalis is going to be Rampart. It's going to be an SC Ratha play on Rampart. Some of you may have seen that. It's very, very strong on Rampart. Mongols hasn't been banned. I wonder if one of them will take Mongols to play on Rampart. Mongols with the extra hunt on Rampart is really strong. Mongols FC into Steppe Lancers on Rampart is like a crazy strong strat. Hera takes Cumans. We've seen a lot of people picking Cumans for that like really early push. I could see that maybe on Hengehold, the same type of thing that Viper did. We might see Hera try and go for something like that. I wouldn't be surprised. Italians, Armenians. And there it is. I told you, Hart would probably take Armenians. I think Armenians will challenge Romans on Glacies. It will be long swords versus double armored men-at-arms on Glacies. I think that's likely the way that it's going to happen. Yeah. So like Romans and Armenians, it's because you're so you get a lot of food. It's usually going to be like infantry opening, and Romans men-at-arms is just really strong. They can tank a lot of fire, but so can Armenian longswords, right? So the longswords kind of counter the Romans on Glacies. And there's the Mongols pick from Hera. So that's going to probably be on Rampart because there's so much hunt on Rampart. You can get up very quickly and get into Steppe Lancers. I think it's interesting. He has Bengalis and Mongols. So he could play Bengalis or Mongols on Rampart. And Hart, I'm just gonna say it. I think Hera's draft is so much better. Like, it's so much better. I think Hart has a much worse draft. I don't know where he's gonna play Franks. Is he gonna play Franks on Thames? Like, where is Franks gonna be played?
Love what I heard.
Red Bull Wololo tournament.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Like, yes, Franks could be played on Henschuld, but Henschuld is an archer heavy meta. Like, Ethiopians will just be way better, or Kumans will just be way better. Because Franks, like, yes, they get the berry bonus, but it's all about a crossbow timing on Henschuld. That's like how that map is like usually dominated, is by crossbow timing. But I could see maybe how Franks could be good there. I think Hart's draft seems way more complicated to me than Hera's. Like, Hera's feels pretty straightforward where each one of these civs should be played and how it could be really good on each one of these maps. But I'm a little confused by some of the choices from Hart. But we'll see. We'll see. Yeah, actually, so Portuguese would be great, but it's banned. I agree, Birdie, that Portuguese would be really strong, but Hart banned it on purpose for that very reason. Yeah. Saracens and Portuguese are the top picks for Henschuld. But Ethiopians I could see there. I could see Italians perhaps being played there. Yeah, all the good civs are banned. Byzantines, Burgundians, Saracens, Koreans, Wei, Portuguese, Magyars, Vietnamese, like, these are all top picks. Maya is like the most confusing one to me. I don't know why that's banned, actually. I think maybe because of Henschuld. I'm not sure. All right, well, let's get back to these guys, hear what they're saying, and then we'll hop into the game once it's ready. Go live.
Right? It could be today, and then once that dam breaks, maybe it changes something for the future regardless. Hart is a fantastic player. We all know what Hera can do. He's unbelievable. He's taken Age of Empires 2 competitive to a level that we didn't even think was possible.
Yeah, well, but we're going to see that very, very soon. But now we're going to see a great video with both players.
I'm not nervous anymore when it comes to playing and competing in a tournament because I've done it so much, but the crowd is something that's new to me. Let's see how I can keep my cool under that pressure though.
I don't take like one sudden fight that wins me the game. I think I just take small leads here and there, and eventually that just leads to me winning the game. I make sure to prepare with good players and be ready to play against anybody.
Dave, you agree with Tristan that this should benefit the underdog to be in the same team?
It really depends. Like, it really, really depends on
And now depends is not a meme, right? It really depends.
It actually does. Like I said, at some point it's going to change. All things change, and
nothing is forever.
We'll
right?
face some serious challenges in this tournament. Maybe it begins here, right? Like, Hart's got some interesting civs down there. I'm looking at Kitans as an interesting one. Maybe Tatars is going to mix it up a little bit. But Hera is the king for a reason right now.
Yeah.
He is on top of everything. He's constantly studying the game. He's constantly practicing the game. He puts in more hours than anyone else, and that's a big reason that he's on top.
Does put himself also more pressure than anyone else? Can be also. Or
My
not?
personal
Or you think that he's
opinion
controlling that?
is that Hera, he hates to lose more than he loves to win, if that makes sense. He absolutely hates to lose. And he's gotten better at not showing it. You know, because like back in the day...
It's very easy to not show it because he's not losing, you know?
Yeah, sure. But like back in the day, Hera was very clearly bothered when he couldn't perform.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, it's a
He's
good
not
point.
listening. We can remember some moment. But that's the thing. I mean, how he's going to handle those situations, because has been very few times with a match point against.
Yes.
With a match point against. I remember one maybe in the Garrison, but that's it.
Yep.
You know, and it's not the same to be in a close series, but you need to be under that real pressure that he has not been.
Yep.
Has been one time, I think, and he got it, you know.
Yep.
So now we are going to see, because I really want to see the best performance here for both sides, but from Hart. You know, because it feels that when Hart play against Hera, somehow it doesn't perform his best.
Well, when I'm watching these two, as you can see, Hera's rating far above everyone else. 1997 on the ladder. He wanted to get to 2K, he couldn't get there. He probably hated that one too, man. He was saying from day one, I'm going to get to 2K and I'm going to camp. Yeah, well, you didn't get there, buddy. But the thing I love to see about these players, like some players you watch for the craziness, like MBL or ACCM or the builds or the strategy, whatever. With these two, what I look for is like perfect execution. I want to see how Hera's going to break the game with how good he is. And Hart is right behind him.
Honestly, I really believe that we don't know that, but I think he's spending keyboards every month. Like with the APM he has, I think he's burning the keys because it's absolutely brutal.
Yeah, he might
the
be.
multitasking he has. Not only the APM, the multitasking, you know, is insane. And we can see about capturing details, but now you feel it when you are watching. I remember in that Vikings versus in TTL, that Vikings versus Romance.
The final game.
That game.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was the final or was it going to be or the 6th. I don't know. I thought that it was over. And incredible how he holding to the, you know, at the back of the map, and he's doing that.
Well, the key is like he makes less mistakes than other players, and in many ways, competitive Age of Empires or just Age of Empires in general, especially 1v1s, is who can make less mistakes. And then even when he makes a mistake, he's good enough to just pull himself out of the fire
to hide it.
Yeah, exactly.
To hide it. You're not
pretend it never happened. No, it never happened. So it's a tough challenge. They mentioned before that Hart and Hera were practicing with each other before the game. Hera was actually practicing, I believe, with Sebastian.
Yeah.
And I looked over at Hart's screen, and he was practicing against an AI. So Hart was preparing some strategies. He didn't want to reveal it to anybody else.
I like that. Well, we have now the first game that is going to start in a moment. As you can see, what do you think is going to be? What do you think is going to be in that map, Civilization? Well, we're going to be here. We have the cities here: Romans, Bengalis, Cumans, Ethiopians, Mongols, Malians. Persians, Khitans, Italians, Armenians, Franks, Tatars, Dave. What is going to be the matchup here?
Well, we're going to be playing on Thames, right? So Persian seems like a really solid choice. It's just a solid civs. Italians are there as well. As far as Hera's civilizations go, like, he could mix it up. He could go Malians. He could go Mongols. He could, you know, do something a little bit different along the way. I'm really not sure with him.
By the way, I'm looking at you. You are scaring me with this.
Why? Because I'm a higher rank?
Complete. I don't have a rank.
Yeah.
I'm unranked. No elo. Listen, I don't have elo.
You can row the boat. You can row the boat. I'll point us in the right direction. No, I
couldn't move because I have the cable here.
No, you're a sailor. I'm a marine. So you sailed a ship, and I get
am a
dropped off
pleb.
somewhere. Okay, yeah.
A pleb,
Yeah,
completely.
true.
I love you too. I love you too. Okay, so this pleb thing that in the next map we're gonna have.
Hard call out.
Yeah. Romans versus
on Thames.
Yeah.
Okay.
Romans versus Italians.
Romans versus Italians. I could get behind the Italians pick.
Yeah,
I could really get behind the Italians pick. I don't.
This
know what
doesn't
Hera's gonna
make
pick,
sense.
and
Romans
that's another
versus
key of Hera's
Italians.
game.
I don't think so at all.
He's
I don't
always
think so
mixing
at
up. As
all.
much as people call him,
I think
he's kind of like
Ketons,
meta-defining in a
Thames,
way.
Ketons
And
could
sometimes he'll
be the pick.
A civ that, you know, wouldn't even be.
I'm gonna say Ketons, and maybe we're gonna see like Cumans or Mongols. I think potentially. I think it's gonna be Ketons or Tatars for Hart, and then maybe Cumans or Mongols. But like I could be wrong on Hera's picks. That is odd choices for Thames. We'll see.
He can play Malians perfectly fine. I'm sure we're both going to be surprised when we go in.
Isn't Rampart the map that they are more or less close?
Yeah,
Mongols could be insane there.
Could probably be the pick for Rampart, yeah.
Okay. Okay, we are guessing, guys, but we're going to have not too much time to guess because they're about to start, as you can see. Hopefully, we're going to start into the game number 1 soon. And I would love to see a close series. That will be my, the hope for this one.
Also,
and for
the
hard
ideal
confidence
series
as
here.
well.
I don't know that we see a close
Hard
series, but hopefully.
to see Hera under pressure.
Yeah, well.
I think. And then game 5.
Ketons is almost locked in for me. That's what I think we're gonna see from Hart. I'm not sure about what we'll see from. From what we'll see from Hera.
I didn't expect that dominance. I expected him to win, but it was kind of. Oof.
I think. I think
now Mem says it. Yeah, it was oof. Leary dominated.
Like WWC 2, I think he won the final against Leary. Like, he has history of winning against Leary in RM, but Empire Wars, Leary gets the archers on the field within 2 minutes, and he's just dancing around the front side of your base, right?
Yeah.
Like, if ACCM has a rematch, he's going to have to come up with some better strategies, and he's going to have to realize that he can't be...
Oh,
he can't
look
be
at that.
aggressor
Ketons.
really early.
Crazy, I was right.
Nice.
Ooh, we saw plenty of this in the ladder. Remember Thames with Ketons in the ladder? They were very popular at
Exactly.
And then they kind of faded away as people realized that Koreans were good on every single map.
Yeah, they are now a bit more nerfed, right?
Yeah.
So, Tans, but let's see what is going to be then for Hera. Definitely was an Italian.
It is Romans? That's crazy. I thought for sure Romans would be Glacies.
But I don't know. I was thinking that Romans could be.
I think Romans are quite a good counter pick to Ketons in many ways.
Romans.
All right. Here we go, guys. Hart playing as Ketons in the red. Hera playing as Romans in the blue. Surprised by Romans, but yeah, we're going to see archers opening from Hera. And I'm sure we're going to see scouts and archers from Hart. Like, archers is not surprising to be the opening from Hart, but I think we'll see a stable very quickly as well. Be surprised if we don't see scouts pretty early. And both players... Okay, we're getting a pastoralism already from Hart. So, or whatever that is. Whatever the first farm or pasture tech is for Ketons is already coming in. And we're seeing skirms already being added by Hart. Is that because he saw the range? He might have seen the range. I think his scout went over and saw the range, so Hart's adding the skirms. And there come the pastures. And I think we'll see like 2 or 3 pastures, and then we'll see a stable from Hart. Yeah, I don't think we'll go out of feudal without seeing a stable. But maybe we'll see like archers into cav archers, right? That's totally possible. Nice timing on those skirms. There's a really nice timing on those skirms. But there's already scouts coming out. So Hera's he's already on it. Like, he knows that the skirms are going to be there. And, oh, the skirms are out of position. Hart already having issues there. Good Vil pick, though. Hart gets the Vil. Nice job from Hart. He's going to lose some skirms, but he does a really nice job getting a Vil pick. He needs another... Oh, he needs another spear, though. No spear here. And oh, Hart, what are you doing with the Vils? No. I don't know about that. And maybe it's the right call. Maybe it is going to work. Nah, it's a bad call. Bad call. Too many Vils going down here. And oof. That's a little rough for Hart. He's trying to save the weak Vil. Send the Vils back. Oh, good poke with the spear. Still Skirm's trying to come out. Are we seeing a stable edition? There's the stable edition. Yeah, it's a little too late though. Hart realizes a little too late that he needs to add scouts, but oof, the army numbers are already looking really scary for Hera. Hart doing a nice job defending. Oh. Pause. Why do we have a pause?
Yes.
Oh. Whatever it was, I guess, was resolved.
Salve.
Interesting. I mean, the map looks fine to me. I'm not seeing any issues with it. I don't know what the issue was there. I'm sure they'll talk about it later. The Scout Edition now. Now the Scouts are being added by Heart, but I think it's so late to be adding this now. And I think, yeah, we're going to have the attack upgrade and the Scouts. I just feel like the stable should have come a little bit sooner than it did. Now the Scout numbers are so high for Hera, and the Archer numbers are so high. I don't know how Heart will be able to push this back. Hera with 15 army, Heart with also 15 army, but the army's so much stronger for Hera. Like, 7 archers and 7 scouts is just better than 4 spears, 9 skirms, and a few scouts. Good wall up by Heart, though, to get that wall up there. It was really good. And Heart not close to clicking up. Hera already clicked up with Bloodlines on the way. I mean, Hera, just the timings, he's a machine. The timing was insane. He's up so quickly with Romans here. Heart with arguably one of the best eco civs for Red Bull, and Hera just dominating with Romans. I mean, Romans also very, very good eco civ. But Hera just playing them to their max, and now we're gonna see the castle timing for Heart, but Heart is just behind. Bloodlines is in. He can't take that fight. Armor on the way. And Heart's just being pushed back. Time and time again, Heart's being pushed back here, and Light Cav is going to come in. Light Cav is going to come in for Hera, and it's going to be so incredibly hard for Heart to do anything. Oh, and Heart losing his scouts now. Really rough. And with the so many archers and so many scouts on the field for Hera. He's going to have a nice crossbow ball along with Light Cav, and Heart has to run back right now with his whole army. He has to wait and try and get upgrades, and Hera's just going to expand. He's like, I have the army, I can control the map, and I can get my eco set up. And crossbow's going to be in. Crossbow's in, and there's just nothing Heart can do to stop this. If you're Heart, what do? You just die. Heart is trying to get this tower up. He's trying to stop these crossbows. He taps the wall. He does get the wall down. And the army count is now 12-1. The KD 39-22. And Hera doing to Heart what Leary did to ACCM. And this has been a dominating game one. Hera already on 2 TCs, getting he's already getting wheelbarrow, and Heart trying to get a step lancer out to do some work here. Hera just all over the place. And Heart trying to force up a market. Heart adding CA, adding step lancers. The Vills going down left and right for Heart. Heart's down 4 Vills already. Some due to idle TC time. Some just due to him losing Vills. Another step lancer on the field for Heart. And Hera's going to kill 4 Vills here. And the squishy step lancers for Heart. No bloodlines. Tough. Hera already 1k score ahead, 1k res collected ahead, and 25 KD ahead. 7 Vil kills already. 3 crossbows absolutely dominating Heart. And I think Heart made some big mistakes this game, sending the army out when he was in feudal. Yeah, I completely agree with Birdie. That army should never have been outside. It should have been inside, waiting for the upgrades. Playing outside was just a huge mistake, and this game's over. Hera's won this game. 23 army to 8 army, 59 Vils to 46 Vils. Heart has no chance at winning this. This game was actually over before Heart even made it to feudal. This game was over because Hera just dominated. You said Heart was sure Hera wasn't able to age up. No, if you're watching the score, right, then you should have a pretty good idea when your opponent's up. And also, even if you're not sure, then you don't go out, right? Skirms aren't the offensive unit anyway. They're the defensive unit to deal with the archers. So they're not going to go forward and get a bunch of kills. Now, I mean, Heart trying to defend, but it's 20 Vil difference, 15 army difference. And I think Heart will call it right here. I think Heart will lose a bunch of these Vils, will lose this army, and he'll call GG. GG. And Hera playing faster than I've ever seen him play before, 183.
APM average.
183 average, yeah.
Can we please see the keyboard? That's why they posted. My keyboard is not working. How is it gonna work? Your keyboard cannot work. It's impossible. Dave, it's not possible to work. The keyboard is broken.
That's effective. That's effective APM,
Yeah.
folks. That's not actual APM. That's effective actions. Holy cow!
That keyboard, you know where it's going?
Someone needs to buy that keyboard a drink.
That keyboard is going to the damn hell after this series, you know? You can throw through the windows. Open the window, Red Bull.
Oh my god! That's the average. God.
I didn't even check the peak, you know, because the peak is...
The peak was like 300 or something.
Whatever,
Yeah,
you know.
it's just
Well, what to check the statistics? Well, exploration, very important. 46% it was exploration.
There's the attack that Heart.
And he killed 1 villager.
Yeah, it was very impressive.
From there, then he was like, okay, I'm done.
Well, and then we had this stalemate, right? And Heart manages to wall up again on the front side, but he doesn't wall the marshes at the top. And he doesn't wall anything behind this. He adds the tower. The tower didn't really give him a lot of value, to be honest.
It gave nothing.
Yeah, it chased away the crossbows, so they couldn't sit on the gold. But
Probably it was better that he lose the goal.
Yeah.
You know, like,
but
go back with the
look
goal
at this. 38 seconds away from Castle Age, right? If he had queued up a few scouts and had 3 scouts on the field, I think this becomes far easier. He has time to wall, and then he can start massing his units. But he was waiting. He was waiting
and
for
actually,
Castle Age.
Probably it's better to lose the skips outside.
Yeah.
You know, because either way, he was losing inside, and then he was inside now with the army, and he was going to have the tower.
But, I mean, Hera's just going to punish you for those mistakes every single time. And you can see him dancing around. Very similar energy to the Leary games against ACCM, right? He gets him with 3 crossbows, and it's just done. I think Hera broke his keyboard.
Let's check. Can we zoom in?
Are you okay? Blink twice if you're fine, keyboard.
Guys, 183 average APM is insanity. Like, I've never seen, even Hera, I don't think I've ever seen play at that rate. Like, Hera is usually like 130, 140, or maybe 150, but 180. Crazy. That's crazy.
A completely different vibe to that. He doesn't want a land-based map, probably. I think Blue Wells is probably a good pick, right? You can mix it up. You get a forward dock or something and start attacking Hera from different angles.
I'm checking the minimap.
Maybe not. Is that
Is
that Blue Wells? I think it's Blue Wells.
Yeah. It's Blue Wells, okay.
Okay, so we know something about something.
Yeah, it reminds me a lot to Immersion, the map that we had in the...
Very good map as well. The difference between this one is that it's not just the food in the center, it's almost all the gold on the map is in that water, right? I think there's only 4 tiles of gold in each player's base, so that's like 8 tiles total on the map, and then the rest is
on the
oysters and and Wales.
Wales. All right. Let's see then what civilizations can be. Then Italians or Armenians. Well, could be Persians too.
Could be. It could be Malians for Hera. It could be Bengalis, maybe.
Well, they
potentially an option.
regenerate HP. Also, the ships there. So
you get 2
nice.
free extra Ethiopians on this one. Okay. Okay.
Well, we've seen Ethiopians twice with Leo and Hera. Different completely maps and possibly different approaches. But on water, they are not. They don't have anything specifically good.
I mean, yeah.
Like.
You have to wonder if this is another Civ pick where only Hera would go for this.
And you want to surprise
And he would
yourself.
feel very comfortable. Yeah. And then he just plays into archers or something, and archers are actually quite good against hulks.
But you are cooking things in the first day?
Well, I think
Italians is more standard, for example.
Yeah, but I don't think Hera has to cook up a super unique strategy.
Well, with
he can just play whatever Civ he feels comfortable with, and if it doesn't work, then he can start mixing it up later on in the tournament. Italians is a fantastic Civ.
You know what I feel also now that they'll listen?
Hart looks so disappointed and irritated right now. He looks so unhappy. Like, he just got clapped in the first game, and he looks like he's already defeated. Not good.
Mems.
All right, here we go.
But I was actually sitting right next to Hera, and he was practicing throughout the entire set. He was.
All right, guys. So we got game 2. Hera playing as Ethiopians, Hart playing as Italians. I think I would favor Italians here. The extra pierce armor on their archers can be really nice. I mean, Ethiopians, they get no water bonuses. Italians can get up faster to the crossbow timing. Ethiopians, they don't get anything as far as their ships. Italians get the cheaper dock and university techs. Oh, we almost got that archer with the scout. And we're gonna see both players opening archers. Not surprising at all. We're going to see a dock addition immediately from Hart on the backside for fish. Hera sold stone and food. Hera wants to go up right away. Hera's thinking about a fast... He's thinking about a fast castle crossbow timing. At least I'm assuming what he's thinking about is a fast castle crossbow timing. He already built the market, and he built the market in the back where Hart won't find it, so that he doesn't know about the FC. And I mean, Hart's gonna put some pressure on, but Hera's gonna click up so quickly. And where you would think that Italians would have the advantage with the timing, maybe they won't. It's pretty crazy. I mean, he's not clicked yet, but he's gonna be able to click very fast. Did he get any techs? He did get double bid axe. He's gonna see the market, okay? So let's see his reaction. He sees the market. He knows about the market. Hera clicks. And what is the reaction from Hart? Any reaction? Not really. He hasn't sold or bought anything yet. Oh man, he gets cleaned up. Hart. Okay, now he sells and buys. And he still can't click. He still can't click. Okay, now he clicks. He's a minute behind. Hera's adding a dock to the neutral pond. So Hera's got a build that he had ready to go here. And now Hart has to survive with these archers. He has to survive with these archers. Oh, is it gonna be a trap? He's gonna try. Oh, good Vil kill though. He built a Hulk. It's super hard to win a micro fight against Ethiopians because they just shoot faster. And now we got Bodkin, Crossbow, and Bowsaw coming in right away for Hera. More fishing ships for Heart, more Vils for Heart, more res collected for Heart, but this crossbow timing, how will you stop it? Oh, yeah. I apologize. I didn't mean for that to be in the way. Put it down further. Oh. Now how do you stop this crossbow timing? Oof, and he gets a Vil. No ballistics yet, obviously. Heart is up. He's gonna go crossbow, bodkin, and elite skirmisher. Okay. This is not bad. Heart is still in this game. This is not like a losing position. I actually think Heart may be in the better position. I think, yeah. I think that Heart is actually in a good position this game. We'll see if he can maintain that lead. Nice micro from Heart. Really nice micro from Heart, actually. Nice split. Oh, now he takes some losses, though. A little bit oof there. He flew a little too close to the sun, but ooh, the skirms are forward. And he's getting Vil kills. Amazing value. Amazing value. He gets one Vil kill. Oh, no, the trap. Oh, no, the trap. And the trap. And he's going to get trapped in there with the mango. Oh. I mean, he's going to get Vils, though. Honestly, this is actually not bad. If he kills 3 or 4 Vils. Oh, man. Oh, man. It's classic Hera, though. Classic Hera is just like, I'm going to trap you in here and mango your entire army. Heart has to be so not happy about that. That's gonna be a replay here in a second, I bet you. Alright, Hera adding second TC, Heart adding a second TC. Both players starting to get their eco rolling. I mean, Heart still slightly ahead because of all the fishing ships. Heart's gonna add a dock, or he's trying to add a dock on the left pond as well. On the neutral pond. Army numbers are lacking, though. Like, I think Heart is underproducing army. He seems to be content to try and play the long game. But, like, this is what happened to ACCM in the Leary games as well. Is this he didn't produce enough army and got stomped. All right, we're going to have the replay here real quick. Boom. Boom. And ouch. Ouch. Yeah, that was rough. We're seeing in the small screen right now that there's, yeah, oh no, the fishing ship's going down for Heart in the side pond. And this is, I think this is going to be the common theme in games against Leary or Hera is opponents trying to play a more boomy style game and getting punished hard because they're not producing enough army. It seems like Leary and Hera just understand the importance of having the map control and army production. Look how many mangoes are on the field for Hera. Hera has 5 mangoes on the field with 2 more on the way. He's got 25 army. Ooh, great micro, though, from Heart. Heart gets 2 mangoes. That was great micro from Hart. Hart actually bringing the game back a little bit with that Mangonel micro. And Hart with some... Oh, good eco kills, man. Good eco kills. He's got a decent amount of eco, or a decent amount of army back in the eco. But so many mangoes for Hera. And Hart needs to keep producing mangoes. He can't stop with the mangoes. If he stops for 1 second with the mango production, he could put himself in the hole and lose the game. And that mango shot, really rough. 1 for none. Good hit there, though, from Hart. Hart not making mangoes right now, and Hera just gaining that lead. Hart needs to just continuously be queuing mangoes as soon as he creates one. 3rd TC now going up for Hera. Oh, man. Oh, Hart takes a shot right to the face. That was rough. Ouch. Just ouch. Hera with massive amounts of army. Really good KD. More eco KDs for Hart, but Res collected firmly in Hera's court. A nice trade there, or not even a trade. Nice kill there. Nice, he's got another one. Hart's Mangonel micro on point, and he gets 3 for none. 3 for none. Amazing value. And he saves both mangoes. Hart absolutely beasting it out there, killing 3 mangoes and not losing a single one. Really nice job there. And Hart is actually ahead in the eco count. He needs to be careful, though. A lot of his eco is not working. 15 idols. Partially because he has the fish not able to work right now. Hera still has 6 mangonels to Hart's 4. Hart needs to be careful with these mangoes. And Hart deletes to go out. This is risky. 5 mangoes on the front of Hart's base. Ooh, some big shots for Hart. Big shots for Hart. Really nicely done. Really nice. Hera now getting wheelbarrow. Bowsaw and wheelbarrow in for Hera. Hera not in great shape. Ooh! Oh, almost gets another one. Like, Hart does not have enough ecotex right now. Hence why Hera is so far ahead in res collected. Nice attack ground! Beautifully done by Hart with the mango. So many mangoes taking out this dock, though, for Hera. One good mango shot here from Hart on all 4 of those mangoes would be insane. I don't think it will happen, but it would be insane. The demo! Oh, the demo! Oh! That is the craziest demo. The craziest demo I think we could see the entire tournament. Craziest demo we could see the entire tournament. Hart, like, just playing phenomenal this game. Sorry if I was really loud, guys, but that was one of the most exciting things I've seen the entire tournament so far. Like, a demo that killed 3.5 mangoes is insane. That's some value. And now Hart is slightly in the lead, but still behind in res collected. Heart is housed right now. And, okay, here it is. Here's the replay. Oh my. Oh my. That was insane. Absolutely insane. I'm going to have to clip that moment, guys. I'm going to have to clip that moment and post it. Ooh, that's 1 HP Mango. That's actually crazy. Mango survived with 1 HP. Imp resources now for Hera. This is a problem, right? This is a problem. There's a decent crossbow ball forward. Hera's going to click up to Imp now. He didn't actually have the buildings, by the way. Hera did not have the buildings. He's actually forcing up a university in the back of his base right now. And or maybe he did. Maybe he did have the building. What did he, oh, he built a monastery as fast as he could to get up. Both players up, though, around the same time. I'm wondering... I think both civs have a pretty good late game. Relics on this map? Are there relics on this map? There are. They're all on the outside, it looks like. Eco's very similar, but the Eco upgrades were better for Hera for a lot longer, so he has a lot more res total. There's just not a lot of army right now for Heart, and this has been the story of these games so far. Right, Hera has just had a lot more army on the field all game. And Hera was housed. He's building a TC now. Gets a mango there. Will he trade for another one? I don't know. Heart's actually going to try and place a dock on this pond. That'd be pretty big if Heart got that, if Heart got that dock up, that'd be pretty big. That group of crossbows for Hera could be super problematic for Heart. If those become ARBs, which they most likely will, this could be a big issue. Both players up to Imp, though. Forward castle that Hera wants to put down. He probably gets it up. I think he probably gets that up. That tower actually coming in clutch for Heart. Heart has not used that forward dock yet on Hera's pond. Elite Skirm with ballistics coming in now for Hera. Score very, very close. Res collected still very favorable for Hera, though. And Hera's just gonna dance there for a minute. Heart, no chemistry on the way yet. Really problematic. The food count for Heart is not healthy at all. Hera has a really good farming eco. Heart opted to do fishing, and now the fish is really inefficient. And there's not really... Are we seeing trebs yet? No trebs out of that castle from Heart. There's not really any food for Heart. He's having a rough time now. And still no treb being produced by Heart from his castle. Really bad. I mean, does he have a market? Because he should be selling right now. There it is. He sells. Needs to get that treb out. There's going to be a treb from Hera very quickly. And yeah, I think Heart needed to prioritize that treb much earlier. And instead he's going to get chemistry. I think he's going to opt to try and make bombard cannons. Hera will have one pond. The other one's getting cleared. The score says the game is close, but I think Hera is in a much better position. Just has an eco that's working a lot more efficiently. And now we have bombard cannons and trebs from Hera, and we're gonna have fully upgraded crossbows. This is a real problem. Hera now getting a more commanding lead. And Hart struggling, and Hart gets trapped again. Oh no, he doesn't. The house didn't go up. Yeah, chemistry was too late. The trebs were too late. Those were the most important things for Hart to be getting, and he didn't get them until way too late. Bombard cannon's just starting to come out for Hart. And that castle will go down, and I think that Hart's hopes of winning this game will go down with it. Hera now with just too much army and too much of an eco lead, with a good position of a castle. I don't see much of a win con for Hart now. It's really well played by Hart, just not enough. And the GG's called. And at least Hera playing a little bit slower this game at 155 instead of 180 like last game.
But as we were talking, Hart very fast as well,
Yes.
player. But
Yeah.
you know, it's better stretch a little bit, because otherwise.
I feel like Hart did a really good job mixing it up. He kept showing it up at the wood lines from Hera. He kept sniping villagers, but then at a certain point, it felt like there was 4 areas to pay attention to. Hart could only pay attention to 3, and Hera had his mind on all 4.
Yes, and he was close to 10 minutes without goal.
Yeah.
Without goal.
Yep. Well,
And he has to.
he killed that dock, and he can't take the whales in the middle, and then he kills the second dock too.
But you know how expensive it was for him to go up? He had to sell 500 stone
and
to get
I
gold.
think 400 wood
or something like
as well,
this.
like that. Yeah.
You know, so it's so expensive. We can see, I mean, so many moments here. I mean, we don't even need to talk about them, because
Great
most
micro.
of them are epic.
Watch these angles that Hera takes here. Close angle, another close angle, doesn't get hit once. Another close angle, doesn't get hit once. You have to click at the perfect location to dodge those shots when you're that close. Hart comes in here. He snipes a couple villagers. These were some really good raids, and Hera, you know, he had to come back to deal with this, but deal with it he did. He sends the mangonel and he walls in the army, and then Hart's not paying attention to this because he tries to click out and the skirms just won't go. Doesn't get any more value from that. And then from that point forward, it just felt like Hera always had a better army.
Yeah, yeah, he was dominant. I mean, he was doing some good kills here. He took like 3 mangoes, I think. Yep. He's gonna take 1 more and another 3. Exactly. Now he's gonna take the 3rd one, if I'm not mistaken. There you go, with this one. Got it. But still, man, and he was 12 ahead, but as you mentioned, on that pond, it was not working. So it was an efficient army. You can see 12 there were idle. And now big one, let's go.
Here it comes, man, here it comes.
This one. Quiet now.
Old Devil would have killed all 4.
Yeah. Anyway, you can see how he got already here the game. He was even doing guard tower, you know. It was paying attention to everything. It was very fun game, for sure. Very fun game to watch. So many moments. And, yeah, but it feels that this map can snowball.
Yes.
This map can really, really snowball. It's super hard, super
Well, the
complicated.
gold comes in so fast.
Yeah.
Hera had those 2 pawns, and he disrupted the gold from Hart. And I actually kind of want to know how many mangonels he made that game. It probably showed us at the end there. I don't remember, but
over 20?
He must have made a lot of mangonels.
Over 20 for sure.
And that's a lot of gold.
Yeah, and wood. Lot of gold and wood. Let's see what is gonna be the next map.
Hengehold.
All right.
So Hart for Hengehold, he does have Franks. He does have Armenians potentially. And then we're looking at Hera. Hera's got like Bengalis, Cumans. We saw Cumans earlier.
This is the one with the berries at the around,
yeah,
right?
and it's
So
got the
France
3 boars
France-
in the middle as well.
France has to be. Now it's 2. Now it's 2 boars.
Is it only
they
2?
Changed
They
that.
changed it.
They
Okay.
changed that.
Okay.
Now it's 2 boars. We have Franks, so I think it's a must. I love in this map also Portuguese. We have seen quite a lot, but Portuguese has been banned.
Yeah,
in
Portuguese
this map.
is out of there.
Has been banned, so it's not there. So let's see what it's going to be. Franks and Cumans. Cumans aggression?
Cumans, like...
I would love to see it, because we have seen Cumans and it's giving a spectacular games, actually.
Yeah.
So, I wouldn't mind.
I think we could see Armenians here from Heart as well. I think Armenians could have potential. You grab all the relics in the center really quickly. You have the mule carts.
Franks is expected.
Okay.
It's expected, kinda.
Okay.
But you can go also with Franks here double stable.
What's it going to be from Hera? Is it going to be Bengalis? Is it going to be Cumans?
I go Cumans. Let's see if they
Okay,
can.
I want to go. I want to lose the 50-50 2 times, and I want to go Bengalis because I saw him playing it against MBL in this map earlier.
Okay.
But
but to go in feudal as well? For feudal aggression with
yeah, you go for some feudal aggression.
You can go. You have bloodlines. You have everything. Bengalis, you got it.
Yeah, I did.
Got it.
I can't lose all the time then.
50-50.
Even by mistake. I gotta win sometimes.
Well, I'm thinking if you go full feudal, you got the bonus from for Franks that is gonna give you some boost, but then you don't have bloodlines.
I think you just do enough to survive until you get to Castle Age.
Yeah.
You see if there's any openings. You open like range and then into the stable or something like that. There's the archer range right there for Hera. Game number 3, Bengalis against Franks. Now there are a ton of berries on the outside.
All right, guys, here we go. Hera playing as Bengalis, Heart playing as Franks on Hengehold, one of my favorite maps. It looks like both players got 1 boar. Is there still a boar out there? You believe in the reverse sweep? I don't. I don't. Yeah, both players only got 1 boar, and they might have changed that on the map script, actually. I think they might have changed it to where there's only 1 boar on each side. It used to be 3 boars total. I think they've changed it because there was some complaints that it was unfair RNG, that some players would get 2 and the other player would only get 1 because there was 3, and it would make it increasingly difficult for the player that only had 1 on their side. And I think that was probably a good call. I think that's what has happened, is that the new map script for this map only spawns with 2. I mean, Heart gets the scout right away. Heart is going to open scouts and archers. Nope, scouts and skirms. And Hera is going to open archers and spears. Hera walling up right away. I complained a lot as well. I did. It was very unfair. I mean, I had that experience several times, but unfortunately, that was also my experience against Sebastian, which I didn't really have a chance to win anyway, but I think it would have at least made a better game. So, Franks versus Bengalis. This is an interesting matchup. I'm wondering how this will play out, if this will be able to get late enough, where things like Ratha or Elephant Archers are even an option, or if we'll see this game wrap up rather quickly. Yeah, you said another market. Yeah, I think market abuse on this map is quite common to get up to Castle Age. So you're gonna see Hera just building a few archers and spears, and he's gonna click right up. And I think we're actually gonna see the same from Heart. Heart is not building any more army. He knows that there's gonna be a fast click up here. Are we seeing... And we see no stone for Hera, so Hera's just going to go for crossbow timing. I think we're going to see crossbow monk siege, probably. Yeah, that's what happened. I actually think Lewis was watching that game when it happened, Dan, and I think he made a comment about the unlucky RNG, I believe. He was like, well, that's really unfortunate. Alright, so we're going to see double range from Hart. We're going to see double range from Hera. We're going to see skirms from Hart. And we're going to see crossbows from Hera. The castle age times are similar. But, yeah, I actually think Hart's in a better position because he didn't abuse the market, and they're going to be up at a similar time. So I think that's pretty good for Hart. Hera, with the same amount of vills because he's Bengalis, the same amount of res collected, which is pretty crazy because Franks get the extra berry bonus, so technically Franks should be ahead here, but Hera just has a really efficient eco. It's working quite well. Hera has horse collar and double bit axe, does not have handcart. We're going to see crossbow right away and bodkin right away for Hera. Double monastery, not surprising. So it's going to be monasteries. I wouldn't be surprised to see a forward siege workshop once he gets map control. And I think Hart's going to be okay with this. He knows that he's up at a similar time. He knows that he's going to get bodkin. And I think we're going to see... Okay, there's a market coming in for Hart on the side. He has the res. Okay, I was going to say, he has the res for elite skirmisher. Now he's getting it. And I think we're going to see university for Hera, which means he's probably thinking about ballistics pretty fast here. And Monk's going to come out very fast for Hera. I think Hera's thinking about getting all the relics. He hasn't built a siege workshop, which makes me think he's okay with taking the relics and then maybe booming here. And just defending with monks in siege. I mean, these monks will still die to skirm. That many skirm will still kill them. It'll take maybe 2 shots, but they'll still kill them. And light cav now coming in for Hart. Second TC going up for Hart as well. I think Hart is in a better position if he can keep Hera from getting all of the relics for free. And yeah, he'll still 2-shot the monks. Not bad. He gets 2 conversions, but I think that's okay. The monks are 100 gold. The skirms are worth half that. So I think Hart will be fine here with those 2 conversions. Like, it's not a huge deal. If those were knights, that would be a very big deal, but they're not. Ballistics is in for Hera. And ballistics will make a big difference in these fights. And, oh, the healing from the Bengali monks is caught. Wow. Insane. Bengali monks getting it done here. Now, there's the siege workshop I was telling you about. Ballistics is just playing such a big role here. Wow, and Hera back in charge with the army numbers in Hart. I mean, Hart is just not making army. He needs to make more army. Hera kills his own scout. Because it was converted when the arrows were in the air, so he kills his own scout. It's pretty funny. How many relics did Hart get? 2? He got 2. This isn't so bad. If he can keep those 2, he'll be fine. It's rough. Needs more light cav for sure. Oh, the 2 conversions both come in. Oh, man. And there comes the second armor upgrade, though. And it's in now. And the light cav is here. He's going to get at least 1 monk here. Oh, my word. He might not. Okay, he gets a monk. He gets a monk.
Cool.
2TC to 2TC. Heart's just going to have a hard time with this army, though. Hera playing so well with the monks. We're seeing a replay of Hera kill his own scout that he converted. Nice, nice. And now, I mean, Heart's gonna try and pick off these archers. Probably gonna lose another skirm to conversions. It's actually not a bug because the arrows were fired before the conversion came in, which means that like the damage that they deal will go through. So it's not actually bugged. It's actually working the way it's supposed to work. If the arrows were fired after the conversion, they wouldn't really be able to be fired after the conversion. You know what I mean? I actually think the amount of light cav from Heart is fine. He just needs to do what he's doing. Cut off the reinforcements. Cutting off the reinforcements is really the most important thing so that you can't get more monks to the front. But if he focuses... It is a crazy, crazy strategy, though, from Hera. It is working, right? Oh, that is a castle. That is a castle that Hera is placing on the front. Oof. Man, there's so many monks. And, like... Oh, there they are. He needs to grab them before... before Hera comes forward, but he can't. And Hera says, I don't care about your tower. I'm just gonna build a castle on your face. Oh my word. Crazy. I mean, Heart has 3 TCs. He does have a Vil lead, but like... How is he going to deal with this army? He's not making enough army himself. The eco's better for Hera, for Heart, but it won't be for very long. I mean, Hera's actually got more res collected, but... yeah, this is disaster. We're going to see a castle from Heart. Heart needs to somehow get up faster. Is that possible? Is it possible for Heart to get up faster? This is a rough game to watch. Rough game to watch. Well played by Hera. Just no army for Heart. It's just no army. Like it's all just TCs, Vils, and 9 skirms. It's so much army from Hera. Yeah, I mean, what can Heart do now? He's so far behind in army because he chose to prioritize building so much eco over getting army on the field. It's rough, guys. It's rough. And Hera will probably be up faster. He's got all of the relics. He'll probably buy his way up and then start trebbing. He might not even need to. He might just build more siege elephants. Yeah, I mean, honestly, just monks and siege elephants will win the game now for Hera. Heart's gonna see this castle at home, and he's probably gonna be very dismayed. The depression will be real. It is crazy. Hera's gonna build a TC forward with the builds that he had to build that castle. He's gonna have a castle at home, a castle forward, 4 TCs. And finally, Hart builds a mango, but we'll probably just see redemption from the monks. Right? Why do you need redemption when you have 20 crossbows? They can just 2-shot the mango. It doesn't matter. You have the skirms causing a little bit of trouble in Hera's eco, but Hera's up to imp. No gold access for Hart. Hart trying to do something with the skirms. Getting a few vill kills here or there. And there's just so many monks. These... Oh, and Hart just deletes the entire army of skirms. He says, no, I'm not giving them to you. I'd rather delete them than let them trade to the other team. Oh, man. Hart is in such a bad position. Hart has to feel so defeated. Getting 3-0'd by his teammate. Leary and Hera both 3-0ing their opponents in their first set, and Hart getting 3-0'd. I mean, I guess Vitality wins either way. Said it's the rage delete we've seen so many times on this channel. I don't rage delete. And there's the light cav raid. He hit delete as the skirm was being converted. And so the skirm died at the same time, I suppose, as it was being converted. It's weird. You know, on the bright side, Hart has the Vill lead, guys. Hart has the Vill lead. I think Imp hits and Hart calls GG. You watch. Maybe not. Maybe he thinks he can do something. Okay, I mean, he killed a lot of monks there. That's good. He's still getting some big raids. He does have Imp on the way. You know. This looks alright. It doesn't actually look alright, chat. Hera has 5 relics, has 2 castles, has 6 TCs, is up 1k 5 res collected. And he's adding another castle in the middle of his eco. And Hart still has no army. And there come the Trebs. Hart's down 2k score. Yeah, but look at the KD. 71 to 48. Problem is all the conversions that have happened. Third castle from Hart. He's gonna be down 1 castle, but maybe the other castles will live. Okay, we're gonna see some immediate Trebs from Hart. Probably see Trebs out of both castles. He can afford it. He's not making a second Treb yet, though. He needs to. Hart, make a second Treb. There he goes. There he goes. Arb on the way for Hera. How many arbs does he have? 38. 38 arbs. That doesn't look very good. I'm really surprised Hart hasn't called GG. He has stayed alive, but the odds are not in his favor. The arb raids is rough. Yeah, score is just scouting and water control. Don't worry. I will say the treb positions for Hart are nice. Like Hera has 5 trebs and it's gonna have 4 castles. Hart do be dead, but you know, he just hasn't admitted it yet. He has not admitted it yet. Defeat is imminent. Oh, there comes Cavalier with all last armor upgrade. Oh, the conversions, the conversions. G to the G. Holy. Hera is unstoppable. Dominating performance from Hera, guys. Can anyone beat Hera? Only Leary, I think, is the only hope. Hart has to feel pretty bad right now, though. Feels bad for him. I mean, at least they're friends, okay? At least they're friends, and at least they're teammates. It makes it a little easier.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Dave, and welcome, Hera, to this little chat we're having after a very emphatic win for you, 3-0 against your teammate and good friend Hart. Obviously, the way that you wanted to start your tournament, perhaps the way that we're all expecting you to start your tournament, you must be very happy with that result.
Yeah, I'm very happy with it. I think I didn't really play my best as it was day one. I felt a little shaky in certain games, so I'm actually really, really happy this time around to get the clean sweep. It does kind of put Hart in a tricky situation, though, in the group, but I hope you can come back from that.
It's interesting because you're not the only player who's talked about sort of shaking off. I don't know if it's nerves or just, you know, sort of getting in the groove, finding your rhythm, that sort of thing. Despite all the preparation, there's nothing quite that can really prepare you for an event like this, even with your success at this level.
Yeah, like there's a couple of factors. Like number one, it's just like a big event, so you're not like 100% there, like nerves-wise. And then there's no setup like home, and you know, having to adjust to somewhere or something else, different equipment, etc., is quite challenging. Like my eyes are bleeding right now, to be honest. But I think it's just because the monitor brightness was very like bright on me, so I'll have to make some adjustments for next time. But yeah, it's just as the tournament goes, I hope I'll get more comfortable in my setup.
Yeah, and I'm sure many other players will build that sort of momentum as well.
Yeah.
Nilly, we've prepared some highlights that I want you to perhaps get into it with Hera. We can roll those now and have a look at some of the key moments in this match. Nilly, if you want to talk us through some of the stuff we're seeing here.
Yeah, just looking at game one, right? We have Kitans against Romans. Probably a lot of play around Bloodlines not being had on the Kitan side. What was your thought process there?
Yeah, I think, well, I think Kitans have, yeah, the no bloodline weakness, but also I think they take a long time to get going. So I felt like if I can just build up momentum with Romans that start like really strong with the extra savings right away, I feel like I can get that momentum and just keep it, and it worked out well.
Yeah, is there any way like where you felt like, okay, that's Kitan's strength, I really need to avoid him getting to that state?
Yeah, absolutely. So I played pretty open in this game. At least I didn't full wall, and that was because I realized that if I can attack him and not let him, you know, counterattack me with really strong units that Kitans have access to, with the extra damage scouts and whatnot, I'd be in a better position that way. So I wanted to attack more than defend that game.
And then Blue Welt, obviously we don't have too much experience yet, right?
Yeah.
It feels so weird to have those fishing ships collecting gold. How is that changing your approach in the game?
I actually really love the Whales edition. Actually, I love all the animals that were added to the game recently. I think it just makes for such diverse strategies, and like the map creation has just been like way better, way more diverse. it definitely changes things a lot. Like I'm now taking gold from fishing ships, which means that I don't need like a mining camp. It also means I need to make more fishing ships to get more gold. It's pretty tricky. I don't think I've figured it out. I don't think anyone has really.
Want to comment on this scene maybe?
I'm surprised I didn't get all 4, to be honest. It was a good play from him for sure.
And then, yeah, we went into game 3, Bengalis against Franks. Was there any mind games around maybe playing fast castle, or was it always like, I feel like Franks will struggle against the approach that you had?
No, I don't think I need to like fast castle or get into Rathas at all. I think like Bengalis are just a good civ here, and a lot of people don't know this, but the monks counter the skirms. I was telling Sebastian this before his round way back in the qualifier.
Yeah, only doing 1 damage is absolutely crazy in this instant, and you healed yourself up. It felt like you couldn't really kill them. Typically, ranged units should counter monks.
Yeah, like any other civ there with monks, and I'm just getting one shot by his skirm mass, and here he like hits me, I take 10 damage, I heal it instantly, and it's just like impossible for him to play. He actually played pretty well this game, to be fair, like all things considered, but it's just like a hard game for him.
Yeah. Is there any other approach that he can do? Some theories were crafted, like maybe scout, skir, maybe tower aggression, or maybe some men-at-arms to really force the issue?
I don't really think so. I don't know how strong Franks are here. Like the berry bonus is nice, but like it's just not the strongest civilization. It's a bit predictable, so I don't really think he can do much.
Okay, yeah, we felt also like Bengalis played really well, especially like after you had your wall set up, you had an impossible to kill army. Obviously nice healing with your crossbows over and over again, and the elephants, and yeah, you just overwhelmed him.
Yeah, I felt good there, and I had prepared that from a long time ago, so it felt like good to just get like a win with it, like finally, because I had prepared it like after I qualified already, so I just had it in the back pocket basically.
Ooh, nice.
And yeah, it felt good.
Well done, Heron. We're looking forward to seeing what you've got cooked up for us tomorrow, because of course we'll be checking in with not just Heron but the rest of the players as the broadcast continues. We can have a look now at the schedule that'll be coming your way for day number 2 as we check in with our second day of action here at Age of Empires 2 as part of Red Bull Wololo. Opening things up, match 1. We're not giving you much of a break. Hera facing off against MBL. Match number 2, another titan of the game in the form of Viper playing off against ACCM. Match number 3, you can see there, Yo playing against Hart. And then finally, rounding things out, we've got Leary versus Sebastian. Nilly, interested to get your thoughts, your impressions, some of these key matches, some of the big moments we're expecting to see tomorrow.
Actually, it's funny, right? Aren't they always matching up a winner against someone that lost their first game? It feels like it, right?
So it looks like, yes, I
wanted to hype it up a bit, like, oh, this is elimination, both players lost, or this is for a spot in the playoffs if both players won. But actually, it's everything open tomorrow, which is a great storyline. We could have everyone ending with 1-1 after tomorrow.
So we could have a situation where we're heading into day 3 where theoretically anything could happen. Yes, fantastic. Well, I know we don't really need to say this. You're not going to want to miss it. You're going to be watching. Of course, we know you love this game. We all love this game, and we can't wait to have your company. A quick thank you once again to our sponsors, Aegon by Aoe2, World's Edge, and Span, for their very grateful and worthy support of this event. It's been wonderful to have them. It's been wonderful to have you along, wherever you've chosen to join us around the world. On behalf of the entire broadcasting team, thanks for being with us today, and we can't wait to bring you the rest of the event here from the HMS Londinium, making landfall later on this weekend, heading to the Odeon Lux, and then finally, of course, the Royal Albert Hall. Tickets still available if you want to come along to that one. That's all she wrote today, sports fans. What a pleasure it's been. On behalf of the entire broadcast team, once again, this is Riley Knight signing off. We will see you back here tomorrow at 1 p.m. British Summer Time. Can't wait to see you. Until then, take care of yourselves and good night.
All right, guys. Woof, what a day of casting. Holy. Let me get rid of that real quick. Get rid of this. Get rid of all of this. Oh, my. That was 7.5 hours of casting every set so far in the tournament. I don't know if I'll be able to cast every single set, every single game. I hope to be able to, but I have to see. I'm getting ready to leave very soon. I'm getting ready to leave to Florida very soon. I won't leave until the tournament's over, but I'm going to be probably doing a little bit of stuff with my family, so there might be a few sets or games that I miss. Cast from the trunk of my car. Unfortunately, I don't have a chauffeur. Unfortunately, I don't have a self-driving car, so I won't be able to do this. I think it would actually be so fun to be able to make my siblings drive. My siblings aren't driving with me. They have their own vehicles, so I'll be driving by myself, actually. If I had a co-pilot, I would stream the trip. At least parts of the trip I would stream if I had a co-pilot. I don't, though, so unfortunate. Maybe on a future trip that will be possible. That would be fun. Maybe we can make that a subathon goal for the future. I have a lot of different subathon goals that I would like to do in the future that I think would be really enjoyable and fun for the viewers, but I don't want to get ahead of myself, right? When and if the time comes, that may be a possibility, right? But this was a lot of fun, guys. I think the first set between Sebastian and Viper was by far the best set. It was just a really enjoyable set, and I think worth watching out of all of the sets. He said, call a towing to bring you and your car to Florida, then stream. Yeah, that's a great idea. Let me get my car towed all the way to Florida. I'm sure that will be cheap. Give me a second, guys. I want to pull this up. Let me see here. Let's look at the Liquipedia page for Red Bull and see where everything's at. There will be spoilers, by the way, guys. Obviously, all of the first sets have been played. So if you don't want spoilers, don't listen or watch for the next few minutes while I talk about it. Here we go. All right. So in Group A, Hera swept 3-0 and beat Hart, and then Yo won 3-1 against MBL. This wasn't a bad set. Okay, it wasn't bad, but it wasn't the best. This was a little disappointing, right? The Hera Hart set was a little disappointing. It was very dominating performance from Hera. Although the one game in there where Hart was Italians was pretty fun to watch. That was a good game. Leary won 3-0 ACCM, and that was an absolute smackdown. Leary dominated 3 games, like no questions. Leary absolutely destroyed ACCM. It was probably one of the craziest dominating performances I've ever seen in tournament. Like, all 3 games, Leary was ahead at every moment of the game, and there was never a doubt that he was going to win. So I would say if there was a set that you didn't want to watch, that would be the one not to watch. I think that in part this actually shows what I was talking about during the ladder qualifier, that ACCM, when he has like prepped strats with the best civs, he performs really well when he's been practicing with the best civs on a certain map. But when you take into account the draft, I think that because all the civs that he likes and plays really well with were banned, he was unable to perform up to the same level that he was playing at in the ladder qualifier. I think that's actually a big reason why he lost so hard. I think if you had given him Koreans, if you had given him Burgundians, then he might have actually had a chance to win some of those games. But I think that he force-picked a lot and won a lot of games because of that. And I think this is a demonstration of that being a reality. I don't think ACCM's a bad player, but I think that he maybe is not as well prepared to handle some of these other opponents under the circumstances with the draft, right? And then the Sebastian Viper set was phenomenal. Viper won 3-2, but this was a banger of a set. Very competitive, very interesting, really enjoyable, my favorite set of the day, and I think worth watching. So that'd be how I would define day one. I think that Leary will win his group. I think that Harrow will win his group. I don't think that there's much of a chance that anyone else will take it from either of those two as far as being first in the group. I think Sebastian or Viper will most likely be the second and third place here. And I think Hart will actually beat MBL and Yo and will end up in second or third. I'm not actually sure. I think MBL will probably be last in this group, but I don't know that. Maybe Yo will end up last in this group. Whoa, that was loud. Let me turn this down. Ratak4, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We just hit 3,600 followers. Cool. Yeah, I like, listen, I like MBL. I don't want him to be last. I just think that that's probably realistic with the group that he's in. Yeah, he's super entertaining. Exactly. Like, I don't want MBL to be last here. I just think that that's being more realistic. And I think that ACCM probably will be last in this group. I think that Viper, Sebastian, and Leary are in tournament are better contenders. But yeah, I'm looking forward to how this will all pan out. What time does the first game start tomorrow? 16 hours from now. Round 2 starts. Where does that put us? It's like 7:30. Okay, 8 o'clock. All right, I'll just be up early tomorrow to cast the first set. Hera MBL should be fun. Viper ACCM also should be fun. I think Viper will win here. Hera will win here. I think this will be actually probably the closest set, the Yo Heart set tomorrow. That'll probably be like a 3-2 one way or the other. And then Leary Sebastian. I think this will also be a close set, but I think Leary will win. I think it'll be like 3-1 or 3-2 Leary in this set. But it'll be really fun to watch and see how it pans out, guys. Yeah, I did 7.5 hours of casting. I plan on casting as much of this tournament as I possibly can. But there may be 1 or 2 days where I'm unable to cast everything I would like to. Right. Okay. That being said, I really appreciate all of you guys that showed up for me to cast. I know there's better casters out there. I know that there's people who have been doing this a long time, so giving me a chance, I appreciate it. I appreciate that you give me a chance to provide your entertainment and covering the event. There are better casters. There are, but I'm trying to improve, get better, and enjoy it. And I hope that you guys enjoyed it. I hope you're having a fun time. And if there's things that you'd like me to do differently or that you'd like me to get better at when it comes to casting, let me know. I do like casting. I have a good time doing it. Sometimes I'm not sure exactly like the best approach. So I'm learning along the way, right? I'm learning how to do that better. Shapino City, thank you for that comment. Sola is the best. I appreciate you. Thanks for showing up and watching on YouTube. Yeah, whether you're watching from Twitch or YouTube, you guys are great, and you support me a lot, and I really appreciate you. All right, let me move the screen over, and then I'll send you somewhere else because I think I'm done for today. I'll rest up and hopefully be back tomorrow morning to cast a bunch more with you guys. So enjoy your day, and I'll see you soon. Let's see who's on for us to raid. All right, I'll give you guys some options. Okay, so Lewis is playing 1v1s. Daniela is chilling and looks like playing some 1v1s post casting. And Thunderbolt is also playing some 1v1s. So who do you guys want to watch? Daniela, Lewis, or Thunderbolt? Whoever tells me first where they'd like to go, that's where we'll send the raid. I'm down for whatever. And if I don't get anything in the next 10 seconds, I'll just pick. Lewis it is. All right. Let's raid Lewis. All right. Go have fun with Lewis, guys. Looks like he's playing. Oh, he's playing Thunderbolt. That's funny. I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow morning. Enjoy the night. I'll catch you later.